Oh, hello guys. Yeah, waiting.
Is set, and we have a lot to talk about before we head into Land of Dawn for our first semifinal.
And they do clear the Lord, but there's still a wave coming in through mid. And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win, a sweep in the quarters.
If we're going to win, we're going to clean sweep.
I'm aiming for our 3-0-2.
You guys are the hope bringer of the Filipinos, the last hope. Jogan! Oh, Nile falling does not look good for Vitality, and it's just Kyle flying in!
And knocking down the pro esport. This is our first top 4.
Going up against Young and Galacticos, I think it's gonna be a tougher match than Vitality. They will come prepared for us.
I don't know.
And I'm sure we will also be ready for
Onic, I
them.
know.
It's gonna be an even matchup, I think.
They are more on the discipline side, so we're going to go the unusual way. We're going to fight next dots, so that's our plan.
We will play our own game against them, regardless of what we discussed in our strategy.
Yangon Galacticos is now officially a team to watch out for.
Falcon, for Falcon BH, I think they're really strong.
Our mindset is like we're like underdogs, so we don't get pressured and we just play our game. We will prepare really hard again. We need to make some sacrifices.
We know most of their hero, so we just prepare our hero that can beat them.
The greatest strength I see in Young and Galacticos is they play very aggressively.
We're both on the same level, and I think whoever has the strong will wins.
Let's see who's the first jungler.
Waiting. Waiting. Okay, sure. That's about it.
Across the galaxy and in the Philippines, from the heart of Paris, in the land of dawn, the bells toll to
Let's
signal
go.
the start of this semifinal. It is Team Falcons PH versus Yangon Galacticos, still undefeated. Blink and his squad, Han on the jungle, looking to do something special here in Paris.
It's crazy the amount of respect you hear from both sides before heading into this matchup. That's when you know, even Coach Friend thinks it's gonna be more difficult to go up against YG compared to how they
Guys, आज चाहिँ सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिमेसहरूमा लेट्स गो आज चाहिँ सेमिफाइनलको म्याच हो अनि फर्स्ट म्याच छ फाल्कन पिएच भर्सेस याङ्गोन म्यानमार्कको टिम हो अनि सेकेन्ड म्याचमा छ ओनिक भर्सेस टिम फ्री त्यो चाहिँ सेकेन्ड म्याच हो अनि जो जित्छ सिधै फाइनल पुग्छ जो हार्छ थर्ड प्लेसको लागि भोलि म्याच खेल्नुपर्छ भोलि थर्ड प्लेस पनि म्याच छ भोलि अनि आई थिङ्क भोलि नै फाइनल हो भोलि थर्ड प्लेस एन्ड फाइनल म्याच फाइनल हो एमएससीको फाइनल भोलि हो है गाइस टुमोरो इज द एमएससी फाइनल लेट्स गो हेर्दा हेर्दा एमएससी पनि सकिँदैछ है पछि त सक्यो जस्तो लागिरहेको छ
H-God himself and his Selena, that is something you cannot give to Haji anymore.
Yeah, because I think it's only in the mid which they've shown the least amount of flexibility. Kaiser has only ever used 3 heroes here so far in
It's also-
MSC. And yes,
it's
there's been
also
very
nice
few
game
heroes
like
we saw
yesterday.
from Han, but I think they struggled the
One
most
more
with the
Borneo.
longest
Let's
game
see.
we've ever seen in, or if I'm not mistaken, back in the group stage when they decided to use it. So
हेर यो 2x गरे
So
सरी
now there are multiple questions on the board with regards to what will they let through, because it's also not just the Barretts. I think the Ruby potential flex into the Assassins that Kyle may or may not decide to pick up, but more likely to pick up considering this matchup.
Yeah, and Falcons have been playing a much more tighter formation in their team fights and have been excelling with it.
Yeah.
There's one pick that Yangon showed that absolutely destroys that in the Carmilla Rome that they got to play for Blink. So Yangon has shown a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity. Falcons has done that, but I think they need to go a little bit more extra mile here in making sure that they can keep Yangon on their toes in the draft.
Yeah, because I can't help but think about what coach or analyst M God said. They know what heroes Falcons use. They just have to prepare.
आज फाल्कन हारेको हेर्ने त केटा हो सबैजना फाल्कनलाई आज म्यानमार्क बर्मिजहरूले च्याक हान्छ है बर्मिज गोल्स Burmese जागान्छ होला आज फाल्कनको तेरा prediction के हो त Falcon or Yangon म त obviously I think Yangon 3-2 है केटा Yangon 3-2 है guys Yangon 3-2 Yangon 3-2 अनि त्यसपछिको next match team straight 3-2 let's go guys let's go first match start हुन छ हामी draft ready
Which
गरौँ
we are calling the MSC of upsets as the #1 focus on the mid lane. But since then has fallen off a little bit. Gord certainly not banned often, but banned occasionally in the Zushin, a big role from start to finish in the bans or being picked up to play. Yangon Galacticos representing Myanmar here is the drums.
Come on Burmese
Bang
Man Mac
in the
pride
Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. The potential for the highest finish ever. They've already tied
Come
it
on,
with
Burmese
a 4th
goal.
place here. But one more
Let's go
set in history.
And it's fate, poetic, I don't know what you want to call it, but they are tying the record of Falcon Esports back in MSC
Just
2022. Just one. 4th place, and it was a Filipino team
Oh,
in
let's go
green
get our
that
talking with-
stopped them back then. Will a Filipino team in green stop them again today?
Our picks and bans begin on your screen.
Follow the
Dangerous
power of the
Grass
silent
will be
one
the
button.
map that they play. The Freya coming out immediately from Team Falcons. The Fanny and the Belleric banned out from Yangon Galacticos.
Yep, so the Barrett's potential for Yangon is still on the board, especially considering now that they're in blue side. But the question is, does Falcons really allow that to get through? Because if they do, I think there are a lot of trades that will still be on the board if they actually open.
Yeah, if Yangon decides to rush the
उडाइदे,
Barretts,
Philippines
Falcons
उडाइदे।
have gotten used to going up against a team on the blue side. First picking Barretts.
Yep.
I don't know if Yangon wants to lean in on that unless they saw something in how Team Vitality drafted against Falcons that they can adjust. It's going to be telling here because with the Phobius gone, Freya's open. But Marcel is available. Oh, wait, no, Freya was banned by Falcons. Excuse me. Marcel is still open, and
Yes,
that's
he
something
is.
you have to
But Atlas is
consider.
not
Now,
already.
with the Atlas gone, if
Genau.
you're going to ban the
Nairi
Belleric,
dan
then
itu
it's
betul.
going to be a clear
Man
Marcel
Marco
pick
Nairi
for
dan
Yangon
itu,
Galacticos,
Team
which
Disney
means
Nairi
Falcons
dan,
can
come
pick
on.
up the Valentina for Haji so that they could get the golden
Your
hour.
prediction हो Yangon 3-2 Falcon
There's usually that Marcel picked
Come on,
up as
Barbie,
kind
goal.
of the let's not play him, let's not deal with him. Someone has to take the, I don't know, L for that because it's not exactly a target ban. It's more of just a meta ban. But neither team so far wanting to do it. And we've seen Marcel lose, not often, Greg, but we have seen that.
Band back so
Yep. I guess it's
Marcel
really just
Van
Falcons not wanting to play
Yo,
into it
Bundina
though,
go
because we
from,
already pointed
um,
out their typical
Hinara is
play
open
style
though.
of really grouping
Hinara,
up together
Basic man
and
is a
finding
Atlas
very
man
tight
so
formations across the map when it comes to the team fights. So a lot of the
Hinara
X-mid lane
option?
options, mid lane options are still going to be open.
Ibarat
Even
pa,
jungle,
Hinara
which
nila.
includes the Hirara first pick of YG this time.
Yeah, it's a pick that you really can't go wrong with in this current metagame. And if ever Falcons wants to
Selena?
rush something like the Uranus, wouldn't be great. I think they would probably rather pick up the Esmeralda and the Eudora as their first 2 picks and then just build around that
draft pretty
with
good
their
card, right?
red 3 or red 4 jungle pick. But I think they also need to make sure that Haji gets a good one. Let's see if they're really going to lean in on Eudora right away or if they're just going to get the Selena and Esmeralda right off the bat.
That's what I was thinking, because I think if it's about comfortability and just keeping the aggressive tempo of the game, then might as well just go for what has been working in terms of Falcons and their playstyle so far. So that includes the Selena, maybe even a bit of the Valentina if they also want to put a bit of more restriction towards the options later on. But they do lock in the Selena and reveal Kyle's hero matchup in the jungle early too.
Yeah, and what I like here is without picking the Esmeralda or the Uranus, they're not making the EXP lane trading obvious. They just lock their cores. They didn't need to know pick up the Nolan here. They could have picked it red 3, but it's good because now they can play a little bit more into the matchups that if ever Yangon decides to show something like the Roamer or the EXP laner, they can get something a little bit more favorable. Because for Falcons, it's clear. Their Roamer needs to be someone with concussive blast that can help clear the wave fast. I'm thinking maybe Agata Kacha a little bit later on if Yangon are too early with showing a artillery backline style mage.
There you go. I think just
Lucian
because of the fact that
Arlott.
we're expecting a
Arlott
concussive
they had,
cast
but
or
which Arlott
even
they had,
a
man?
revitalized roamer from Falcons to
Eczema.
come through, then it's all the more reason for you to just pick up the juice in. And knowing that you're up against a Selena and a Nolan, this will be the safest pick to go for, with the Crimson Beacon and potentially even a Purify
Chao, I
to
think
come
Chao राम्रो
through.
pick देखिरहेको छु मैले
But the
त
Arlott gets revealed. This is
Chao
different
राम्रो
for
pick up
Ying. It's a
कि 12 कि
change
Chao
in
12
terms
कि Chao एउटा
of
दिन्छ
play style
12 कि Chao
compared to
मा
the
एउटा
first few
हेरेको
heroes that we
दुःख
got to really see
12
from
कि
him.
Chao
The
मा एउटा
Barretts, Ruby, Yura, and the Frey.
12 कि Chao मा एउटा
New hero here for Ying, going to be the first time he's going to be playing Arlott this MSC. And there have been many drafts where I remember us discussing with a lot of the dives, with a lot of that aggro
100%,
trading,
101.
people would be saying that, hey,
Let's go,
the
let's go,
Arlott would have been a great
W,
pick, but it was
W.
either banned out or overlooked. Now Yangon are picking up early, which
ban
has to
क्या
be
हाल्नु
somewhat
छ
alarm
Falcon
bells
ले?
for Falcons, and acknowledging that
Falcon
Yangon
ले
are
ban
not
के
messing
गर्नु
around.
त?
They're really here to dominate.
Yeah, and it's Falcons this time to get a hold of the Barretts, which
किन हान्छ
at this point, if you're really looking to lock down
Company-
certain heroes, specifically even
man.
if it's the Hirara, it's
Marksman-
looking to be a bit tricky,
Cricket
so
team में
there
Marksman
will be
roam in
potential different targets.
Marksman के
If
छ?
you're looking at really just
Claude,
shutting down or taking
ban
out
भनेको
one
Claude हो?
member during the
अब
objectives,
Claude ban
might
हान्छ
as
होला
well
यसले
be
Claude धेरै
a
खेल्छ नि
Blink
सान्जीले
hero later on, since I think that's been a
Sanjile Claude
trend in the
धेरै खेल्छ
previous games too. Whenever you see a Barretts on your team and you just really want to take out the rover on the
Front
front
ban,
lines,
okay,
which at this point
interesting.
they're really narrowing down because they even took out the Carmilla.
A really good ban there by Falcons, considering that they're all very dive heavy, close range. We discussed it earlier. Got the Kacha, as expected, gets banned out by Yangon. Would have been a great pick for Falcons regardless. Beleric has already been banned out, so in terms of the roamers, we might be seeing some unique ones pop out here. Let's see if Mathilda might make a showing, or maybe Glue or a Cho.
Yeah, because Mathilda, I think, is just the wave clear that will be
Well,
a
like
bit
to know,
more difficult.
Yeah, one thing I remember,
घण्टामा
there might
5
be a
super chat
roam
आउँछ
pick
केटा
that
हो
Falcons has showed before that Yangon
memberहरूले
might
पठाइन्छ
need to
आउँछ होला है
respect, and that's the Akai roam for Ogwin.
लिङ्क पनि हेर्ने त्यो
Arlott
लिङ्क
not really a
आजकल
fan
खै
of
अब
going up
खेलाउँदैन
against the
लिङ्कको
Akai
काउन्टर
roam.
भेटिसकेको छ त्यही भएर
And they take
दामी
out the
लागेको छ
blue
लिङ्क
here as
तर आज लिन्छ
well.
कि काइरीले
So we're
काइरीले लिनुपर्ने
maybe
लिङ्क
expecting some roamer to really
अस्ति
complement the
खेलाएको
Barretts in terms of just
last
really
week
going
लिन्छ
full
होला लिङ्कले
engage and up front against the composition that YG has shown us. Because again, they have so much ways to punish. They have the
गाटस
final
माइनर
slap,
म्यान
they
सबै
even
रोम म्यान भयो
have a
कति
juice
रोम
in.
म्यान भयो ओइ व्हाट द
So they'll
फक
have
1
to
2
deal
3
with less
4 5
problems now with the board being taken out.
सातवटा
But
त
the
रोममै
Minotaur,
ब्यान भएको
so
छ
the only
टोटल
concussive blast heroes
रोम बनाउनु पर्छ यिनीहरूले
is
अब
still there,
फाल्कन रोम बनाउनु
but
पर्छ
that will lead to
चाउ आई
less
थिंक चाउ नै
AoE
राम्रो पिक होला
setup
यार
for
यता
Falcons, I feel.
And what might be
Saura
tough is they
kita,
might have to
Saura
settle on
aila.
something with either like a Khalid or maybe even a high loss to really help fast clear
चाउ आई
the
थिंक
mid
चाउ बेस्ट अप्सन
a
लागिरहेको
little
मलाई
bit
त
better so the Selena doesn't put herself in danger.
Okay.
सेफ पिक
Hylos comes up there.
Roam
And a
सबै
great
deny
pick.
छ,
A
के
lot
लिन्छ
of
roam?
roam bans, counting at
चिप्टे
least
क्लड दिन्छ क्या थाहा थियो कि यसले
6
क्लड
with the
दिन्छ भनेर
Glue, the
म्याम
Marcel, the Atlas, the Gatakacha, the Minotaur, and the Beleric. So getting deep into the
क्लड अनि एउटा
pool
रोममा के छ रोममा के ओपन छ
and Blink.
चिप त लिँदैन चाउ
You know what? I was really
छ
expecting Blink to be one of the more unorthodox players, but so far he's been playing very meta. I think the most is the Carmilla.
Yeah.
That's been unorthodox for him. But the other options that are still there,
They still have the Cho.
Yep.
Sound हो, सानो
Mathilda,
आइरहेछ
but I don't think it really
Sound
works out
सानो
well. They
आइरहेछ
need a front.
ठिकै छैन
Need someone
साउन्डहरू
to
ठिकै
really
साउन्ड सानो आयो
stand the damage.
Yeah, there's not a lot of synergy if you play the Mathilda. Okay, with a lot of close range dive, you can pick up the Badang. It's a tempo breaker and always has been.
Badang,
It's a
okay,
great pickup.
Badang.
This is going to be the first
ठिकै छ
time we're going
बादाम
to be
ठिकै
seeing
पिक हो रोम सबै
Blink
ब्यान छ
pick up the Badang.
Still need the gold lane here for Super Marco. There's Melissa available. There is, which we've seen a lot. I mean, coming up, we've seen
Yeah.
Karen
एउटा घर
show
पुग्यो होला
as
हेरि
well. We've
नसम्झन
seen all
केटा
these
नसम्झ
variety type
पकी
picks.
त लिएन
I
पकी त
think
सिकी
even the
पुग्ने मात्रै
Moskov
लिन्छ
might work.
Moskov.
Because you have more range, you can just push back the
Yeah.
enemies.
I mean, high loss in Harris is
किनको
a great
साउन्ड
combo.
फान
Yeah.
आइरहेछ
If they really
मेरो कि
want to
गेमको
go with all in, so
I like
there they go.
Aerith picked up
तिमीहरू जिस्किरहेको
to
होला
close
नि
out
उनीहरू।
Super Marco's
नजिस्किनु
pick.
यार म फेरि यहाँ तनावमा
It was
हुन्छु
a
यार
gold lane and a roam
Harry
standoff, and it
Trio.
ends
मतलब
up
Brody
going
Lynch सोचेको यार।
relatively deep
तर
into the
बादाम भएर नि होला
roam pool.
ब्रोडी नले
But
Trio।
I'm
ठिकै
seeing
छ
quite
Harry
a bit
पनि नाइस
high-low
पिक हो
scene when things
त्यसको
like that
damage
aren't
चाहिँ
open.
छैन।
And now, guys, we've got our first matchup of our first semifinal.
ल गाइस कलेज द
The
फर्स्ट
draft in
म्याच
game number
आइ
one
एम
has been
सपोर्टिङ
really
टिम
fun to
याङ्गोन है
watch.
नयाँ
I feel
रिटर्नलाई
like
सपोर्ट
YG
गर्ने हो
have
म चाहिँ
switched up a bit in
फिलिपिन्सलाई
terms of
जसले
their
हराउँछ त्यसलाई
sequence,
सपोर्ट गर्छु म त
and that just goes to show the preparation they've had against Falcons.
Yeah, if Yangon Galacticos wins this game number one, then definitely that is going to be a shock to the system of Falcons.
Stream-मा त
Because
आइरहेको छ
Yangon went for high mechanic, really tough to execute, and they want to take it to
कमेन्टमा
Falcons.
आएन है
Well, MSC semifinals are underway.
Stream
It's the
आयो कमेन्टमा आएन
Philippines versus Myanmar. A spot in the grand finals on the line.
Lucky Zen,
Let's send it over to our
69,
casters,
tipped 20
Leo
rupees.
and
Check,
Trex,
check,
to
check.
start us
Is it
off.
working? Onic Live Fairy
Mingalabay
Final.
mabuhay. All of the
Maruane
Burmese and
Hainata
Filipino fans
Falcons.
watching
Let's
all around the
go.
world. And
Falcons,
everyone enjoying
Green Heart.
esports
Next time
World
comment
Cup
में
2026
Eagle
live from Paris,
Masarapp
France.
changed
Who
team
gets closer to the grand
VTR
finals,
Rora
the
Onic.
mid-season cup? One of these teams get
Thank
that
you so
much
much,
closer
Luffy,
to at
yeah.
least 500 G's in the bank.
गेम साउन्ड सुन्नु भयो
Last night
होइन
we
ल
started
ल ठिक
things
छ
off a
अब
little
3
bit
मिलियन
slow,
4
but we
मिलियन
ended
भन
the
न
night with a huge best of
Volume
5.
बढाऊ,
I feel like
कस्तो
YG
volume?
Falcon can deliver the same kind of action to us right now. Falcons started this tournament off a little rusty and so far have showed up
मेरो
and
volume
now
हल्का
seem
बढाउँदैन
to be one of the possible dominant forces. YG on the other hand, this could be the big test for them. This could be the possibly
hello.
first huge
ठिक छ
challenge.
अब
They have been playing as close to a full
ल्याग
race
रे
tournament
ब्रो
as one
मलाई
could
ल्याग
go.
नहाने
Again,
तिमीहरू गेम
as
स्टार्ट भयो
mentioned by our panel, the lowest amount of deaths across the board, stats on stats, all across each role. Now they're facing off against world champions, players who have gotten this close, Trex, this close to actually
ठिक
taking
छ
down
ठिक
the
छ ठिक छ
mid-season
ठिक छ ठिक छ
cup
सबै ठिक छ
2 years back. A minute in, and so far no clear lead just yet. In the EXP lane, Ying is playing a first, at least in this tournament, the Arlet versus his signature, Barats.
ल गाइस त्यसको साउन्ड कि सानो ठुलो गरौँ भने कमेन्टमा भन्नुहुन्छ ट्याङ्क चाहिँ हाने गेममा ध्यान छ म फर्स्ट म्याच खेलेर ऊ हानिसक्यो ओगिन मर्यो आई थिङ्क राम्रो ट्रेड हो यो फाल्कनलाई फ्लिकर बेट भएको छ
Testing the possibilities right now. Seeing the master for the price of his revitalize, forcing out the flicker from Blink. I'd say that's a good deal. Definitely a good deal. Cooldown very much shorter on the side of Ogwin. Might even have it, won't have it for first turtle, but still, the possibilities that Blink could have done with that flicker are going to help out a lot more. Falcons knowing this, moving on to the turtle now. Blink decides to back off, YG decides to back off, and the first turtle's bursted down in the name of
ओए
Falcons.
खा यार मर्यो रे
Throw it out, Ying into the wall.
Ying को फ्लिकर छ
Ying should be able to get away from this. Force another flicker out from
स्न्यापले
YG.
कत्रो कमेन्ट हाने फ्लिकर हान्दा
Getting very aggressive early on. All right, for the first time in this matchup, we're seeing the gold lane showdown. A Claude versus a Harith. I'd say Sanji's playing this as good as he can. Because the Claude, I mean, the best course of action for him is the double lane. But Marco is applying so much pressure. But I don't know if they know this. Small cap stolen away by Han already. Which is a good thing for YG. They got to make up some ground. And honestly, I've been looking at the
कसकोमा ल्याग भइरहेछ रिफ्रेस गरेर आउनु एकचोटि फेरि साउन्ड आएन नि
push in here and there. Super Marco's been playing it back. Wait a second, a lot of damage onto Han here. Kyle continues to push forward. Falcons continue. They're testing the cracks. They're seeing if
Oli
there's
bhai,
any
Falcon
weak
ने
points
first
that they
order
can
पायो.
capitalize on right now.
वही
And
में
this
आया
could be it as
Falcon
Falcon drop the glorious pathway, move on to the
Love that,
purple.
blue off.
Was it stolen? Yes. Kyle able to take it away from YG. Oh, they knew that there was a 10-second window, but they don't pull on Ogwin. A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin
Come on, come on, Yangon.
Immortal man right now. Oh, they know that the Master still has his revitalize off of cooldown. Now Falcons looking to equalize, at least in the gold lane.
आदिले खेल्न दिएको छ
No gold shields taken just yet, so neither have a huge lead over the other. Sanji and Super Marco at deadlock. I mean, the offlanes have been essentially at a stalemate. The game has been essentially at a stalemate. Still 0 deaths. Both teams have been getting little punches off here and there, a little gut shot here and there, but no knockouts quite.
भारतले ल्याङ हान्छ क्या भारत पिकअप फर्म छ नि यो फाल्कनको साइडमा भारतले कसैलाई खाने बित्तिकै नराम्रो बर्स्ट गरिदिइहाल्छ
In its peak. Post-pandemic 2021, before utility jungles, before macro became king, that's when the Philippines and Myanmar were on top of their game, and we're seeing that flourish right now before our eyes here in Paris, France. So what do you have to look out for as we come into this next turtle? Falcons once again want to rush it down.
One common angle.
Looking for an angle in.
ओए भारत हाई फल हाई नाइस ब्लिंक लेट्स गो ओए बा हाजी हाजी लो तो नाइस वन यांगोन ट्याप लिफ्ट गराने ट्याप को फ्लिकर छैन पनिशमेन्ट भ्याउँछ नाइस मरि नाइस वन यांगोन लेट्स गो ट्रिपल किल नाइस वन यार
lose their members, but they lose the second turtle as well.
और बड़ा ये फिल्म चल रहा है
Marco has 2 on him, plus the turtle. Yangon Galacticos have snapped their way into a massive lead again. Relatively speaking, 4 minutes in,
Yangon नहीं करा फॉर्म में है बॉर्मीज और
is basically light years away, economically speaking, in a macro-heavy game like this. Watch it once again as.
अरे बादांग ने 4 जना पकड़ दिया है.
This is a I'm not trapped in here. You're trapped in here with me moment with Blink. That was a perfectly placed crack.
And that's
Mitto on I might say Yangon
where everyone is grouped together.
The
thing is, that's what Falcon's going to want to go for. That Dennis welcome comes in, they want to jump in, and it's all going to be about who pulls the trigger first and who can counter better.
They broke Falcon in half like my arm. That was as beautiful a start for turtle number 2 as you
Marco la carry no Marco line
2000 gold lead. Sure, Sanji and Marco are still relatively at
Marco la se ki halto dela farm bonnale
that they stopped Marco from joining that fight because look, 2 dudes, 3 dudes at a third of their health. That would have been heaven for a Harith, but they made him think twice. And now look at this. Even Blink is bullying Marco out of farm's range. Oh, big knock-up. Ying dashing in with the vengeance.
Ui, nice. More. Ogin more. Nice. Nice one, yeah. Yangon. Also, freezing a leather, Yangon.
So this is something that our panel alluded to. This is the Burmese ube, the purple ube. Well, that's literally what it is, Yangon's colors. They just, at the most early possible moment, clump up and punish for
Rusty
take this lineup.
tipped
All of
50
this
rupees.
is off the back of Blake, and I love how they put the armor in too, just to make sure that if everyone's not in position for the perfect wall, Ying can do that for you.
Falcon knows this.
Thank you so much, it's risky.
Go for that turtle.
For 50 and thank you. Onic time, herum la ado. Onic ko time.
Nolan wasn't even. I mean, Kyle's not even trying. He goes down to bot lane. At least they gained some ground down there. Tier 3 on the bot side has been taken in the hands of Falcon, and this is where they will.
Your first match, right? This is the first match.
Small mistakes of we're gonna try to force this open. No.
First match में Yangon form में जाए, one game बंद बहुत देने के डा.
Keep things even.
And I think that's wise.
First if Dallas जीतने series जीतने के डा. No one game.
Right now, almost down 3K. You can't face Yangon face head on like this. You just can't. So fortunately, they have the kit for that. Haji can lay traps. Vision is a little better for them.
देखा जे तेरो 5-man ulti.
Kind of walk in the brushes, flush them out the old-fashioned way with Kai's lantern. So for now, Falcons, I'd say hunker down. Take the next 3 to 4 minutes to get Marco up to his mid-game power spike, and then I'm gonna even say this. Ogwin can't play the way he was in the first 3 minutes. Like, you can't just body block anymore because the damage is real from Yangon.
Yeah, especially at this point. You know, the first round he could get the Revitalize off.
First 2 turtles.
Even second, he was able to get the Revitalize off. But by the time that gold lead got past 1.5 into the 2K range, we saw Ogwin finally get bursted down before he can even start running.
इसमें जो only versus team is like Russia versus Indonesia.
We're going to start seeing more damage from him. And with the fact that these tier 3s and the off lanes are down, YG can also fully hit that purple.
Only game पनि आज हो यसपछि हो केटा. हमने भी था.
So if there's anything good going for Falcons just yet, because Yangon are putting a chokehold on him, is the fact that the damage profile is at least palpable for Yangon. All you gotta do, get physical armor. That's it. There's really no magic threat.
Sanji now testing the distance on there as well. And
Yangon!
Final slash Ogwin.
Oh, Yangon, what the fuck, bro?
Welcome in response, gets him against the tower.
बता.
Smart Force Blink taken out as Han tries to get away. Sanji with the blazing duet connects on to no one. He looks for the re-engage, and Ying's there at his back, keeping Falcon at bay. 2 for 1.
GG यार Yangon, nice engage यार.
Falcons, Yangon still calling.
Win! Ying! Marco Colchino!
And Sanji and Kais are here now.
अति मिठो यार, अति मिठो. आज पनि गयो, nice one.
Keeps him away. They're going to move on to the Lord now as Falcon watches it.
All right, so at least Yangon knows that with the kits remaining in Falcons, again, a Zaman Force you see online.
Lucky Zen 69 tipped 50
has a
rupees.
glorious pathway once
Correction
again. They know that
to
they
the
can't
last
just
super
blitz the
chat.
Lord. Once
It's
again,
Onic time to
not
cry
mention that
like
about
in
a minute ago or
M5.
so, that after the crack, final slash or the other way around. It's just so easy.
Thank you,
It's a one-two
look
combo.
again.
Even under
Onic
tier
र
one.
Falcon पर्यो
It's
नि
not like I
Onic
said, it's
जित्यो
easy. It's not a hard to hit combo. As long as you connect down to the
Final
Lord,
ma.
though, Han does.
Oi, nice Lord by. Let's go. Let's go. Oi, Ingrid
Press
the back.
50
Flat's gonna try to connect as well. He doesn't have the stacks,
Ajapani
so some
Onic
defenses
Co
right there. But look at
against
the damage on the
my
blink. Kyle
Basalamasu.
still popping off, even at 0, 2, and 1.
That is a bargain.
ये
I'd
तो
say
दोनों ही
Blink
बराबर
for
नहीं
a
है.
Lord like that is a good deal. This puts you at
Thank
a
you guys.
wash.
This is guys more
Taking that
हल्का
tier
गेम
one,
में
so at least
फोकस
the
कर
map
दे बेरो.
It's a little
ये
bit
जैसे ना आते.
more breathable for Falcons. They
Thank you,
keep the
thank
lead
you.
at about 3K.
And that's where Falcons always find something to make up for it, right? It's one of the great things that they can do and always will be able to do. Yes, you lose Lord. Yes, you take a member, but now you bring it at a standstill by taking this tower, and they've been doing it from the beginning of the game. But YG now looking for the engage on the mid side. It's looking similar to last time. They're going to have to watch out for Blink. Blink doesn't have the flicker right now. As Lord comes down the boss side, YG looking to switch up gears, try to gain ground somewhere.
Lord, put down to a third, hit with that retribution, and Falcons get to keep their tier 2. So we're back to where we started about 2 to 3 minutes ago. Blink with the
Wait,
conceal. What are
Blink?
you looking for?
Wait,
This
Blink!
track off too.
Blink!
does
Blink
it
the goat,
again.
the goat, the goat,
Not
Blink.
just one, but two members.
Crazy यार Blink.
YG looking for more now.
Oh,
As minions
yeah,
crash
यार
outside
angle
of the
ले.
win, Pops revitalized, caught in fist crack once again against the wall, taking out a double kill for Yang. Mid tier 2.
Let's go,
Falls as
let's go,
well, and
Barbie.
YG are going to work their way up the map to take more.
फॉर्म में यार बॉर्मिस तो कस्तो बॉट हान्ने यार फिलिपिन्स भाइ. यो हो नि त. अरे त्यसले धकाल्दै के नभए पकडेको थियो यार त्यसले यिङले. नाइस वान यार, नाइस भयो यार.
They're able to pop
कस्तो धकाल्दिरहेको
shields in
प्यासिभले.
mid and top.
नभए चाहिँ मोर्छ नि
Bottom
काल्दियो.
lane, don't even get me started.
अरे Blink मा
Amazing
crazy
start.
यार.
I'm pretty sure
Crazy
that
यार.
conceal
Crazy
almost counters an
conceal.
ult. When Falcons heard that, all they could do was skedaddle.
They knew it was coming. They were running.
Probably,
like,
yeah, Blink.
once you hear it. And so YG now have taken all the tier 2s on the side of Falcon. It's a great start for them.
Best of 5 वेगेट अब best of 5 3-0 याङ्गन.
Not completely conceding just yet.
Clap. Clapले
So
जिङलाई आयो.
it looks like they might even try to get this purple.
तर के ब्लिङ्क चाहिँ ब्याक लाइनमा हेरिरहेको छ. नाइस भने ब्लिङ्क पुरै जोन गरिदिरहेको छ ब्ल्याक लाइन.
Maybe a slight misplay by Flat.
More
Thinking
Ogin
they
bunny.
could do something to at least get their purple Oakwin.
Goda fire, no.
Enemy jungle. As YG closes in on him, he does buy time though, and YG's onto it. They send the rest of their members back to the mid, back to the top to try to defend. I think that was all part of the plan for Falcon.
Little two-step there. Ogwin, I think, was just trying to go for the self-execute. He wanted to die to the turret instead of conceding over
त्यो
more
फाइनल
XP.
पुग्छ क्या यार याङ्गन.
But alas, they
एक्सपेक्ट
just
गर्थेन यार यो
found
टिम
the
फाइनल
number.
पुग्छ भनेर.
I'd say
Damn
if Falcons
यार.
wasn't so sure that this was a fight that they were willing to
Damn,
go,
यार,
they should have
याङ्गन.
just conceded the purple. I
Crazy
think that was
performance
all
दिइरहेको छ यार. यो पो
in
त यार
terms of
अन्डर
maybe
अन
finding
टप
a
टिम
good
त.
shot, but 12 minutes in, maybe after we check Haji's
On the
items,
top
we'll
team,
know
they
if
got
they're
on.
ready. Because if yesterday's match, Game 3, between Team Spirit and
म्यानमा
Falcons,
को
if that
टिम
was
फर्ममै
any
छ यार.
evidence that a late game Selena is still something to respect, then maybe there's still something left for Falcons. Maybe if they cross that threshold, what, 16, 17 minutes?
6600 को गोल छ.
But the thing is, it's at 12 and a half. They do still have inhibitors. The fact they were able to slow down Lord #1, we've seen this happen before, right? It means with their inhibitors, as long as Falcons doesn't make a huge mistake, they can probably survive this push. The Falcons don't just want to survive the push, they might want to fight for the Lord itself. It's Flap TZ, checks the tri-bush.
किन इमोट दिएको देख्छ यार.
And Young on Galacticos'
Is that
lineup
weird?
is just much better built forward. Glorious Pathway dropped in.
Kai's in a bad spot, will take some damage. Kyle makes his way in, but Blink once again with a conceal play. Falcon knows they have to back off. Creates
For
space,
गयो.
able to get the Lord.
Ying nice one, Eddie.
They collapse down
Oh
and
my
Kyle falls.
God, what a
Flap
final
next
play.
to the chopping block, taken out as Ying is
मार्को नि मर्यो. मार्कोको ड्यामेज छैन. ओए मार्कोलाई हाने यार ब्लिङ्क मेनियाक. सक्यो जिज यार.
Go back to base. Haji's gotta try to stop them all alone.
We're not
Bro.
at 15 or 16, ladies and gentlemen. I believe
म्यानमा को सबले क्रेजी खेले यार यो गेम. सबैले बवाले यार.
You thought it
All
would be
team
even,
man.
but YG take game #1 with a 9K gold lead.
Bro, what the fuck?
Stating their business here.
फाल्कनको चाकै हान्दिन्छ.
2 weeks in MSC, and Young on Galacticos continue
Bro,
their undefeated run. Choose Arthur.
GG यार.
Falcons left reeling. Only
One side,
on the
one
board.
side.
Yeah, that wasn't a game right there. That was a statement of why we're here from YG, showing that, listen, no matter what, we are ready for this. And don't get me wrong. Yesterday we saw games like this start and it went back and forth. And if anything, we can tell from this game one, we're definitely in for a series.
वार्म अप म्याच हो अब
As
त्यही भन्नु
soon
पर्यो
as
नि अब हारेपछि वार्म अप म्याच हैन
found the ults on their two initiators,
काइललाई
the
फ्यानी दिएर
Harrow
त
and
फ्यानी
Badang,
नदियो भने चाहिँ काइललाई वान ट्रिक फ्यानी
it
दिएको
was
काइल
all but over. Haji wasn't much of a threat. I hate to say it, but waiting for that final moment, waiting for you to be at the late game power spike might have been too much. That's expecting Yangon to just lay down and take it, but even against traps, even against the macro play that we know Falcons
W
do
यार
so
W
good at,
याङ्गो नै लेट्स गो
Yangon
फाइनल
just
मा
said,
पुग्छ
"No,
याङ्गो
we're not even starting."
And yeah, well, Young did such a good job. A lot of times, a team like that.
Get out, सबजना make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe हान्नुमै get out. So I like पुगिसक्यो already.
They make some
So कोही
mistakes,
दिन
but
आज
they
पनि
did
7
make
हरु
any
like
mistakes. I do think we will get a bit more of a breakdown from the panel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ying continues to not die. Had 3 more kills to bump up that 20-something KDA. As Yangon Galacticos prove yet again, it is not an underdog story. They are now by far the favorites. They are undefeated. They remain undefeated.
Comeback
It's a
गर्ला
uphill
त
battle
comeback
for Team
चाहिँ
Falcons
अब
Philippines. But
घर
we saw
गएर है
yesterday
next time
where these
series मा
early
Falcon
games
बाट
went the way of Aurora Gaming, and Onic found
Thank you
a
so
way
much
to bounce
for
back
20 NPR.
by
Zresky
extending
tips
those
20
matchups.
rupees.
So what can the draft
Loudly
tell us?
crying
Lots to break
K,
down in
come
game
back
one right now here with
Garlata.
Brig and Renmar. Brigida,
Comeback
what did you see there?
next
I know
time
it was
series
tough
मा
for
है
our Philippine
यता
fans,
यता हैन
but
यता
it's
हैन
great for
MSC मा
the
हैन
Myanmar fan base, especially at that watch party we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, there are times you could
Yangon
definitely
ne tara
expect comebacks, but
ati
in that
performance.
scenario for
Masarapp,
Falcons,
Kyrie or
specifically
Kyle
the fact
Finney.
that they had to play with a Selena
Sorry
from
यार
behind,
Finney
with I
चाहिँ
think one of the
Kyrie
trickiest
को है number
heroes
1
to play from behind with, on top of the fact
Number
that it
one
took a while
Kyrie
for
नै
Super
Finney
Marco
चाहिँ
to really scale up. I think that was already 10 to 11 minutes,
Yeah.
and he still had to.
Assassin मा त Kyrie नै हो
he
no
still
doubt यार
had yet to pick up the
No
Holy
doubt.
Crystal, so there were really very
Link
little ways
पनि
for
Kyrie
Falcons
कै
to
हो
fight back.
Yeah, once Falcons lost Turtle 2 in such a massive way, of course, with the beautiful combination of the Juicen, Arlot, and Badang together, up against a lineup that wants to get in your face and dive often, those 3 heroes have proven time and time again throughout history that they're great with breaking tempo and ruining your focus in team fights. Because in the moments where Ying would start dashing in with the Vengeance second skill with the Arlot,
For me,
the
Kyrie
target
fan
acquisition
Kyle
of
को हैन
Falcons starts to
Kyrie
dip. You're
Kyrie
wondering, okay, who are they actually going for? And without that Harris
एक गेम हारेको
around,
Kyle
with
Smith
all
चाहिँ
of the
हँसाउँछ
crowd control that
Kyle को
Yangon
बिल्ला हाल्यो
has,
नि तर
Falcons just did not have the time and the
Kyrie
damage to be able
better
to
यार
win team
Assassin मा
fights.
चाहिँ
This was perfect drafting from Yangon, perfect gameplay, and that's why I'm putting them in such a high pedestal. Why
Yes.
I've complimented them
Yeah.
more than I have Falcons heading into this matchup.
Yeah, YG continued to dominate, and again, the stats will show it as well.
Red
This
Arlot
is a
top
team
3
that
Masarapp
is not faltering.
Arlot
They've been given this
खै यिङले
huge
भर्खर कस्तो इम्प्रेस नै
focus on this
पर्फर्मेन्स दियो यार
tournament,
अति
and
नै
they are
क्रेजी खेल्यो यार
living
यिङले
up to
भर्खर
the expectation.
तर आई थिंक फर्स्टमा स्यानफोर्ड होला
Superseding it, to be honest, and
सेकेन्डमा
you
को
can
होला
tell
आर्लोट
just in this game that it's the real deal.
अरू
I
आर्लोट प्लेयर
mean,
त्यस्तो छैन
we did see a record
पुरै
of only
खत्रे टुर्नामेन्टमा
5.57
देखाएको
average
को छ
deaths
अरू
for
नेट
YG.
नेटको आर्लोट थियो यार
And
बबाल
look at what
And
they
that goes
प्राइम
down this
प्राइमको
reflected
बेला नेट
here in this game.
आरएससीमा
All
हुने बेला
deaths, all
थर्डमा त को त्यस्तो छैन यार आर्लोट प्लेयरहरू आई थिङ्क अहिलेको पर्फर्मेन्स अनुसार त हिङ नै हो यार हिङ टप 1 मा होला क्रेजी खेल्यो आर्लोट भर्खरले क्वीनको आर्लोट ओ माई ब्याड यार क्वीनको आर्लोट यार गाइस क्वीनको आर्लोट पनि छ यार बिर्सिएर टप 3 मा हुन्छ क्वीनको आर्लोट फ्राइड चिकनको चाहिँ आउँदैन टप 3 मा चाहिँ नि यार तिमीहरू एनीलाई कति ग्लेज गर्छ यार एनी एनी त्यस्तो राम्रो छैन हो हाइप मात्रै बढी छ एनीको जस्ट बिकज अफ मोबाइलले एक्सपेक्टेसन लास्टै हाई गरिदियो क्या एनीको अब मोबाइलमा हाबे त अभियसली होइन एनी खत्रै नै हो नो डाउट तर आई थिङ्क मोबाइल बिना त एनी केही होइन यार आई सी फाल्कन पिएच गोइङ फाइनल्स रे लेट्स सी अब जे नै हुनसक्छ होइन गाइस सेमी फाइनल पुगेको
Dresky tipped 20
वान साइड त
rupees.
हुँदैन
I see Falcon PH going finals.
मेरो आर्डर त डोरी छ हौ मासारप पिलुलीको डोनेसन आयो यार फेरि अकाउन्ट टु न्युज यहीको आज आफ्नो भाइ के भन्नु कमेन्टमा नआएर कस्तो लाग्यो भयो क्या
Masarapp
Okay.
Kululi tipped 20 rupees. ACC to new WS Yahiko Aja Afnovai KO game Harna. Paraskako X A Reho Masarapp Melee. F. Bima Dekte They Pound Moment for Yahiko Family. W Brothers.
Bro, what the fuck? No one on artist यार यहीको प्यारिस गएको रहेको गेम होइन किड मगाएको गेम होइन प्लिज यार प्लिज त्यस्तो नभन यार लेट नगर न what the fuck लिक्विडको गान हानेर गयो जे भने नि लिक्विडको यार त्यो MP7 र ऊ त्यसले थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर 28 पेयर 28 पेयर दिएर केटोले त अति नै डिसरेस्पेक्ट हानेर गइदियो यार केटा हो अब के भन्छ याङ्गनले अलरेडी एक गेम जितिसक्यो होइन अब 2 गेम जित्यो भने सिधै डाइरेक्ट फाइनल अनि फाल्कन जान्छ थर्ड प्लेसको लागि के हो फाल्कन किन हल्का सेकी पर्फर्मेन्स दिइरहेको छ भाइले लिगको अगेन्स्टमा त क्रेजी खेल्यो त्यो त उम्, म नि यार मोबाजेनलाई चाहिँ म सबभन्दा बढी इन्टरनेसनलमा मोबाजेनलाई मिस गर्छ यार मोबाजेन भयो भने इन्टरनेसनल सिन हेर्न मजा आउँछ क्या हल्का स्पाइसी चाहिन्छ मोबाजेन कस्तो स्पाइसी छ अनि प्लस राम्रो छ जे होस् गेम पनि राम्रो लाग्छ मलाई मोबाजेनको इभन अस्सी नखेले पनि त्यसले पुरै एनेलाई एमएलबी कम्युनिटीमा पुरै छिनाइरहेको छ यार मोबाजेनले गर्दा मोबाजेनले फेरि एमएलबीमा ल्याउनु पर्ने हो क्या यो मुन्टलले भन्नु पर्दाखेरि मोबाजेन जस्तो प्लेयर चाहिन्छ हो एमएलबी कम्युनिटीमा दाइ हेलो मनिष हेलो हेलो एक काम छ के कमेन्ट के दाइ हुन्छ दाइबाट मैले किन ब्यान गरिनँ यार यो मान्छेले अब दाइ भनेर मान्नु भयो मलाई मोबाजेनको डिडी मनपर्छ के बोल्छ यार what the fuck? हुन इज गोड तिमीहरूलाई हुन लाग्छ होला तर मलाई चाहिँ मोबाइल नै लाग्छ है इभन मेरो नाम मासरब छ त्यही पनि मलाई उयो नै गोड लाग्छ क्या फकिङ मोबाजेन मासरब थाहा छैन भाइले द प्ले अफ चोकर्स त्यो प्ले अफमा जहिले चोक हान्छ है यसपालि पनि इन्टरनेसनल चोक हान्छ आउनु खाजा हान्छ म स्ट्रिमबाट चाहिँ म भ्याउँदा नै आज आउन Fred was the best player in NA, but Jane was most popular. मलाई चाहिँ मोबाइल नै लाग्छ मोबाइलको मेन्टालिटी मोबाइल चाहिँ ओभर रेटेड चाहिँ भन्न मिल्दैन यार प्लिज यार अब यो अति गरे नि यो मान्छेले अब एकचोटि लास्ट टाइम त स्ट्रिमको भियरहरू खाएर पेट बढ मैले भनेको थिएँ त म यहाँ 2 दिन भ्याउँदैन भनेर म यतै छु फाल्गुन अझै हार्यो के भन्यो तपाईँ अब पढेर सुन्छु
Zen tipped 20 rupees. Ma Atai Shu Falcons, Aja Hario Vani, 3 Ta weekly giveaway from Mero side +1 Ta to Terabao 6,440.
ल फाल्कन हार्यो भने यता डोनेसन चाहिन्छ है 2-3 हजारको माई गड दाइ नै भन्यो भन न बहिनी के भयो बहिनीलाई के भयो अब धेरै भयो क्या गाइस धेरै भयो हो मेन कुरा त फाल्कन हार्यो हार्दैन ल फाल्कन हार्यो भने लुफिजेलले डोनेसन हान्छ रे गाइस Na, 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 na. Guys, धेरै भयो क्या धेरै भयो. मनमा ढुङ्गा राखी हाँस्नु परेछ भने सुनेको कि हुन्थ्यो मैले. सेकेन्ड गेम हारे म जिन्दगी एमएल खेल्दिनँ रेमको. वाट द फक. याङ्गन स्ट्रङ छ हो. जे नै हुनसक्छ नि. ब्रल हाल्नु ब्रल अब गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ यार. मलाई फोनमा स्विच गर्नै मन छैन. अब रोक न गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ अब. फर्स्टको म्याच अब फर्स्ट म्याच याङ्गोन र फाल्कन पिएच. सेकेन्ड म्याच ओनिक र स्पिरिट. तिमीलाई थाहा छैन होला नामहरू. स्यानफोर्डले फ्राइड चिकनलाई ग्लेज हानेको थियो एउटा इन्टरभ्यूमा वुल्फको. फ्राइड चिकनको राम्रो छ गेम. तर आई थिङ्क मोबाजे नै होला हानेको थियो. केटा अब ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट हुन्छ. गेम चलाउन हाल्नु.
That's probably never happened, right? I mean,
No,
if
no.
at least they're tying somebody, because that can't have happened 3 times. Undefeated, getting to grand finals. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though, guys. We know it. We're excited. Like, we feel the energy. I know you guys at home feel the energy. Let us know what you think, because EWC has not disappointed. The
Blink
MSC
if
of
you love
upsets.
के भन्छ.
So anything can happen as we see the bands.
Barat,
Karat's taken
Valentina,
away. Not going to be on flat this
Fanny,
time around. The
Atlas.
Valentina as well. And a Fanny Atlas. So Yangon, they didn't have to ban Atlas and they didn't have to ban Freya. And that, I think, gave them an advantage in isolating some of these picks. Now they have to, and they have to consider if we don't ban Freya here, we're going to get that to flat. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Falcons, their third ban, if it's going to be a Phovius, will be telling, but Yangon's ban of the Atlas is telling as well, where you know and expect that most likely we're going to be seeing another assassin performance by Han. And at the same time, it's putting a little bit of a dent onto Falcons, who don't ban out the Phovius, they ban out the Marcel, because now you have Freya open, Hirara open, and that's what Yangon looks like they're going to be playing around. That, okay, go ahead, pick up the Freya, but we're going to get the Hirara, and you already saw us be ready to deal with a lineup that wants to all in and dive. What if we put another extra threat up on top of your head, which is what if we suddenly show up with a Juice and Hirara again, and then your Freya's suddenly going to be thinking twice about every engagement.
Or maybe even the Bellerit, because I doubt the Freya would like either of that. Just heroes that could stop the potential engage and just prolong the units, which I think the Freya would greatly like, but they ban it out instead. Would rather not hand it over to Falcon. So the Hirara option and pickup can be considered here. If you're Falcons, just have to be mindful of the other potential trades. That will include the Bellerik we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like Bellerik is primed and ready to get set up as the first pick, and they do lock it in. Yangon don't need to rush that Hirara, but I think they might actually be okay with doing so. Han is brilliant with it. And then let's see if they're going to rush the Eudora right away just so that they don't have to worry about it, or they're going to lean towards some of their old favorites. Again, Eudora, Gord, Juicin. The mid lane for Yangon has played only 3 heroes. Make that number 4. Oh, no, still 3. It's still just the Eudora.
I like it. And you get the Harara back. Feels good. So same old stuff. Why would you stop not just a winning formula, but an undefeated formula?
Yeah, there's not much to change up, especially for Yangon here.
Now the decision for Falcons is whether or not they go Uranus or Esmeralda. You don't see enough to warrant an Esmeralda. If you pick up the Uranus, it looks great overall, but then you're up against most likely an Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Unless Falcons take something out of the Yangon playbook and decide to pick up a little bit more of an aggressive EXP lane hero, I think they're going to lean in towards the idea of just prioritizing Roman mid now. Wouldn't be surprised that if they go for pokes as early as now, they decide to go for the Uranus.
Okay.
They save their mid for later, they still pick up the Nolan.
Which is different than the first draft where they were all basically showing the same lanes.
Nolan, Uranus, फेरि Nolan near there, Kyle.
So the bans will be different here.
यसरी बेलिक त पास हो.
Yeah, maybe since they know
Bharat
the
ban
matchup, the
गरिदिन
EXP lane
आएको.
can be an option here, because honestly, I feel like the hero pools for Rome and Gold are a bit too deep for Yangon. They can just really play around in the second phase of the draft if ever they want
हिराले
to.
ल्याङ गरिरहेछ नि.
Now the difficult thing here for
Oh my god, one trick Claude
Yangon
आएर
decides
त
to show
सहिले
the
Claude
Claude
खेल्छ.
right away. I feel like this is a little bit more of them trying to manipulate the draft so that Super Marco doesn't really have a lot of picks. Because I was worried for the draft of Falcons, wherein if Yangon stretched this out long enough and it gets overlooked by Falcons, they could show up with the Melissa later on, knowing that they're already up against a Beleric and Uranus. No one's going to be able to reach her. But this is, again, just more confidence coming from Yangon to take out the Claude, and let's see if they're going to continue to just focusing on the heroes of Super Marco by either banning both, they take out the Clint, or they ban one gold laner option, and then they just pick up more heroes that can mess them up. Remember, Falcon still has a Brody that they can play with here.
Yeah, and I feel like at least for Yangon, them picking up the Claude here in this part of the the options for Falcons in terms of the mid lane in a sense. Because you really would want to consider a bit of more range as well in order to just reach and get a bit more access to the backlines of Yangon, but knowing that there's a potential dive with the Blazing Duet as well from a Claude, then they might be also pick up a Farsa.
Does feel like they have an answer potentially to the
मेरो
intense
खुट्टा कस्तो नि त
engagement
हो.
that we saw from YG and the Beleric and Uranus. That
Net
should be able to
अब
at least
sorry
slow
यार
people
इन्टरनेट
down,
नै यस्तो छ.
survive a little bit, maybe catch you off guard with an ultimate
किन
rather than
लाग्छ?
a Dryad, make things difficult to get out once you do overcommit. But now what's the other play around it? Because Zushin getting banned, how do they access these characters? How do they get to the Claude when he gets in and gets out?
Claude ban, Claude pick
Make
भयो
sure the
दादा,
Eudora
blue
doesn't
ban.
have too much presence
के ban
in
हान्छ
these
फाल्गुन
team
अब?
fights.
Up in your face surprise stun. They ban out the Esmeralda. I think they can go for a Vexana as a consideration pick later. Then pair it up with something like a Brody, or they dig deep into the bag of Falcons and decide to play the map a little bit more, and they go for Low Yi Brody to close it out. But still, with Yangon not showing their Roam and EXP, they will have to show one of those picks now. Picking up the Low Yi and the Brody to close it out, and then if ever they have a one really strong formation breaking EXP laner as their last pick, then Falcons, that would have been checkmate for them, and Yangon going 2-0 in the draft.
Ooh. Yeah, at this point, I feel like there you go.
Ruby.
The Ruby does show up. They've already taken
Ruby
out the
nice
Juicin,
pick,
which
yeah, राम्रो
I
लाग्यो
think
Ruby pick त
is
मलाई.
one way to tell that they really just want to go in. They really want to get these
Ruby, I
melee
think राम्रो pick छ
heroes
त.
and fighters in the draft to complete their lineup. And the Selena still gets picked up for the second time here for Falcons.
Whoa. I really thought they'd go for a little bit more AoE here, but they already do have the Beleric anyway. I still think the Loyi would have been a fantastic pickup, but let's see. Maybe they still have so much faith in this
खेल्न
Selena
फेरि
that
सेलन
the
ल्यायो केटा
concentration
हातले.
provided and the arrows is going to be enough
के लिन्छ
for
त
them to
Yangon
read
मा
Yangon's maneuvers.
I'm thinking
Roma.
now, because at this point
Badang
it
once
looks very
again,
tight.
Badang
The
लिन
formation
सक्छ.
looks very tight for Falcons. Who knows what Blink would be considering again in the role, because we've
Moscow
seen a lot of
Brasselna.
options which I think would work out really well for them here
यो
in
गेम
this
पनि जित्न चाहिएको छ
scenario.
मलाई याङ्गनले किन
The Carmilla that they previously used is up there as well.
Yep.
I think that can be a consideration. If not, the Badang that they previously used to just complement it with the layers of
Killing
crowd
Torom
control
Maya
might
Gole.
be an option as well for Yangon.
Got a Kacha available, Cho available as well, but kind of a tight-knit group there. So who are you going to isolate? Who are you going to pick up if you are the Cho and get that kick on?
Yeah.
Just questions to be raised. We'll see how deep that pool is for Blink here.
Yeah, because you really don't want to kick back the Belleric.
Yeah.
No.
The Uranus is going to pack the Purify.
Matilda.
Matilda. Strong combination here by Yangon.
Bro, what the fuck? Yangon
And
pick
they
you
are
हेऱ्यो
able to
जे
balance
मलाई
out their
त्यही
draft in the
लिइरहेछ
sense that they're not going to be as easy
तर
to
हान्छ
take
थाहा
down
छ
in
यहाँको
the early
कम्फोर्ट हो
game.
याङ्गनको
They
सबै
have some good shields.
लेट गेम राम्रो
But
छ
there is a realm of possibility
तर
where
आई
Falcons
थिङ्क
gets the
जित्नु
first
पर्ने हो
two
फाल्कनले
turtles.
सेकेन्ड गेम त
Turtle
कहाँ
3
हार्छ
will be a decider.
गाह्रो
And then
परिहाल्छ
Lord
सेकेन्ड
1
गेम
is where
हार्यो
it's
त
gonna be
रिभर्स
at.
गर्न
Did they do enough?
Marco
At
never
least for Falcons
loses
right
on
now, they're not
TikTok
very specific in
Moscow
terms of their win cons in the early
Let's see
game.
यो गेम हार्छ
But
होला
I feel like execution-wise, I'm just expecting the Yangon
Yeah,
to still
Claude
be
पनि खतरे छ है
as
फेरि
fast as we saw them in
यो
game number 1.
The Moscow
Yangon
picked
को
up for
Claude
Bulletproof Super
player
Marco. He is a star for Falcons. They need him to show up big. It's the second game, a second lineup, a draft that the panel a little less decided on, but still feeling like Yangon can execute. Drax,
Let's go Team Yangon
2 games in a row. I think
मतलब कि हल्का रिस्की लाग्यो लेट गेम पुग्यो भने चाहिँ जित्छ होला याङ्गनले अर्ली गेम
I love that last pick,
Oh my
Matilda.
god के हो ब्लिङ्क
It
छ
fits the Burmese's play style so perfectly. You see Blink is already crossing over, scouting 3. He's going on a 1v3 recon mission, Trex.
And that's what they did in game 1 too. Not as deep, but still constantly. They're not scared to get in Falcon's face at all. Yesterday they knocked on the door until it finally, or last game they knocked on the door until it finally broke open. And this time I got a feeling we're gonna see the same exact thing.
So far it's up to Falcons to adjust their tempo. They found out that in game 1 you cannot take your time. Slowing down Yangon Galacticos is not an option. So good to see that Falcons are finally here, at least when it comes to early game rotations. Marco here, dueling against Sanji, using
Marco Moscow मा हारेको छैन हैन अब हार्छ
what kind of duel are they getting into now?
नहीं Sanji
Likes pain at this point, I think. But look at the damage on Sanji.
तो लेट गया गरे यार Sanji ले
All right. That's what Mirko would call the walk-up. Just straight up opening a rift from God knows what dimensions, putting the fear of God into Sanji.
Link more than that,
First time we're actually seeing these trio go toe-to-toe.
And all
Nice one,
fingers
eh?
on as
Well,
well.
more.
You can see the big attack here. Kai's goes down. First blood for Falcon. And the Falcon crowd finally erupts.
The other half
Han
of the stadium acknowledges the fact that finally
More
Falcons
Blink
are taking
more.
to the skies. Han, going for the steal. Blink very low. Forced to flicker out.
Good flicker at that. Flap now.
Blink.
Setting things up for the rest of the team. A big
Han
flicker
was
from
nice.
Down goes Han. Kyle finally put a kill into his pocket. Stack that up with the turtle, and it's a beautiful start for Falcon.
2 minutes in and 1,000 gold up. Trex, is this what Falcons was looking for? As a big picture draft, I'm going to die on this hill. I really like what Yangon have brought in, but were Falcons just looking for a tree to perch on? Was it just really the Belleric that changed the way they play?
I honestly think it is. Belleric has the ability to stop YG in their tracks and also respond. Yet last game, Falcons had issue in punishing. They had issues finding those moments and biding enough time, and this time, Falcon found the answers to do it.
SOD thrown out to try and secure. Sanji acknowledges the duel. I'm going to double down on that. I think the fact that the Burmese Ube, the Yangon Yam, is so evident that an ult like the Wrath of the Dryads just throws that sideways. And it's not even for Ogwin just using the ult. The whole kit of Belleric answers so much of what Yangon are good at.
Not to mention, when it comes to the big team fights, even Sanji on this Claude is going to have some issues dealing with it. Everyone on the side of YG might have some issues. Han taking a lot of damage from Flap. Flap is in their face non-stop. Big ult comes from Kai's there, but not enough damage quite yet. Flap and Ogwin forced to back off, but Falcons in general still staying on their side of the river.
They're going to threaten Han here. Oh, the flicker! Dryad comes in! Picking Han off!
That one's gotta hurt. Another pick onto Han, 0-2 and 0, and we're just getting started.
Already the 3 kills that Falcon scored all game 1 long has been achieved here. And forcing a BMI out of Sanji, an arrow thrown out. That's 4 members that they're sending over.
It's being cornered right now, but Kais and Blinks are showing up to try to help. Falcon saw them coming. They said, no, we'll let you have this one. We'll let you have this one for now, but look at Flap. The guy's a menace.
This is one of the few things you actually gain from Uranus. Call him what you will, a brain-dead hero, very little mechanically brought to the table, but macro-wise, he's controlling that quarter of the map. The Ruby has very little to do. Ying can only hope to try and stop Flap. That's 2 free turtles going over to Falcons.
Yeah, this game has taken a full mirror image of last game. Falcons with a huge lead already. We've already got items stacking in for the side of Falcon, and I'm waiting to see when Ying can actually get involved in these fights, because I think that was supposed to be one of the possible answers to what Falcon brought. It was supposed to be the same kind of response that the Belleric is giving Falcon right now, but the fact that it's stuck in the XP lane, it's not moving as fast as Flap is, they can't capitalize on it until the Yangon Yam can actually activate, until all 5 can actually group up.
And I doubt it's gonna happen anytime soon. Lane per lane, roll per roll. Falcons have checkmated Yangon's prior rotation. So one might say game 1 could have been a download. They were checking how much they can get away with, how far, how fast. And Falcons are the ones rotating now. 2-man, 3-man coalitions, blazing the way by Sanji.
Yeah, but I think he really just wants to get rid of these minions, but he's not quite able to do it. Circling Eagle does come around, but it's more of a defense mechanism for the side of YG. They save the tower, they save Sanji.
Flap continues to just dominate and say, see this part of the map, the upper quarter, that's all mine. And I think that's what's denying Yangon Galacticos their prior aggressive rotations. And they're gonna have to find a way to fight for turtle number 3, or else just fight for the late game. I'm looking at what, 14, 15 minutes in, Wrath of the Dryad here by Ogwin, forcing a response out of Yangon. There's no lanes that Yangon can go home.
Yeah, this is tough for YG. The constant pressure from Falcon, and the fact that they're able to send 3 to 4 members down to this bottom lane is because of what Flap is doing in the top side. At this point, Han isn't getting orange buffs. He's being permission to get it, but wait a second, a lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin with sliver health. Falcons don't want to let him go down, but YG doesn't want to let him get away. Ying finally able to put a kill on the board.
Bloodthirsty and bulletproof. Ying across the board prior to this series starting has had the best KDA, least deaths among all players, but now he wants some kills as well. Forcing that flicker. Turtle number 3, Yangon on the board. Unless Kyle has something to say.
Kyle does not have something to say this time at least. He tried, he went for it, but YG were able to secure a position. That's gonna help a little bit in terms of gold, but still Falcons holding not only a gold lead, but a map lead with 2 tier 3s down on the side of YG.
Long-term trade, that's worth it. The price of Ogwin and a turtle for tier 1 top and bottom, that is what Falcons wants. Nothing ever comes for free, and they're able to maintain a stranglehold on Yangon's economy. Han not on the board just yet. He's struggling. Every little small camp. Hey, for the first time in what, 2 spawns, the orange buff is actually open for him.
Han is able to get it, so that's a good thing. Falcons now changing their pace of it. There's no more off lanes to gank exactly, but for the damage on a Flap, does pop the Consecration, will be safe to get away. Still has a Purify in the kit. Super Marco shredding down on this top side. YG getting a bit more grouped up now, and Falcon has noticed.
All right, we see a little bit of the bulb, a little bit of some growth in the Yangon Yam, but approaching the 4,000 gold lead, and the fact that there's no one threatening Marco. 8 minutes in, no one threatening Marco. Now arrow thrown out.
Ying, Wrath of Dry does come out, circling in, will get the big knock-up, and in comes Han, getting a lot of damage. Sanji with a Blazing Duet, Ogwin caught in a bad position, Haji as well. YG don't want to let it go, they want to fight back. They're looking for the next target, and comes Sanji from the side, a nice flank on Ogwin. Ogwin tries to get under the tower to safety, but there's no safety against Yangon right now.
No shelter will stop you from the Yangon Yam as they Uber their way into a flank, converting into a turret, trading. Actually, 1 for 4, was it? That was an amazing response out of Yangon Galacticos. A Circling Eagle that knocks up 3, takes out 2 of their core members. And I don't think even the coaching staff, the folks in the Yangon Galacticos holding area, were expecting that fight to go as well as it did.
That 3-man knock-up sets everything up. And at first it looked like YG were split up. But what Falcons didn't know is they were actually pincering. I don't think it was planned like that, but YG found the moment and capitalized on it. In a matter of about 20 seconds, the gold has been minimized, and the game is a standstill.
That is improv in MLBB at its finest. Suddenly, Han has 3 kills. Man's got a triple in that sequence. But so far, this is one of the few windows wherein Falcons have to say, not again. You can't do that twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So now they know that these small avenues on the map might be dangerous. And I think Yangon have found a way to do that. They've rope-a-dope Flap. Flap might get overloaded. That's the problem here. Once they figure out how the Filipino cannon can kind of blow up on his own in his face, then that's how that works. So they have to overload his Purify, overload his Consecration, and somehow find a miracle. 3-man circle eagle already used up by Blink.
Big knock up. He might not be able to get away from this one. Flap, though, with Consecration, still goes down. A kill into the Book of Han. Onto the top side, though. Ogwen misses. Purifies our pop. Flicker's used. YG still wants to fight for this as Falcon remaneuvers. Watch for Kyle on the backside. Han with the engage, able to get the iframes. Forces Super Marco away. Han looking for a target once again. Ogwen brought low. YG collapses on top of him, and down he goes. Kyle knows it's a lost cause. He can't engage.
That's what I'm saying. You take down Flap, SOD thrown out. Not a good idea. You overload Ogwen, and then you deny Falcons the entry to anything else. Lord number 1 goes over to Yangon Galacticos. Falcons have to switch it up. It can't be the same thing. You have to find a way to engage off of more than just Flap. Long haul, check in that range with a jab. There has to be some straight to the face that Falcons can pull, but looking at it right now, their whole draft, I don't see it anywhere soon. There's no way that they just pick a fight from out of nowhere. Element of surprise is always going to be on Yangon's side.
So now Falcon, I will say this, with the ults they have, with the skills they have, they can hold a decent defense here. And if YG oversteps their boundaries, one big Wrath of the Dryad could counterplay. But maybe that's the answer for Falcon. Let YG come to you a bit. Let them engage and see if they overcheck themselves.
Which has been, I think, what Falcon has been trying, especially in that Lord Dance. It's just they dogpile on the Flap too soon. Fortunately, Flap has his Purify once again, 30 seconds off of Ogwen's Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo. But I think the damage has been done, man. Couple more kills on Han. Sanji left unmolested. 0 deaths on this Claude. Sure, it's been a difficult early game. They spent, what, 2 or 3 death squads to try and gank him out of that lane, but he never gave in. He never caved. So I'm guessing a good chunk of that gold, despite Marco having a good, what, first 5 or 6 minutes, has been closed in. Like, this is more than just an equal gold lane matchup. If anything, I think Sanji has more gold than Marco now. Oh, I'm offended.
Plus the stun, Flap is forced away. This time YG doesn't cause the full collapse, and they know when they can, they know when they can't. They decide to back off. Let's see if anyone walks into Kyle here.
Kyle holding left mid brush. Oh no, Flap walked into 3.
Purifying Consecration gone from Flap. 60 seconds to Lord still though.
This Burmese Ube is lethal. Not more than 30 seconds are they ever apart from each other. That's amazing. And again, that's what Red 5 Matilda gets you. The fact that Blink can be within, what, 2 or 3 seconds a step away from where he's needed with a flicker too. So they're basically, you know how Louis folds the map in half?
Yeah.
Blink kind of folds the map in 2 quarters, which is almost half.
Fair enough.
Mathematically, almost half. Looking at the items, true enough, Sanji is 500 gold up on Marco. Even with Marco building the Wind of Nature, that doesn't protect him from Kaiser. Doesn't protect him from Blink's Rogue Wisps. So Marco is never truly safe.
All right, so what's the big answer, right? Ogwen didn't go with the Revitalizer or anything. He has the Flicker, so there could be your opportunity of surprise, but who's going to be the bait? And it seems like Falcons maybe 2 split up. Maybe they want to. Maybe they need to group up as well.
In an effort to split up Yangon's Ube. But wait, look, they're blitzing the Lord. Oh, there's no response.
Oh my God,
Falcons score!
And then the conceal, the hit and run. YG are going to try to close this.
Oh, Trex, true enough, you said maybe Falcons should group up, and they do. They blitz the Lord, and that's the price you pay for playing the Ube so tight. Yes, you can be within 2 or 3 seconds grasp of your teammates, but not the whole team to be in to respond to a Lord take that quick. What was that? 5, 6 seconds?
Yeah, that was fast.
Oh!
Wait a second.
Marco.
John Marco, circling eagle, gets the knock up. Han closed the distance and gets the kill. That's going to help a lot for this Lord push.
Oh, it was a little...
YG just need to get back to base now to defend.
Not a little. I think that was careless of Falcons to not check that lower quarter and have Marco walk into a brush that had 3 members of Yangon in it. So with Marco getting picked off, I think that neutralizes the Lord take. This is a wash.
All they get is, they get the tier 2 on the bot. They get the tier 2 on the bot, tier 3 on the mid. So they get a little bit of ground, but not what you would want out of the second Lord. But then again, they weren't even supposed to get that Lord, honestly. The fact that they were able to burst down, it still feels like a good win for Falcon right now. Flap taking a lot of damage. Circling Eagle. How long does that thing last? YG gets the offended. Responds with the Wrath of Drive, but it's not enough to save Flap. The damage is already locked in, and look at the blazing duet from Sanji. They lock on to Super Marco next. And Falcons have 2 men left standing as YG knock on the front door.
A Selena and a Belleric are not made to clear waves. This mid lane wave is crashing in. Falcons are losing this inhibitor.
They could lose more if YG wants to keep on pushing. The Cannon Minion still standing. Another wave left. Oakwood tries to lock in, but he can't quite save it. Haji bursts it down, and YG take down the Crystal in game number 2.
Yangon Galacticos at match point, 2-0 against the M5 World Champions, against a legacy team that beat Myanmar in the M2 World Championships. Yangon are 1 game away from locking the grand finals.
YG are showing right now that they have not forgotten the rivalry, that they've been remembering. They've been keeping tabs, waiting for this moment.
Before Malaysia versus the Philippines, even in the midst of Indonesia versus the Philippines, Myanmar versus the Philippines was the rivalry to watch. And Yangon Galacticos are reminding us who was in the grand finals first in the M2 World Championship. Singapore was their turf, and they're 1 game away from making Paris Yangon Galacticos home.
The ship is landing right now. YG 2-0. And the thing about this game, which is so different from game number 1, is YG didn't just stampede. They had a rough start.
It was
a 3,000 gold deficit.
0 to 60 in about a country minute, and then suddenly 120 in nothing. Even after Falcons blitzed that Lord from underneath their noses, they were unfettered. It's as if it was all according to plan still. Let's throw it over to Rain Day and our panel to break down game number 2.
Thank you, guys. Man, what a moment.
Woo!
Yangon Galacticos. No one in the galaxy, the entire galaxy. You know how big that is? Do we need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson over here to tell you how big that is? Because no one has beaten Yangon Galacticos in the last 2 weeks. That is how good this team is playing, undefeated and on the verge of a 3-0. Myanmar is currently on top.
Out of this galaxy. Out of this galaxy gameplay. You're
Thanos,
really seeing.
he can't even do anything.
If this continues, our trend for the past 2 days in the knockouts of having 3-0s in the first series will stay the same.
And who's been that guy with every 3-0 other than Rain Day? But Rain Day's been here all the time.
I've been for all of them.
Oh.
I've been here for every 3-0 result. Is it me?
Hey.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the teams. It's the players. It's,
No,
it's
man.
Yangon Galacticos. That went exactly as we expected. First 2 turtles go to Falcons. Clearly, they get the start. But then once you hit Turtle 3 and Lord 1, that's when Falcons needed to readjust their approach a little bit. And Yangon is online to be aggro because, again, their gold lane is so good. Their Claude, as much as I was wary of it in the sense of why pick it up early, you see why you pick it. Because it's similar to how it's played in the Philippines, where sometimes, even if you don't feel the impact of the Claude, as long as it can farm up, you're fine.
I also think that Blink is having a bigger participation in the reason this result is going this way than we're giving him, because his hero pool on Rome, he's showing it's deeper and more effective than a lot of others. You see a high-low sometimes picked up last and you go, oh, that didn't quite work, and that's where you might lose the game. But with Blink, he's running Matilda, he's running Badong, he's running whatever he needs. They're banning out everybody and he's still effective. That is so hard to give to your team, but he's doing it time and time again.
Yeah, because I think Falcons had all the reason to just play aggro and keep going after YG in the early, especially their mid duo, because it's not like Kaizen nor Blink even opted to go for a Purify anyway. But the timings on the guiding wind have just always been on point. It's not just the timings, the distance in which he decides to use them as well, and the directions have always kept their team safe.
And there was a glaring number difference there between the Eudora and Selena. As we see Yangon, they are light, they are feeling the vibes. Eudora dealt around 42,000 damage. The Selena could barely scrap 14,000.
Man, that mid matchup you've been trying to figure out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought that they deprioritize the Selena and go for maybe something like a Low Yi. You're up against a great team fighting team. And I will die on this hill. Right now, Yangon Galacticos are the best team fighting team in MSC 2026.
By far.
And if you have a mid laner who can mess up that kind of tempo during the fight, such as a Low Yi, wherein you have an option to play the macro game, as we saw Falcons play the Moskov, then that could be good. Pickoff will not work against Yangon Galacticos, because once it gets to their power spikes, they play against it really well. They were getting picked off in the earlier portion of the game, yes. But Turtle 3, Lord 1, they knew they were online and they were almost unstoppable.
One game away. One game away, we're going to see the best result in MSC for Myanmar. It's already been tied with 4th place, but now it could be a grand finals. And going undefeated as well, that one game would mean that they are probably, and I don't know back in the history, you know, this is just my second week here at MLBB, probably the only team that has done it undefeated completely throughout the tournament in recent memory, right, Brig?
Yep, there will be a chance, and that is going to be a statement, because it's not coming from the most dominant region ever in MLBB either. It's coming from a region who just recently resurfaced in terms of dominance, which is Myanmar.
All right, Brig, you got some stuff to break down. I was talking about Blink. What did you see, though, in that game, too, that's keeping Yangon ahead?
Okay, I would really want to go back to the idea of how much we saw Falcons really wanting to double down on the shutdown towards specifically the gold laner, specifically Sanji on this claw. I think we've seen countless rotations in the first 5 minutes towards the gold lane, which I think was the point in time where clearly Falcons were also dominating, but every single time Sanji was just able to survive. There was just such great help that you really got to see from both Blink, from both Kaize, and these are not the clips that we should be looking at. Yes, we should be looking at this first. Okay, so this is, I think, the first few moments, since again we're looking at YG and how they were able to get back in this game. One of the first few moments wherein they really started to get back in this game. You saw how they were able to first, of course, take down Ogwin, but the positionings and their mindfulness in terms of this fight were really key. Ying was just really blocking this entire area. You couldn't really get past him, and you wanted to rely on Kyle to just go in for the steal, because clearly without the presence of Ogwin, you would be at a slight disadvantage, but you still had the level advantage on Kyle. But Yangon really poured in all of their efforts to just prevent Kyle from getting close, and that was just what helped them solidify this gradual comeback even more. We take a look at this next clip as well, and this is, I think, one of the most punishing errors we really got to see from Falcons. You take a closer look, it looked like the perfect setup, Haji and Ogwen just working together, but the counter engage from Blink, that 3-man knockup, since again, we've been pointing out countless times, Falcons really like to keep formations tight, and especially with this lineup, that was all the more reason for Yangon to just go in with the re-engage, because they had all the AoE in the world. They had the Eudora, which really you wouldn't count as AoE, but it still had to some extent AoE, and Sanji, who, as much as they really wanted to shut him down, was just getting the necessary farm to deal the right amount of damage towards these members. Not to mention, them really being close together helped Han land his skills and get to put out the necessary damage towards more members of Team Falcons at that moment. And this is where you see the gold lead slowly going over to the side of Yangon. In this third clip, I think you really have to take a look at how Han and Kaiser were able to manage this team fight. They worked together so well. They tried to find the burst, and Ying with the entries. Every single time you see Ying go in with the flicker, it seems very well calculated enough, and Yangon have just resorted to the idea of going and taking down Ogwen, which I think became easier and easier for them as time went by, and that was what guaranteed them the wins in the objectives. And we take a look at one more clip here. I think I'm just really going to point this out because of how Falcons might have just really wanted to maybe try to balance things out a bit. They've put themselves back. There's been movement from Yangon towards the bottom side of the map, and they took such great advantage of this. They really went in for the immediate burst of the Lord. I don't think it gets caught in this clip anymore, but this was the moment where Falcons actually took away the Lord, but it did not matter because look at how YG still decided to take on the fights. Falcons, after they dealt with the Lord, revealed themselves for just a bit. Sanji had enough damage to already shred down Flap to pieces, and Ying with the follow-throughs, the entries, and the burst that had to come along. Mind you, Han wasn't even part of this fight just yet, but this was Sanji's time to shine. And that was just, I'd say, Yangon and their really mindfulness, how they've been able to keep themselves in this game despite how Falcons have been performing the first 5 minutes. It's very commendable. You really see how they've grown throughout this MSC.
Sanji's first 2 kills in that last moment right there, but that was the nail in the coffin. Also, the first time we saw in maybe the last 25 kills, death attempts, Ying die, but they ended up getting 4 kills in response on the side of Falcon. So YG still win that trade by 3 or 4 times. So Ying still proving valuable. All right, when we come back, it's a chance for YG to move into the finals. And before we do that, if you think this action is amazing, you want to be a part of it, not just talking in chat, but actually streaming it, join our creator program. You have a chance to earn some cool prizes, be featured maybe in some clips, and also you have a chance to build your community off of what may be the most interesting MSC yet. So take advantage of it, whether it's this game or any of our games. Join the creator program, earn some cool prizes, and be a part of the narrative. After this 2-0, it could be 3, but before we move on to that, we want to let you know I love playing with my friends. You love playing MLBB with your friends. Well, there's another way to play with your friends in Acecraft. Check out We Fly Together, a brand new co-op mode.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Awesome, blow the house down. This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right, champion.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet holds the trophy for MSC, which at this moment, we will see who will be fighting for it. Game 3 will either send us to another one or put Yangon Galacticos into our grand finals, as they would become the first grand finalist of this tournament of upsets. It's going to be a fun one, guys. The fans standing by, and they have been silenced on the side of Team Falcons PH. The last hope for the Philippines, well, there's still hope. As long as there's one more game, you could keep pushing it. But it has to happen now, Brigitte and Renmar, as Super Marco, even himself, I wouldn't say he looks happy. And I think that's just maybe a bit of focus, but also maybe understanding the task at hand. If they are going to survive, they don't need to just win one. They need to win 3 games in a row against a team who is undefeated.
It's hard to read Marco's emotions because he has been historically very stoic. Even his happiest moments, it looks like he was unhappy with it now. But that's really just how Marco is, man.
Yeah.
But definitely, I'm pretty sure that's what's running through Falcons' minds right now. They drafted well in game number 2. They just, again, weren't able to execute it all the way until the end. There was one play that Brigitte showed earlier with the engagement onto, I believe it was Blink yet again, or Ying, when Ogun dropped down the Wrath of Dryad that was around near the orange buff. They missed out on a key target to make sure that you get taunted, and that's the Eudora. That's the layers and levels that Yangon is playing right now. If their main conditions in team fights, whether it's a great source of crowd control or a great source of damage, if you can't take it down fast enough and if you can't focus it down, Yangon has a chance to turn the fight around.
And I can't believe they're doing this with barely switching up the mid lane. Like, it's
right?
Still just so 3 picks for Kaize, for Yangon. And mind you, Falcons, I think they're trying to do the same, but it's not like they have the most stable of mid laners as their priority. The Selena has been an on and off pick, which is very, again, difficult to play from behind with. So maybe, or might we see a change here for Falcons now that they're in this position? We'll find out.
It's been fantastic drafting from YG. And sometimes in a fight, we talk about this almost as a heavyweight matchup. 2 teams, 1 blow received. You want to respond, but if you get dazed, what does anyone tell a fighter? Keep going. Try to get them out. Try to end the fight there. And that's what YG have a chance to do. There is all this discussion, but at the end of the day, 2-0 down, you have to believe that Falcons are feeling it. But what can they do with it here?
YG, they still hold the perfect record. If they do it here and they go to the grand finals, they will be the first team in MLBB international history to reach the grand finals with a 100% win rate.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I think the boss just went and looked that up for us. Thanks again, Maui. Barat's Eudora Fanny band. The Eudora band from Falcons saying we're taking at least one of your cryo picks away in mid. What needs to change here, Brig? I mean, you're not convinced. It's hard to be convinced. It's an uphill battle, but what? Do you like the Eudora band? You like that, just getting that out of the way?
I think it will help in a way, but it's just really more on how Falcons maintain that early to late, because I think they're not, it's not like they find or have a hard time securing that early game, especially if they get to dictate the matchup in mid. So now that maybe they just want to double down on that, I wonder though, because at this point it's likely going to be a Hirara Cryo again.
Yeah, you have Hirara, Freya, Marcel, 3 strong first picks, all active as a choice for Falcons. But they take out the Marcel themselves. Don't want to risk them rush picking into it and Yangon suddenly just showing up with a Valentina, even though Kaize has yet to pick up that hero this MSC.
So at this point, you probably don't ban. Well, I know. What do you think, Redmar? Do you just not ban the Harara and not ban the Freya? That way, if you give it to Falcons, YG still get the Harara?
They might do the same thing and just ban out the Freya again, but then there's still an Atlas they have to think about, and I think maybe that's what Falcons might lean into. If it's not going to be the Marcel, then maybe we rush pick the Atlas and see if Kaize really won't pick up the Valentina. And then slowly, that's where Falcons might be able to build their draft foundations on heading into the next games.
Atlas been banned all 3 games, but this time the barats and the Eudora interrupt, and so it allows the Atlas to be let through. But I think the Harara here just feels so comfortable for YG, they'll probably be okay with it.
Take it away from Han. Is it the Harara or is it the Atlas? Which one will it be, Falcons?
Because I guess the only worry that I have if they go for the Atlas is that YG will have a pretty good idea of how the team fights are going to look like again for Team Falcons, and then they could just resort to some of the more unorthodox options that they've previously shown us, which I think would work out great against the Atlas. So they will revert back to a Hirara Cryo first.
Yeah.
But that will hand over the Atlas to YG too.
I think Yangon can double down on the crowd control. They might rush Juice in here, along with another power pick in the meta.
Juice in.
Wow. Atlas Zushin could be tough.
Or they go for Uranus instead and a safer one.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, now they probably don't mind the Atlas coming through.
They show it. So I think this is one of the cards that Yangon has been holding close to their chest. Not just this entire series, but this entire embassy to not show Valentina until this moment.
Is that a new mid, by the way? He's getting off his 3.
It's only been Eudora Gore juicing. Here's number 4. But Falcons, they win a trade in the XP. They get the Esmeralda while getting the Claude away
Yangon
from
2-0.
the hands of
Falcon Gordon
Sanji.
जस्तो यार केटा हो
So at least it'll be a
I
match
don't know,
in the
comment on
XP
this,
lane. It's just the gold lane that'll really matter later on. If you're looking at what Sanji could potentially pick up later, but he has a lot. He has a lot of options, honestly. And in jungle, though, what could be the option for Han? He's had a lot. Okay. They're going for Sanji's pick.
I wonder if they'll set up for either a Gwyn or Fred.
I was thinking Gwyn if they also had the Atlas, or maybe could there be a chance Falcons still go Atlas? If they go Atlas, then they have the Valentina to get the Atlas ult, then they have a layer with the spatial migration.
Yeah, that's actually the really tough choice here for Falcons. It's what roamer are they gonna pack? All the best roamers in this metagame have great ultimates you'd want to steal.
Yep.
Yangon still respecting the Selena of Falcons.
Okay, so they're the ones who will force Falcons to play a different mid lane. Up against the Valentina, I think there are a couple options still left.
Falcons might be considering a Farsa later, whether with a Uranus you waste your burst on him, you give the Feathered Airstrike to Ying, but I think Feathered Airstrike for the lineup of Yangon against what Falcons has shown for their main carries in the Hirara and Claude is okay. You do have the Claude anyway, and at least you get some little bit of poke, but then Moskov would be very happy to go up against a lineup that has a artillery mage. That's why Yangon have drafted this way. That's why they pick up the red 3 Moskov and they ban the Selena. And Falcons expecting it to come out, as we called it, they'll ban the Guinevere away from Yangon. They still have a Fredrin option in the jungle.
Fredrin, I don't know if we'll get pushed to a point where they bring out the Suyo all over again too. Because I think it's either way still going to be tough to pull off against Falcons.
But Yangon has done it before. They've been able to pull off that Suyo before, and I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly Han shows up with it.
If they do, Yangon will just gonna have one of the craziest records, because at this point even the Nolan's taken out. I don't really see a utility still coming through for Yangon.
Yeah, you still have other great mid lane options that could mess up a utility jungler.
Is a Harley an option for Han?
If they show it early, then Falcons can adjust their mid. They'll probably go something like Lilia.
Well, 2 more picks here, and it is the Harley. They do show it early, so we may see the Lilia response for some burst. But now the jungle is shown, and it's simply the roam needed for the side of YG and Sanji. Super Marco going to be on the Claude, so they've already shown what their gold's going to look like, as well as their EXP in jungle. They're looking for their roam and their mid, but the Selena ban is going to force Haji to play something different this time around, but could be a good thing, guys. He's lost twice on Selena. Maybe this is just a good change of pace.
If it's not going to be the Farsa or the Even, they'll probably go like Lilia Cho or Lilia Gotcha to close it out. But then you're still waiting for the roam pick for Yangon. Trying to think of roam trades.
At least anyone who could just body block.
Yeah.
There's just so much you have to body block here from Yangon's lineup, honestly. Okay.
Okay. So they do go for the far side. It's the glue roam that I wasn't able to remember. They don't have to worry about a Vixana. There's a Valentina on the other side.
Yep.
Well, Yangon can just go something stable in the roam. Tanky, dive.
They can still grab the Atlas if they want it.
Yeah, Atlas still open.
The Gatot still there too, I think, into the Farsa.
Yeah.
Will also be a great option for them.
If Yangon really just want to end it and go fast, I think they'll be brave enough to go like Kali Valentina in the center.
Masarapp गाह्रो भइसक्यो हेल्प
Or maybe
मिटिङ
even a Hilda.
प्लिज
But
यार
that's
मेरो
really
दिमाग
only if
खराब
they're
भइरहेको छ
super confident with it. They need a little bit more hard AoE crowd control up in the front. But no, they go for the Carmilla.
कसरी तुजेर खान्छ हौ म्यानमा खोजेर यार
That's their pick.
Okay, so this is why
Man,
we
man,
say
strong
they
भइसक्यो
can just really afford to save Rome for last because they have all
It's
these
insane.
options.
I haven't seen this happen before. I mean, Renmar, this is the deepest roam pool we've seen for sure on display.
Yangon Galacticos, it looks really good. It's looking very 3-0-able, but not to completely discount Falcons.
Yep.
They still have the chance, and their draft does not look bad, but it is the Carmilla of Yangon Galacticos.
It is the last hope for the Philippines in Team Falcons. There are club championship points on the line for Falcons, who are back-to-back champions. But it is Yangon Galacticos who are playing out of this galaxy right now and have a chance to become the first team to ever go undefeated into a grand finals with a 100% win rate at an international event. Let's send it back over to our casters, Leo and Trex, for Game 3.
For possibly the last time in this best of 5 in the semis, it's Leo and Trex at your service, bringing you the action between Falcons and Yangon Galacticos with an out-of-this-world performance and a signature Carmilla to close off the
let's go, let's go.
We've fallen into a whole new dimension at this point. YG showing dominant force.
Okay, let's go. This is the third match, maybe the last match.
Knockout life. Falcons, I like the draft though, I gotta be honest. I do feel like this is comfortability for Falcons. They have some answers. Last time we saw Haji on this Marza.
Yep.
It was monstrous.
And this is after 2 games of back-to-back Selenas coming up short, so this could be the turning point for Falcons, but that is just but a coin in the well, a hope, a dream to keep the series going. Looking at the emblems right now, so far, you can see that Flap wants just to hold down this lane. The Eternal Battle, as it's known for years past, have Uranus march up into an Esmeralda, just holding that dead lane. In the gold lane, though, it's Marco versus Sanji, but check it out. Foot's on the other shoe. It's the Claude and the Moscow switched up.
And this time, Falcons, to secure that, they made sure they got the Claude early on in first phase of
It's a draft, man.
damage does land down. The Eternal Battle's over. Taking the first loss in that EXP lane.
So, not to count your eggs before they hatch, but this is how Game 2 started as well. Early aggression from Falcons. Pick off their lane-to-lane winning. A pixel brush held by Yangon. They're going to jump Flap.
They're going to pull up, jump out of the bush. Flap does land, but it's not a damage to take out Flap.
No mount just yet. The grab has not been unlocked. A full the ult. Turtle spawned. Falcons, heavy presence.
Big damage on a Ying once again. It's another kill on Ying. Falcons starting things off clean. YG have no way to answer.
The Valentina on Yangon's side will definitely be key here. Kaiser has to play out of his mind to help secure the sweep. And their strike.
Falcons just not giving it up. Haji will go
nice there, Falcon.
It's a good trade. Blink now. Taking for a ride, but Kyle wants to take the purple. They decide to back off. No, play the brush. Come back in. Kai's and Blink just want to try to save it, keep it for themselves. Kyle's not going to want to give it up, but he doesn't have the retry. Still able to secure it. Still able to take it out of YG's palms.
Procs and picks are enough to commit Grand Theft Purple. Falcons up almost 2,000 gold. And I hate to say it, but I hope all the Filipino fans and Falcons fans hold their breath, because this is how Game 2 started off as well. A strong Falcons presence. They are here, and they're jumping in mid.
Oh, nice feathered airstrike once again lands on a Kai's. Kai's taken down low. Flap wants to try to finish things off.
Wait,
Flap
nine,
wants to try to take
nine.
out Kai's. Flap wants
to ulti ko
Kai's goes down. Blink.
Bro, what the fuck?
On the list.
Pure
The names have
Flap
been written, and Flap is writing checks.
That wall was just a little too thick. If maybe an inch to the left, an inch to the right, he would have gone through. But the falling Star Moon came up short, and that's what led to another kill. The Falcons now up 2,000 gold. About half a minute until turtle number 2. Marco is just focused on expediting the early game. Feathered airstrike!
Sanjiको क्लड लाग्दै हाल्यो
Up against the wall. He's been here before, though, and he's going to survive once again. YG, can they get a moment like they got in game number 2? Falcons, I think they learn from their mistakes, hopefully. You get the big goal lead, and once you start to get to that 8-minute mark, you slow down a little bit. You keep your 3K, you wait for Lord.
That moment, again, thrown back to game number 2 will come when the Yang on Yam begins. When they turn on more purple than black, and they ube their way into a punish, because that's what we're looking for. Curse of Blood. If Blink can link up 3-4 key members of Falcons, then that's it. Oh,
Marco.
So D there as well. He does come
Oh,
in.
Super Marco.
With the quick bob and weave, Super Marco tries his hand, but he counters it, Marco! Super Marco! Bulletproof Marco, whatever you want to call him. Two go down to the side of YG. Pulls out dual pistols from his nether regions and catches 2.
What the fuck?
Sanji falls given there was some backup from Falcons. But this is them playing on another level. Blink, fourth user vitalize. This is what we want to see, Blink. Not going to be able to make it. Not going to be able to survive. Falcon is collapsing on YG, sending them back to their own galaxy.
7-1 at the 5-minute mark. 4K up. They're trading top lane for
GDR
bottom.
Marco
And then
bottom.
more Sanji
Long,
breaks
Falcon
it. Slap is
and
bloodthirsty. Once again, a replay on that sequence.
Oh my
Sword Marco
god.
is dead.
The BMI bad.
And then right at the perfect moment, I don't know how many stacks the AOT he had, but the blazing duet was enough to keep him topped up while staying in the bush. I think that was key. Trex, I think it was just the fact that he was staying in the bush, denying the clapback, meaning his lifesteal was pure. Even at such an early point in the game, what was that, 4 minutes in? His lifesteal, whatever was in his kit at that moment, was enough to keep him 10% HP. Hence why the sequence happened. Marco is on a roll here. This is as good a start as you can get on a Claude 5 minutes in.
At 2-0-2, you've already taken the tower. And now, Falcons are going to start yamming up first. They're going to start pushing together, grouping up.
Contrary to that, I think they should keep pushing elsewhere. They should do a 1-3-1. That's what's happening. That's how you're able to get 3 kills on Flap.
1-3 Claude ho yo Sanji ta. Jale Claude
when Yang on thinks they can punish, which is again denying Blink what he's looking for, and they burst down Blink Flap from the back.
And Ron is unable to get the damage on a Haji.
Morel.
Oh my lord, Haji just deletes him. The damage is too much. Kaizen is able to respond back and take out Haji though.
Slap land gar raha tha.
YG finally putting the second kill on the board. Falcons Esports is unfazed though. They're going to move on to this turtle. They're going to take their 3rd neutral objective. And while this is happening, YG still split up.
3 for 3. Team Falcons are taking more than just a turtle. They go for another kind of Grand Theft Purple. Kyle is so guilty. A rap sheet. That is definitely something he's not beating. Top lane though is still definitely something that Yangon can They're 6K down.
No. They have to wait for a moment like last time. And the problem is they have Han, right, who's playing more off map, so they don't have.
Sanjiको फ्लड लाग्दैन जित्दो रहेछ यार एंगललाई.
Deal last time, able to kind of slow down Falcons in their engage.
And Ruby is another way to spell CC. Crowd control is something they're kind of short on right now. The only real way that they can find someone is off of the Spear of Misery, off of a Circle of Blood, and maybe off of Kaiser's stolen ults. But that aside, all Yangon are playing with are great mechanics, macro, and a hope that Falcons clump up. Mid lane's gonna fall, bottom lane already lost their tier 2. This is the best way for Falcons to continue. If they want to continue their life in MSC, force this series to go to game number 4, split up the map, deny Yangon their ube.
And they have essentially become so much more objective focused. Instead of game 2 where they were looking for lots of fights, willing to just go for the kills. Yes, they're getting kills this time, but wait a second. Nice stun on multiple members of YG. But even there, they don't commit. They know what the job is, and that is take towers, get turtles, get lords.
This is when you know that your team is doing well. When a glue is able to just build a glowing one. He's got enough in the bank to splurge on a full-on mage item. Even Flap and Ogwin alone are able to threaten the likes of Ying and Blink, forcing battle spells out. Purple denied once again.
I want to say that's 3 purples now that have been stolen from the side of YG. Ogwin is forced to jump off with a grab.
Ogwin more than FT गर्छ गयो तर
deadly magic off, but
गाह्रो छ रे कम ब्याक गर्न
deadly magic
7000
onto
को गोली
someone.
छ
He can't
8000
fully
मा
commit,
नभए
he can't get all the damage out there.
Sanji just built his golden staff there. A whopping 2,000 gold.
Thank you so much, Kushal Sen, for 200 Japanese.
Nary a shadow of Young Galacticos should be seen near the Lord pit here as Falcons score a major objective for free, uncontested. I'll tell you now,
2 गेम देखो रे अब हान्छ रे एंगीले भनेको हुन सक्छ है तर फिलिपिनो टिमहरुले रिभर्सिप त हान्न सक्छ यार फिलिपिनो टिमहरुले हान्न सक्छ रिभर्सिप
Not to mention another 2,000 gold.
र डब्लु एंग्री भन्दै ए डब्लु कुशल सेन है डब्लु कुशल सेन यार
Nice falling star moon does land on a blink. Falcons.
Oye, Aji lo to third test में तो गया Sanji lo ta push कर रहा था exam निकल जाना होता
Oh, but Sanji is playing where the
Sanji आयरा था तेरा बाव आयरा थे
the cat is absent, and right now Falcons are your big tigers, lions in the jungle. Sanji flat blocks it.
Okay, Han's there to help out. Sanji should be able to get back to base safely, and with 2 members of Falcons hoarding down on this top lane.
Oh, they deny Han!
They will be able to wait a second.
Kyle
Trying to get the damage on Kyle.
What do you mean I did that, Kyle?
Wait. You can't iframe out deadly magic damage?
Second slap.
What he did was iframe
Slap.
Cannon firing off on all
Ogin
cylinders.
मरे त तर ओइ 1 HP आएर ओगिन पनि
That's huge in the response.
I मार्को
He tries the saving grace play, but it's just not enough. Herbert, to answer your question, what he did was iframe, spell vamp into surviving the pop on the deadly magic. So yeah, that was mechanics on mechanics. Could have sworn Han was going to win, but Kyle, I guess, had his combo off right when he needed it.
Very well done by the side of Falcon now. We're getting close to a 10k gold lead as YG just tries to defend.
Wait, slap.
Star Moon on Sanji.
Slap.
Trying to back off. Kai's looking
Slap
to
of the backer. What the fuck?
YG. Haji brings down
Slap Bacho. Slap Bacho. Oh my god, slap.
Again, Marco has the blazing duet on
What the fuck? Slap ले कत्रो सोच्नु गरे थियो
is just a pew was enough.
Falcons are not giving up. They're not playing the patient game at all. They're going to keep on bringing these waves of conceal play. Kyle dives past the wall. Blink, brought down to about 10%, finally taken out. Kyle gets the kill. They're going to move on to the top side now as YG watches helplessly as their inhibitors fall and Falcon breach.
Oh my god, Falcon ले reverse sweep हान्छ क्या यार?
Is the lead. The gap between these two economically speaking. Folks, the fact that Falcons are winning and nary
Marco the ANC man छ हैन PS बाट ANC man छ Marco.
Clapping back. Why this is so impressive is the fact that Yaman are undefeated. In comes Ogwin.
Right into the backside. Then the airstrike flicker. Sanji goes down. Blink is already out. He comes back onto the map. Brings out a feathered airstrike of their own with the IMU. YG still trying to defend. One inhibitor standing.
सरी डिफेन्ड गरेर छ रे यहाँ मैले.
In the Falcons.
तर मिड कुराहरुमा त बाँकी छ 90% त हारिसक्यो गेम यिनीहरु.
Know the next job. Another purple denied away from Han.
Kita सबजना make sure to like this stream hey guys, like पनि गर्नु न. 306 people watching so guys, make sure to like and subscribe as well.
Taken mid as well. The problem with what Kaiser was doing there was, yes, it was the right thing to do to take the feathered airstrike and to clear the waves. But you're not dealing with the heroes. He has to make a hard decision. Do I blast Falcons and punish them for staying in a little too long or clear the waves? And that's what Kaiser was dealing with. He had double jeopardy on him. I don't care
Yangonले राम्रो खेलेको छ भन्न न तर फाल्कनले बेटर खेलेको छ थर्ड गेम त आउट प्ले हान्दा चाहिँ बेटा
minion waves. Young Galacticos have a grocery list of things to do even before they can contest the Lord. Hell, even get out of their own base.
Falcons now playing it patient. Wait for a Lord. Can they end it here? Does YG have what it takes to defend this, Leo? Sanji 0-3-0, who's their big shredder. They can't really burst down with Han right now. He doesn't have the damage. They need to try to pull this Lord to the mid side. Keep it away from their base tower as much as possible.
तर Yangon top 4 पुगिसक्यो मलाई MSC मा कसले एक्सपेक्ट गर्थे top 4 पुग्छ Yangon
both defend and clear waves. Flap jumps in, Han coming in from the flank. Has a space escape in.
Han
still standing. They burst down the little boy.
Han is gone.
सक्यो
Looking for a target with the flank
सक्यो
on the top side, flap into the back. Kyle.
हिरा र जसले पायो त्यसले जित्नु रहेछ यार
Connected, flat misses the falling star
हिरा
from
र
mid
हल्का
air.
बोकन
Strike
छ
comes down and Blink's
जिजी यार
deleted.
जिजी फाल्कन
King trying to defend,
रिभर्स
trying to
फ्लिप
clear
आउनु
the
सक्छ
waves,
यार
trying to save the base, trying to get in their face, but Falcons have to
इन
back
इन भयो इन
off.
भयो
YG still defending, but it's too low. Haji's in there, and
जिजी यार व्हाट अ
Falcons
गेम बाइ
finally put a match
फाल्कन
on
यार
the board.
वन साइड हान्दियो त
Not so fast.
बेस्ट अफ 5 नै पुग्छ क्या हो
Suffers their first loss in all of MSC 2026.
ओ याङगनको फर्स्ट लस हो अहिलेसम्म व्हाट द फक
Even aliens can bleed. Falcons
ब्रो
force a
फर्स्ट
game
लस
number
यार
4.
याङगनको एमएससी मा त्यस्तो गेम
It's
भइसक्यो यार
time
फर्स्ट
to
लस
regroup for YG.
ब्रो व्हाट द
Falcons found the answer, and it all started in the
GG
draft.
यार,
In
GG
gameplay as
Falcon.
well, they knew when to hit the gas, when to hit the brakes, when to
पिएस
switch
भर्सी इन्डो
lanes.
पिएस भर्सी इन्डो हुन
Very
सक्छ
clean
अब
from
फाल्कन
them
यता
to
हान्यो
go on the
भने
map, and now it feels like anything's possible.
Yaman losing. Carmilla on Blink, failing them. The Yangon Yam, the Burmese
रिभर्स चाहिँ हान्छ त केटा हो फाल्कनले फिलिपिन टिमहरूले हान्नु पर्ने हो तर प्रेसरमा खेल्न सक्छ मजाले
Again at the highlights, it started in the early turtle up top again, denying that, bearing down on Sanji, even baiting Han and denying him certain plays. And again, when you're playing on a team that has been together for almost 2,000 days, count how many years that's been. That's the
Falcon.
majority of what Falcons have been working with.
मार्को लक इन भइसक्यो यार
Almost 2,000 days. We started the count in season
मार्को
17.
इज
Almost
लक इन
2,000
गाइस
days they've been a
7
team.
years, six and a half years.
1,000 and something.
Oh, 1,000. 3.5
This
years.
is the kind of reset you're
ओपन अप
capable
टास्क
of.
म्यानेजर लेट्स
And
गो
Yangon
स्पेसिस
are now in an
रिभिल
unprecedented position, Trex. They're
Good
coming
buजेन मैले
from momentum taken away from them. They've never felt this way in MSC, not in Paris.
This is very true. Yangon
Falcon
has
giving
not
hope
faced
to
defeat yet. They haven't
Angon
pushed
just to
into a
reverse
corner.
it
Can they
just
recover?
fear
We saw
कहाँ
Falcon
त्यस्तो त होइन
recover.
यार
Let's see if YG can do
Falcon
the same
एक
thing.
गाँड
Let's see what
फाटेर होला
Yangon
Falcon
has
के
to
मलाई
say about it. How we doing over there, guys?
Well, it won't be international history with that stat. 100% win rate gone as Team Falcons PH come
100% win rate
alive.
gone है
And the
याङगनको
Filipinos' last hope continues to bring just a chance at something special. Still, 2 more games must win back to back. But it does bring a lot more energy into
Onic
the
हार्यो भने
Nova
मैले चाहिँ
League
हेर्न देऊ ल
to get
केटाहरु
Remar. What a game. I know you've got some stuff
Onic
queued up, but
उत्तिसँग
Blink,
हाल्छ टिम स्पिड
reactions, finally
3-0
they
टिम
get the
स्पिड
win off their chest and they can breathe at least a little sigh of relief.
Yeah, I feel like everyone supporting Team Falcons here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet can afford to breathe just a little bit because that was a very dominant way to get back in the series. You know, they started off strong and they clearly shut down the XP lane multiple times. I think that was a
Masarapp
huge difference
Kiluli
maker, at least for
tipped
the series.
20 rupees. This is what 12 13k lead look like. Imagine our goat, Yahiko goat, lost with 18k gold lead, rolling on the floor, laughing, rolling on the floor, laughing. No Claude, no Harara, no win it seems like.
दिदी थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यार लुफी ए लुफी हैन कोरे मास्टरअप कि थ्याङ्क यू यार आई थिङ्क हिरा र लास्ट ओपी छ अनि त्यही हो हिरा र जसले पायो त्यसले जितिरहेछ धेरै जस्तो म्याचेस त सो हिरा र प्राय गर्छ होला रिटिङ अब बिहानै हुन्छ होला मास्टरको कालो जिरो बोलिहाल्यो म त स्पिडलाई सपोर्ट गरेर गाइस 2-3 हुन्छ होला जित्यो नि स्पिडले गाह्रो स्पिडलाई जित्न 60-40 हो 60-40 कि 70-30 होला 70% ओनीको चान्सेस छ 30% टिम स्पिडको चान्सेस छ जित्नलाई अरू टर्कीले हानेर आइरहेछ फर्ममै होला यार तर याङ्गनले चाहिँ यता जित्छ क्या हो याङ्गन पो फर्ममा आइरहेछ त मार्कोले त क्यारी त हान्नु पर्ने हो लेटमा केटा एमएससी टिमहरूले नराडी भने त कसले जित्छ लगाइरहेछ एमएससी एमएससी कसले जित्छ लगाइरहेछ ओनिक टिम स्पिड याङ्गन कि त फाल्कन धेरै जसो ओनिक नै भन्छ होला तिमीहरूलाई कसले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ भन न एनसेरी एमएससी याङ्गनले जित्छ याङ्गनले हो यो चोटि याङ्गन रे वाट द फक ओनिक फाल्कन्स इलुफ्रिजनको त फाल्कन्स ओनिकै ओनिक देखेन मैले म चाहिँ लाइक अब अरू टर्की भइसक्यो म चाहिँ टिम स्प्रिटलाई सपोर्ट गरेर हो टिम स्प्रिटले जित्यो भने तर ओभरअल हेर्दा चाहिँ आई थिङ्क ओनिक हेज अ बेटर चान्स है अरू टिमभन्दा इभन फाल्कन भन्दा नि ओनिकले जित्छ लागिरहेको छ मलाई चाहिँ अब पुरै कम्पिटेटिभ वाइज नै हेर्ने भए चाहिँ अब चाहिँ आई सपोर्ट टिम स्प्रिट अब ओनिक भर्सेस फिलिपिन्सको फाल्कन भयो भने म डेफिनेटली ओनिक चाहिँ सपोर्ट गर्छु बट अब चाहिँ सेमी फाइनलमा चाहिँ स्प्रिटलाई सपोर्ट गरेर अब हामी तर यार 12 पिएस र एसएनजी कति छिटो निस्क्यो यार 12 पिएस भन्ने चाहिँ को हो यार 12 पिएस चाहिँ अब नेक्स्ट एम सिरिजमा इभन 12 पिएसको आई थिङ्क अब टाइम सकिसक्यो यार 12 पिएसको किनकि गोल्डेन पनि नयाँ छ अनि 80 मेटा छ सो आई थिङ्क 12 पिएस अहिले गाह्रै हुन्छ 12 पिएस तिमीहरूले 12 पिएस नेक्स्ट एम सिरिजमा क्वालिफाई नै हुँदैन ढुक्क ढुक्क क्वालिफाई हुँदैन नेक्स्ट एम सिरिजमा एउटा ओनिक हुन्छ होला अर्को चाहिँ आई थिङ्क फाल्कन कि फाल्कन हुन्छ होला अर्को बर्मिजहरूको माइन्डसेट त खतरा छ पब्जीमा त लास्ट सालबाट क्वालिफाई भएर वर्ल्ड कप जित्यो अरे माइन्डसेट त क्रेजी नै होला नि अब बर्मिज गो एसएस किप सपोर्टिङ टिम एन्ड गिभ देम ब्याड लक लभ यु मास्टर रे के छैन केटा फाइनलमा सँगै ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट गरौँ न नि ओनिक फाइनल पुग्यो भने अब लेट्स सी म चाहिँ डेफिनेटली टिम स्पिडलाई सपोर्ट गरेर आऊ नयाँ रिजनको टिम इको भर्सेस केरला लेट्स गो इको भर्सेस केरला काइरी भर्सेस जाउरे भाइ जाउरे ए वर्ल्ड कपमा नि याङमुन ग्यालेक्टिकलका हो ऊ त पब्जीबाट कि अर्कै अर्क थियो याङमुन ग्यालेक्टिकलैका हो डब्लु मासारा फर सपोर्टिङ टिम अगेन्स्ट ओनिक रे ओनिका हारोस् भने सपोर्ट अरू टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरेर अब लोवर अब आइएमएफै खेले जस्तो अब लोवर ब्याकेट छ नि थर्ड प्लेसको लागि म्याच छ थर्ड प्लेसको लागि पनि तर ज्यान दिएर खेल्छ नि थर्ड प्लेसको लागि पनि किनकि अभियसली प्राइज पनि धेरै हुन्छ याङ्गो नै हो पब्जीको पनि म त अर्कै अर्क सोचेको है भनेपछि त म्यानमारको त पब्जीमा नि याङ्गोन एमएलमा नि याङ्गोन याङ्गोनले खाइरहेको रहेछ है म्यानमार्क त तर पब्जीमा नि गाह्रै छ यार जित्न एमएलमा नि त्यस्तै हो म्यानमार्क जस्तो रिजनले जित्नु त गाह्रै नै हो क्या एमएससी एम सिरिजहरू किनकि कन्टेन्डरहरूमा त मलेसिया हुन्छ फिलिपिन्स हुन्छ अनि इन्डोनेसिया हुन्छ तर यसपालि फर्ममै देखिरहेको छु मैले याङ्गनलाई याङ्गनको पनि चान्स त छ लाइक यो सेमी फाइनल पुगेको चारवटा टिममा जसले पनि जित्न सक्छ क्या जसले पनि जित्यो भने म सक चाहिँ हुँदैन क्या किनकि सबै विनर कन्टेन्डर नै हो क्या यो एमएससी सेमी फाइनल कहाँ यतिको पुग्छ त यार एमएससीको सेमी फाइनल हो गिल्ला भएको छ याङ्गन पब्जीमा त्यही हो अब वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन भएपछि त्यस्तै हो सबै टिमहरू कन्सिस्टेन्सी नै हुँदैन एकचोटि वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन भयो अनि फन स्टार्ट हुन्छ त्यसपछि यसपालिको के पब्जी कसले जित्छ त केटा पब्जीको वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन कुन कुन टिम त खतरा पब्जीको थाहा नि छैन स्पोन्सर फोन कुन हो सर मेरो स्पोन्सर फोन छैन यार स्पोन्सर गरेन यार कुनै फोनले मलाई पब्जीमा तर टर्कीको टिमहरू क्रेजी छ हौ पब्जीमा जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई पब्जीको टर्कीको त जेमा नि क्रेजी हुन्छ 40, it's A7, Aurora. अहिले नि पब्जी खेल्छन् र भने पब्जी छ त नेपालमा यत्रो पपुलर छ पब्जी त हो नेपालमा स्पोर्टमा त सबभन्दा पपुलर नै वान एन्ड ओन्ली यार एउटा मात्रै छ पपुलर नेपालमा पब्जी अरू कुनै गेम छैन त्यस्तो नेपालमा अब हेरौँ एउटा नेपाली टिमले जिते राम्रो एउटा स्पोर्टले म त त्यो नेपाली टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्ने जता पनि एचकेमा नि पब्जीमा नि फ्री फायरमा नि अब एमएलबीमा चाहिँ सर्ने केटा हो नेपाली टिमै छैन स्पटै छैन माछिकन
It ended up being Yangon Galacticos that said we're not banning Atlas either,
अहिले
and then it never came. And then
नेपालीहरू
that
त कुनै
made the
गेममा फर्स्ट भएको छैन
Valentina a
होला
little bit
यार
less
अहिलेसम्म
effective.
कुनै गेममै फर्स्ट भएको छैन है न त स्पोर्ट्समा फर्स्ट भएको छ न त स्पोर्ट्समा फर्स्ट भएको छ क्लोज भएको थियो यार डिआरएस गेमिङ सेकेन्ड भएको थियो यार फक म्यान त्यति बेला फर्स्ट भयो भए स्ट्रिमै हुन्थ्यो होला यार सेकेन्ड भयो भए त स्ट्रिमै छ अनि फर्स्ट भयो भए त क्रेजी हुन्थ्यो यार डिआरएस त्यति बेला पब्जीबाट अहिलेसम्म कुनै छैन है गेम नेपाली फर्स्ट भएको वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन न त आउटडोर स्पोर्टमा छ न त इन्डोरमा छ भएको छ नि डन्डी बियो डन्डी बियोमा कसले खेल्छ ऊ डन्डी बियो अब फर्स्ट तर अब कुनै गेममा हुनसक्छ भने फर्स्ट पब्जीमै त होला नि अरू गेममा त खुलित्तै हो एमएलबी पनि त्यही छ ग्रुप स्टेजमा फर्स्ट भन्छ मैले वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन भने हो कहाँ त्यो ग्रुप स्टेजको भनेन हौ वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन भने वर्ल्ड च्याम्पियन एमएससी जस्तो क्या एमएससी एम सिरिज त्यही क्या दुइटा अप्सन टुर्नामेन्ट थर्ड पार्ट टुर्नामेन्टको कुरा गरेन गाइज अब चाहिँ हेड टु हेड आइसक्यो हाम्रो 0-3 कस्तो बिल्लै गराएको चाहिँ हेड टु हेड गरेर जबरजस्ती बिल्ला गराएको छ यार मुन्टनले Doc refuses to help his wife. She is pregnant and refuses to support his child. And according to his wife, Docले पैसा हुने and social status भएको साथीहरू मात्र खोज्छ अरे मैले डगको सुनिरहेको थिएँ त्यो केसेसहरू लाइक डग भने चाहिँ पब्जी प्लेयर हो होइन गाइस कम्प्लिट पब्जी प्लेयर हो अनि रिसेन्टली त्यसको वाइफले चाहिँ प्रेग्नेन्ट भयो बेला त्यसलाई एबन्डन गर्यो अरे टेक केयर गरेन अरे यस्तै यस्तै भनेर वाइफले चाहिँ पोस्ट गरिदिएको रहेछ क्या त्यसमा चाहिँ कस्तो गल्ती हुन्छ केटा हो कम्प्लिट प्लेयरले तर अब एज अ कम्प्लिट प्लेयर अब बुढीलाई नै हेर्नै पर्छ होइन तर बट अब गेममा ध्यान दिएन भने पर्फर्मेन्स लास्टै लो हुन्छ क्या त्यही भएर आई थिङ्क अब फ्री टाइममा चाहिँ फुल टाइम स्पेन्ड गर्नु पऱ्यो होइन अनि वाइफलाई चाहिँ फ्यामिलीसँग राख्नु पऱ्यो त्यही त होला बेस्ट अप्सन त त अब तिनीहरूको भित्रको कुरा हो थाहा नै हुँदैन हामीलाई कसले कसो ट्रिट गरेको छ भनेर अब केटा केटा नि रङ हुनसक्छ केटी नि रङ हुनसक्छ
Amount of picks that you're going to be giving up. So does that mean they deprioritize the Selena and then they go for the Eudora?
Okay, let's go. This is the
These are good questions, but
last
I
match
want
हुन
to
सक्छ
go
most
to the other
probably
side of it because a good writer, a good
किनकि
novelist
याङनको
has to
2 छ
imagine
already
what a world looks like
अनि
if the villain
फाल्कन
wins
need
and
to
if the hero wins
back to
to
back
set
है
up what's at stake. I
need
want to
back
look
to
at
back
this
win
side of YG.
final
What
जान
if this was just another day at the office? If they really are a team that's going to surprise the Philippines, it's going to beat a potentially Onic in Indonesia in the finals.
Okay, let's go.
Wouldn't this just be
Drafting,
like,
I mean,
oh
draft
yeah,
ready
okay, we
गरौँ
made a mistake, back to it, another 15-minute win? I mean, if they're going to be that team, if we're talking them up like they could be, that's how they would respond in this game.
If so, then are we seeing another Barrett's priority first?
Well, the thing is, there's a dangerous game right now, and Yangon, I think, they might trick Falcons into this. With the Valentina ban, both Marcel and Atlas are open. Belleric's gone.
Okay, it's just the Atlas now. And Dodot the Valentina. So there are a lot of options for Yangon, honestly.
They can rush pick the Atlas. Then Ogwen's picks, I think, might have to come in earlier. It's been banned out with the Atlas here. Falcons needs to consider picking up the Minotaur in the first phase.
Okay, let's go. This is the... अघि मैले अरूरा पब्जीको कुरा गरेँ एमएलबीको होइन कतिजना
Without the
कम्प्लिट
Belleric,
गरेछ
then that is probably the next to consider
अरूरा
in
भने
terms of AoE if you
एपी
just really want
एपी चाहिँ अहिले
teamfight prowess.
पहिलाको एपी चाहिँ अहिले अरूरा
And the Fanny are gone. I think Falcons
ल
don't need to
let's go
rush
get out
pick
first
the
pick Atlas
Nolan. They
आएछ
can save their
यताबाट
jungle pick for last and then just
Shit,
surprise
we got
with
a
the
bandit
joy
versus
in the
Bunny.
end. And seeing as they picked up the juice in, heroes such as the Harith and the Joy might be their go-to so that they can get that smoother scale into the mid to the late game to set up for their Claude.
Are YG forced to pick up the Eudora now at this point? If they really just want to play for comfort, and is it something Falcons are trying to set up? Because you see how they already have some sort of reliable damage already coming through for the Juicin and Claude to manage at least the mid to late game.
Yeah, and they turn off the Gord pick with that. Because if Yangon decide to lean in towards the Kaiser pick and then go for the Gord instead of the Eudora, because again, picking up the Eudora early on, you still have the SP Uranus straight active, and picking it this time might mean that Falcons wins that trade. I think
Well, approach गरेको छैन
pick
मास्क
up the
फेरि
Esmeralda, or maybe even
एप्रोच भन्दा नि
consider
अब स्लट भयो भने डेफिनेटली हामीलाई नै चुज गर्दा बढी
great combo.
त्यही हो नि त स्लट छैन नि त
Nolan available in the jungle, which we haven't looked at yet and is not going to be looked at
Slot
here
छैन
yet as
नेपाललाई
well
अनि
unless
स्पोन्सर पनि
Haji
किन
decides
भयो
to
सोरले
grab it
के फाइदा
on the side for his team here on
नभए त टुर्नामेन्ट भए त हामीलाई नै भन्थ्यो बट अहिले त अब हामीलाई स्योर छैन जेन्युन हुन्छ
And the tough thing here now is for Falcons is they have a decision. If they pick the
So guys,
Esmeralda
let's
now,
go.
they
This is
lose
the
priority
fourth
in the
game.
hero
Yangon
for
versus
Ogwen.
Falcon.
If they pick up
जो
the
जित्छ
Minotaur
फाइनल
now,
जित्छ
they
जो
will
हार्छ
lose that
लोवर
Esmeralda.
ब्र्याकेट लोवर ब्र्याकेट छैन आई मिन थर्ड प्लेसको लागि म्याच हुन्छ
What do they want to secure at this point, Falcons? They're put in the spot here
Guys,
by YG.
म पुरा फेरि
Who I
प्रेडी
feel
गर्छु
like
कति
despite a
जित्छ
not so great showing
फेरि
earlier with the
आयो
Uranus,
फाल्कनकोले
this is still
ट्यापले
something YG are willingly playing into. At least they save their carries. At least they can adjust their most important roles here in this matchup.
So now they're playing for Rome and Jungle. I think they still have to keep that Nolan Joy option open. Yangon has a lot to ban out. They'll have to ban out their choice of one jungle pick and then one roam pick. They can't ban out both roles because that will open up the board even more for Falcons. They have the Minotaur available for them. They can still act the blue, but it's Falcons with a surprise ban. They themselves ban out the Nolan, and that is gonna take Yangon by surprise.
Why is it so surprising?
Because you're expecting that Falcons is going to be picking it up for themselves at a red 4 in high consideration. And now
Masarapp
Yangon
भनेको नै याङ्गन अन्डरडग
ban
भन्छ
out utilities.
म्यानमा किन त जहिले अन्डरडग नै हुन्छ म्यानमा
Falcons might just be in the
खम्बडिया
heads of
अन्डरडग
Yangon
नै
right
हो
now
यो
because
त
now you still have a Joy,
तर
Minotaur,
फाइनल पर्फर्म
and the
गरिरहेको छ
Blue
याङ्गनले
all
इन्टरनेसनलमा
open as choices for
बर्मिज
Falcons
एकचोटि
if they
पज
want to lean in
सेकेन्ड भएको
towards
थिएन
that.
त्यसपछि
They don't need to
म्यानमारको
rush the
पर्फर्मेन्स
roll pick
जस्तै
right
लो
away.
भएको
They
थियो
can
क्या
just close it
अनि
out with a
फाइनली
Gato
ब्याक अन
Kacha.
ट्र्याक
If
आएको छ
ever they
याङ्गन
see
ग्यालेक्टिकल
a jungler on the side of Yangon that has a lot of
सेमिफाइनल
dashes,
पुगिसक्यो
and if
स्टिल
it's
फालो
obvious that
अगाडिमा
they're going
8
to be
पोइन्टको
going for a
लिड
mix
छ
of high dive
क्रेजी
and
खेला छ
having
याङ्गनले
one
प्राउड अफ
later
देम
in the
म्यान
back line, playing it really safely, then you pick up the Gato Kacha to close out. Falcons just opened up a wealth of options for them with this Nolan ban, forcing out an Akai surprise ban by Yangon.
But at least for Yangon, hopefully they might have a potential Guinevere. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Never mind.
Banned out again.
Okay, that would have worked real great for Yangon, but even that is now taken out of the options. So we're left with only so little for Han in the jungle.
Might just be his Suiho.
PC गेम्समा त नेपालीहरूलाई सक्दैन
It might just be
मोबाइल
either
गेम
his
मात्रै हो
Suiho
एउटा
or his
PC
Hardy.
गेममा त कम्पिट गर्न
And
सक्दैन
they ban out the Joy as expected. There's
तर
still
यो लाइक
utilities.
स्पोर्ट्सको लागि पनि एउटा केही हुनुपर्ने हो क्या फेसिलिटी
Favorite
किनकि
and just
केही फेसिलिटी
pack
छैन
it up
अनि
with a
कसरी
Fredrin.
नेपालीहरूले त राम्रो गरोस् त
Are they
इन्टरनेसनलमा
both looking at the Fredrin right
अब
now?
विदेशीको
Because it's
फेसिलिटिजहरू
honestly
छुट्टै
one of
हुन्छ
the few
स्यालेरी
options
नि यत्रो हुन्छ
that
अनि
are
पो
left. At least
झन्
currently,
ग्राइन्ड
because I
गर्नु
think
मन
Link
लाग्छ
has
किन अब
fallen off. We don't really see him as a
नेपालमा त
the Yesun Shin.
fuck up
For
the whole
Yangon
sports
might be an option. They
भन्नु
can close it out with
Astray
a
low,
YSS
low
and a
budget
Moskov. That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, just maybe not for Falcons if they really want to keep it
Top
fast.
आफ्नो लागि मात्रै हेर्छ
So they need at least
Player को
a
बाल
jungle
हुँदैन
to balance it out. Fredrin is fun. Harley, if they want to, but they save it for last.
As expected, they go blue into the Atlas.
Oh.
What do Team Falcons PH have up their sleeve here? Looking for a jungle at the very end. They'll have final say on this draft with red side, but it means that 2 big picks now coming out for YG.
For Falcons, it's going to be high burst physical for sure because their roam, their EXP and their mid is all magic. They need to balance that out with strong physical. What?
English slow open there. Kindly
Yeah,
link
what
it
is
into there,
Yangon
guys.
looking at for their jungle and gold? They get
Clint? Okay, we've seen that work. And the Suyo.
I think you go Leomord. Do we run it back and you go Leomord or Fredrin? One of those two?
Oh, यो मुन्डन सेट राम्रै भयो स्टार्ट आउँछ के राटुको
The
क्या
rest of the members,
मुन्डन
I think if
सेट
they're going
प्रमोट
for
गरौँ
rundown,
न
Leomord
प्लिज
is
यार
an
सबैजना
option.
मिलेर शेयर
But
गरिदिएर
if they're
मुन्डन
playing around
सेट
either Super Marco or even Haji,
भ्युअरशिप
then
राम्रो
maybe
आयो
the
भने त
Fredrin
मेबी
could
यार
just make
वाइल्ड
room
कार्डमा
for
स्लट दिने यार
that.
ठुलो कुरा हो नि
So it depends on the kind of approach they want.
मास्टर वेज बिग ब्ल्याक
problem is if
क्लब
they go
न
Fredrin, might
बीबीसी
be too
उता छ
slow.
अहिले युनाइटेड टिम
Unless
न
Falcons are going to
युकेमा
show
छ
up a new surprise pick here. Unless there's a jungle that we're forgetting in physical.
I mean, Aurora did pull off a Lucas, but it didn't work. So who
गेम हेर्नु
knows
त
what
छ नि हेर न
options
केटा
could
अब
be.
हिजो मेरो स्ट्रिममा एक्चुअली 900 कति पुगेको थियो यार
What's it going to be?
त्यही
What else
अस्ति
showed up
टुर्नामेन्टमा त्यही
recently?
वाचिङ आयो
Okay,
प्लट
they're still going to
आउँछ
go for the Harley. High magic base.
त्यही 900 वाचिङ अफ द टुर्नामेन्टमा नेपालीको गेम
The
भइरहेको
second
बेला
round didn't go as expected as I
आइहाल्छ
thought
नि
Falcons
900
might
हजार
go for
वाचिङ
something a
आयो
little bit more surprising in the jungle. Yangon played it safely. They have their Clint with them. Esmeralda should win in the EXP. But it's
guys,
Han
let's
on the
go. This is the
Suyo.
fourth match, right? Young one
That's the big
versus
X Factor. Exactly.
X Factor for YG. Will it be the Suyo that sends him into the grand finals? Will it be the Clint that bursts the bubble of the
young one हान्नु पर्यो
Philippines?
निकाल्दे फाल्कनलाई
Will Team Falcons live to fight
तर मलाई
another
फाल्कन
day?
भर्सेस
They need to
ओनी पनि
win
हेर्न
2
मन
in
त
a
फाइनलमा
row.
बट
But
स्टिल
every
यार
win
नयाँ डिजाइन जितोस् भन्ने
for
सपोर्ट
2
गरेर
starts
यार
with
मलाई
the first one. So let's see if they can handle
Come on guys,
this
let's go.
game
This
as
is the
we
fourth
send it
match,
over
guys.
to
Make sure to
our
like this stream,
casters.
like and subscribe and सबैजना आज पुगाइदिनु यार आज
Going into the
साथी लाइक
land of
पुगाइदिनु
dawn
केटा
for game number 4 is a canon event in the Myanmar versus Philippines rivalry. Yangon Galacticos could secure their slot in the grand finals and finally put the rivalry to bed, or Falcons could claw their way
Viewership
into a
slot पनि
clincher
fix हो र
that
slot
goes
fix
all
हो नि
the way.
viewership नै
Welcome
हुन्छ
to
सधैँ matter
game
हुने
number 4 in this best of 5, our
Viewership
first
नै matter
semifinals
हुने केटा
for the day. And just like that, with
इन्ट्रोमा
red
किन
flag,
यत्रो स्लट छ दुईटा
Falcons
स्लट
securing
छ
the
इन्डो
Harley.
फिल्ड मलेसिया
Even the whole jungle
यत्रो
matchup
भ्युज
was
आउँछ
left in contention.
So guys, let's go.
And it's-
Young
it
Moon
worked out so well for
Galacticals.
them because the thing is even if YG doesn't
Now
go
the
for the
crazy
CEO,
Young Moon Galacticals.
Falcons can pick up the CEO in response.
Galacticals,
They had him in
yeah.
this rock paper scissors match where Falcons always got to see what YG picked first.
Sorry guys, SL भनेको के हो? I really don't know
Harley
this.
were the two picks to
SL
go.
भनेको
Harley
Starlight.
normally got the win over it.
That's right.
Harley normally got the dub in that matchup.
For about 4 to 6 weeks, Harley was the best jungler in the game.
Guys, let's go game with
when it
them.
came to MLB
This is the
esports.
fourth match. Let's go Young Moon.
And this is not to say Yangon can't win with the Suyo. They already have in the knockout stage of MSC. But looking at the rotations, again, I'm not so sure if you agree with me, but it's evident that Yangon are playing a little more cautious. It's a very similar pace to game number 3. Falcons also, though,
Okay,
because
interesting.
If we get to this 2-minute mark,
Marco?
Super Marco always just going toe-to-toe down here. If we get to this
Yo,
2 or 3 minute mark
counter
and it's
one,
still
wait a
0
second.
deaths, we have to admit that also Falcons
Sunday
taking a
the
slower
game
pace. 'Cause
PFP यार
even
बिल्ला नगरौँ न
game
Sunday
2,
streaming.
game 3, Falcons were the aggressors.
Oye, nice
Kyle on the
Sandy,
boss side
chill,
looking for a
chill,
possible
chill,
target. Does
Kyle
have
takes
level
on.
4, going to decide to go for this crab instead. Turtle
Front
comes up
one
in
पर
5
Yangon
seconds.
यसपालि
Kyle might be
यस्तो
a little late to the party.
All right.
Jawan to live,
Standing
really.
Rivers will allow him to double time and make it there. Flap and Ogwin able to draw a line between Blink and the Turtle. Flap on this Esmeralda 2 games back-to-back is feeling like a force of nature.
Han is going to start off this Turtle.
Han मर्यो
Gets the deadly magic, or doesn't actually use it quite yet, but they're still able to put a lot of damage on a Blink. Haji on the backside with Crimson Beacon.
Han ल Han
Down
मर्यो
goes Han. Han's not going to be able to survive this one. First blood into the hands of Hanji. Kai's now forced to use the flicker as YG watch Falcons take turtle number 1.
That is mid.
Falcon
As if
Falcon reside there.
From their ancestors, Falcons just take the turtle and own the early rotations. As a Uranus, you kind of can't help but feel miserable. This is something that Ying has to take from game number 3 all the way to game number 4 and say, I can do better. But he's not given the atmosphere to do as such. The mount on the Sanji. In comes Marco.
He's in a lot of trouble.
Ogin Mario. Very deep there, Ogin.
Ogin won't be able to get away.
Ogin last throw over there.
Marco will be able to in fact get back safely onto the tower.
Purify ni bait bhayo Marco le garo parcha.
For YG. Massive
Blue mine
clapback.
गर्नु खोजेछ Falcon ले.
Ogin going to take a dirt nap there. Patrick Star just out the bush. This is interesting. Grand Theft Purple committed. Kyle takes it.
It's 2 games in a row now.
Ringko pick गर्नु छैन. Lap को purify गयो. Lap को purify गयो. तान त्यसलाई.
Flap able to safely get onto
I
the
think
tower.
the
Now
auto
responding back. Haji gets a pull back on to Ying. Ying should be okay. He doesn't have the consecration and opted for a flicker instead of the purify.
So that's multiple ways that members of Yangon Galacticos could get ragdolled out of their formation.
Onic versus Falcon हेर्नु मन छ के फाइनल मा यार.
Flare, the grab and
के गरौँ भाइ यार मन त कसले सपोर्ट गरौँ नयाँ रिजन कि
Burmese Ube. The Yangon, yeah.
नयाँ रिजनले जित्यो भने के हुन्छ के MLB कम्युनिटी.
And I think Falcons have figured it out. Again, it may have taken them 2 losses straight.
उनीहरुले त किन जित्नु पर्यो दुईटा शट अलरेडी छ मेन साइडमा होला.
Like that's the question.
क्या मलाई तीनटा दिएर त सबै शट यिनीहरुले दिनु हो क्या.
Forcing Yangon to respond.
I mean, I think it's definitely when you have something like wait a second, Blink does get vision on a Kyle. Falcons repeatedly for multiple games have sent 4 members down to the
Kyle Sanji
in faith of Flap. Top side, look at the damage on Sanji.
कस्तो ड्यामेज मोरे Sanji.
Maybe able to finish off. He gets health back just in time. Haji though doesn't want to let it end like that. Falcons finally decide to hop back. Super Marco is going to recall.
किन नभएको यार मोर यार.
Oh, the dive onto the tower.
ओए Sanji स्टिल बाजिरहेको छ.
Still alive. Gets grabbed, mounted, and thrown into the ground. That was a long exchange as Flap tries to use a damage reduction into the base, and the turret will not save him. The punches are finally flying.
Oh, nice marking here, Kyle. And the first kill.
From this, has a sliver of health. Actually does safely
nice
onto the tower. Only lose Flap. Turtles up though.
That's a technical knockout. Unless Han will tread the needle, he's gonna live on the edge. That is a flare on the Ying. In comes Blink.
Kyle Morio.
Blink looking for the grab. Doesn't use the fatal links.
Kyle
goes down. Ogwin taking a lot of damage. Kai's is there. Eudora finally starting to put out some damage, but the thing is, it's not constant damage. It's not like the Jushin. You get one big attack, and then you're just there.
On a spectrum of damage.
सबैजना make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe, and guys 300 like and 341 watching the guys make sure to like the stream.
It was Kyle he needed to burst down. So again,
like and subscribe. Let's go.
Are happy to keep this lead down to under 1,000 by picking off Kyle after the turtle. So yes, 100% so far. About 5.5 minutes in, Falcons take those turtles, but Yangon are on the map. This is a much better shape for them than they were in Game 3.
I think this is the best start of a game that we've seen for both teams in a sense. What I'm saying is it hasn't escaped from anybody.
I concur.
All 3 games, it's been a huge lead. A turnaround at some point for YG here and there. But overall, this is the first time we've been 6 minutes in and we're under a 2,000 gold lead.
It still feels like a tug of war. And the flag has not swung either way. Crimson Flare on the 1. Deadly Magics!
Blink, not going to be able to get away from this. Sanji just trying to defend, but the Blazing Duet comes in and he stops it. In the nick of time. Eyes there as well. Falcons, they push too hard. They're going to dash in. Han gets a couple shots on Kyle. Dashes in, past the wall. Couple shots on Kyle as well. Falcons only lose Ogwin.
Massive surge forward.
Falcons अझै ट्राई गर्नुपर्छ र अति नै लकी हान्नुपर्छ यार एउटा मिस्टेक भयो नि इलिमिनेट नै हुन्छ लास्ट म्याचमा त फाल्कनले हार्यो भने
And Flap maybe a second too late.
Full locked in by the
breath and
one
miss discipline and does not jump in with that Fallen Star Moon, which again keeps them at under 1,000 up, which makes this final turtle of this game about 7 minutes in actually contestable. Again, neither have a sure grip.
Yeah, it is dead even right now with only a 600 gold lead. Taking a look at each member, no one extremely leading. Super Marco with a 500 gold lead. No one's extremely ahead. Actually beating out on Kyle right now. Blink
Kaç
looks for the
iyi?
entry.
Morer idara
Not
mor.
able to secure a stun on anybody, but Kai's on the backside getting singled out by Flap. Flap will be able to get the kill. Puts Falcon at advantage for this turn.
Down the lane,
Han doesn't
you
want to
can
give it up
drop down
just
the
yet.
Falcon
As
lane.
Ying dives in, pops
पकड़े
concentration,
फिर
there's
मैं
the
गए
fatal links.
नहीं गए GG यार सुपर मार्को
Sanji trying to fight back, but it's just too much. Super Marco takes out Han, Oakland takes out Blink, and Flap finds another. Sanji left alone.
फिर मैं वापस लाने के चले Blink ले
And now we see the folly of the burst damage profile. Yangon
Kira
Galacticos
tutu
have
huncha sare game
so
ta
invested in.
Marco le ani
Guys
halini
taken out early. Sanji ranged out. Underneath a fight like that, sure, sever over 2 or 3 major
अनि
targets
भाइ
will
सक्छ Onic
spell
गेम
victory,
बाइक
but
छ गाइस
not
यसपछि
when
Onic
you
गेम
have the kind of damage that Falcons almost missed on, by the way. This is an early
Onic
game going into the
बाइक छ
mid-game. Claude that could have missed out, but the fact that he was able to keep himself topped up and put the damage where it matters, isolated Sanji from actually getting the payoff.
crazy गराउनु भयो यार
2 members of Falcons were actually within range, but they denied Sanji that space and the 2 seconds he needed to let off a few big ones. So now Falcons skyrocket to a 4,000 gold lead in just a single objective.
One neutral objective, one team fight. They had a 400 gold lead before they started.
Now times 10.
They 10 times it.
Yep.
10 times
That's
it.
exponential. That stonks.
Great stonks for Falcon right now.
Oh yeah, thank you
Working
so
their
much
way up.
यार
If they can
कुशल
win this,
सेन
goes
कुशल
to a
सेन the
game
god है
5.
W कुशल सेन हाने गाइस
Push
कमेंट
to the
में
limits.
thank you so much for
These ones from the
200
dive in,
Japanese
concentration pops from Ying once again, and they keep forcing that out as Super Marco hones in onto these off lanes.
5,000 up. Falcons is at 9 minutes. And I can tell you now that glue and that Esmeralda are the bane of their existence.
कॉमेंट आने फाल्गु
Just the
कॉमेंट
fact
आने
that
था
these two are so good at splitting
नहीं
up
यार
their
फ्लैप ले
lineup,
लास्ट
but
पे
so
की
much
दिया
for them.
अंदर से यार बैकलाइन हेरो ना फ्लैप हेरो ना रन में फ्लैप ले हेरो ना
Continues to push him, but look at the
Keep
damage in
it up,
response. Sanji able to chip him down, but they've already lost Blink, so there's no being engaged.
Nice, Haran.
Han tries to get a couple shots off of Super
Marco Marco मेरो भाइ Marco जब फाल्कनलाई जित्नु त तब मार्को आउँछ यार क्यारी हान्न
Back is Ying. This is the Falcons we wanted to see.
जिग्यो यार
Surgical precision. Every action
इधर मार दिया
calculated to
साइडले
find its most ideal output. 10 minutes in,
फॉर्म
and
देगा यार
they've taken
फिलिपिनो बाट
mid lane, a tier
फिलिपिन्सको
2,
हार्नु
top
भन्यो
lane,
फाल्कन
tier 2 has fallen as well. Yagon holding on to that tier 1
फेरि
now
फिलिपिन्स
bottom.
जित्यो
That's
MSC
also where the Lord spawns. I don't think they're in any shape to contest. 7,000 up, that's a whole nother task.
कतिवटा टुर्नामेन्ट जित्दै ब्याक टु ब्याक
Keeps
यिनीहरूले
getting shredded every time he
त्यही
tries to
झ्याउ
dive
लाग्छ यार
in. There was no answer. Every time a setup looks good for YG, Falcons have the counterplay.
And now Falcons are just going to relish in the fact that Yangon are going to think twice about leaving their base. One more look at this engagement. Oh my god, it was Flap zoning out 3 alone. After maybe a hit or 2 off of that turret, and then Marco finishes what Flap started.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow.
Flow state, one would say.
Falcons right now are in a whole nother level. It seems like they're birds out of this world.
Yo,
A new
thank you
species
so
was
much यार
discovered
कुशल
4
सेन
games
त
into this best of 5. Lord
अति रिच
marching
रहेछ
through mid. A pensive
Thank you
state
so
is the
much
other
Kushal
half of our
Sen
stadium here
for
as
200
suddenly
Japanese लास्ट गेम सम्म जारे जस्तो
now it's Yangon
अब लास्ट गेम गयो
who are struggling to find an
Thank you,
answer.
goal
You
to
can find it through a massive fatal link.
मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली ये लॉर्ड
Now
में
while the
सकिङ
Lord is
गर्छ
knocking on your base like this.
Blink's looking for it, but hasn't been able to catch it.
Blink?
Goes in,
Came in out?
pulls him in.
तर
Open
के
flickers
उल्टे
back,
मरा
but
दिन
Blink goes
तो
down.
ड्यामेज
Super
पुगेन
Marco's untouched.
सामान
He's
ढाल्छ
unscathed.
अब काइले हान्छ
And
त
YG just can't
काइले तान्छ
find a member of Falcon to take down. Flap.
फ्ल्यापको
Falling
पिड
Storm
फाइट
into the tower.
भयो
Trying
पिड
to open
फाइट
up space. Kyle there as well. Ying and Han looking for
Omega
an
just
engage
forced
that
that.
never existed.
Marco?
And in comes Super Marco under the base once again with the blazing duet. He might not take a member, but the inhibitor
Actually,
drops and
बत्ती गयो
Falcons
मेरो
are looking for more.
Even Ying
बत्ती
has
गयो
to
यार फेरि
retreat underneath all the lead Marco's throwing out.
बत्ती गयो
And even Sanji's bullets don't hurt as much as he'd hoped to. Falcons are now off about 11,000 gold, denying even orange buffs at small camps away from Han. He's starving, just built up his squeeze wings, which is again something he needs. He needs maybe a second or 2 more underneath all that. But being 2,000 behind little tactical boy such as Silas Harley,
a minute before the Lord. Might be a replay of game number 3, I'll tell you now.
It's definitely looking rough for YG. The goal on that first Lord when you're behind like this is to try to not lose any inhibitors, let alone 2. It's going to make the second push that much harder to defend. When you're behind this far, the goal is get to third Lord. Get to third Lord, get to the 16, 17 minute mark, and you're good.
And again, throwing back to something that was evident at the 7-minute mark, the burst damage profile that Yangon are playing with is not ideal for what Falcons are bringing in. Splitting up your lineup, pushing in hard, lane after lane. Once Kaise has drawn through with the Thunder's Wrath, once Sanji is out of bullets, that's it. Yangon have to find a way to re-engage, but which they don't have, because Blink is very all-in. So Falcons now just have to do this right. They just have to make a series of correct decisions. Time is on their side, and that will inevitably take us all the way.
Falcons esports, and they do play it patient. They're not trying to rush it. They know their lead. They know the amount of time they have. YG, you're in a bad situation here, right? You kind of have to contest this because you're down to 1 inhibitor. Blink, once again, unable to find an opening. He goes in, grabs onto Flap, or Ogwin. Flap dives into the backside of Blaze Weapon. Marco once again able to lock on to 3. Blink goes down, and Super Marco advances forward along with Flap and Haji. Sanji forced to use the flicker, but he's pulled back in right as he tries to escape. Falcon Esports might not even need the Lord.
Team Falcons up by 2 men. 3 defenders, none of them built to clear waves. Chubby wave coming through top, mid lane will be cleared here as the Ying gets taken down.
They gotta clear the waves. There's one more to do. It's Han and Kai's against Falcon Esports. A wave on the top side as well. Falcons lock on, base at 50%. Han taken out. Han still up, but finally falls, and that'll be it. Falcon Esports will take us to game number 5.
With the rivalry as storied as Myanmar versus the Philippines, there's no way neither of them was gonna let this end. Not in a sweep, not even short of 5 games. Team Falcons force us to go all the way.
What a series we have. You know, YG took the first 2 games. It felt like it was over. It felt like the only hope, the final hope, was being crushed. But once again, Falcons stand tall. Can they do it here? Reverse sweep. 3-2.
I would hold my tongue. A lot of people would say don't count your eggs before they're hatched, and again, the amount of synergy and chemistry that the members of Team Falcons have is nigh infinite. I don't think you've ever, well, we've been close to, you know, hanging out for almost 2,000 days, but they are a team that have been through all of the ups and downs, the thick and thins, and being against an old foe, a well-versed foe such as the Burmese, the furious, out of this world, intergalactic talent of Yangon Galacticos. That is what unlocks the best out of Team Falcons. Well, I'll tell you now, I'm relieved we're going all the way.
You gotta say this too. Throw back to the interview of Flap the other day. What did he say? He said, we do better under pressure. And right now it is proving. They came into game 1, a little shaky. Came into game 2, a little shaky. But once the pressure was on, once they knew it was match point, they just kick it into gear.
Rain Day, Red Bree, how y'all like that?
I like it a lot.
I like it a lot too.
A lot. Wow. What a moment here at MSC. MLBB is giving us a show, and we welcome you back to the panel. Rain Day, Rinmar, Brigida, to talk about what is our second series of this tournament to go to 5. 1 game now decides between Myanmar and the Philippines, representing their region in the grand finals of MSC. And boy, oh boy, we have a good one on our hands.
And I think Leo and Trex, they put it best. The Myanmar teams, when they push the Filipinos to their limit, bring out the best in the Filipinos, and the Filipinos bring out the best in Myanmar. This is why, even though it's been so long since we've seen such an important matchup in their rivalry between these 2 regions, why it's one of the best in MLBB global esports.
So much respect. We've seen it and you see all this respect converted into just more and more competitiveness between these two teams. They're trying to bring out the best in each other, and I'm really loving how we're getting a full 5 series again. We saw probably one of the best series yesterday between Aurora and Onic, and this, I think, is on the road to matching what we saw from last night.
And does it feel faster? Does it feel more decisive? I just feel like there's an element of this that it was so on the YG side, and now it's so on the Team Falcons PH side. I don't know whether this is going to turn again, or if we're going to see, maybe a 25, 30-minute game in Game 5.
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to that, though, that will really test the mental of both. And I'm not just looking at Yangon here. It will even test the mental of world champions in Team Falcons and the members that they have there, definitely. And I think this is why we've seen the draft somewhat shift. We've gotten a little bit more old school, a little bit more to a few months ago. I mentioned I had this big reaction to the ban of Falcons when they suddenly banned the Nolan. Because of how the draft eventually turned out, I was a little bit skeptical about the Harley, but then I'm reminded again why 3 magic damage dealers in the center of the map does really well for a lineup that has a strong winning lane matchup in the EXP lane and a slower farming gold laner in the Claude. If Falcon starts getting wins early, it's almost unstoppable. And since they were able to mark the man of the hour in Han and Ying yet again, it was another easy coast to victory for Falcons.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel bad for Yangon in a sense that the previous drafts felt like they were just forced to draft out of what they would usually pick for comfort, what they would usually want to really complement their playstyle with. So there demands a change in terms of gameplay as well from Yangon, which I feel like is something they're not completely used to.
Yeah.
And Falcons have done a great job at just pushing them to this point.
And Falcons are comfortable. They've had to do this already, and they found themselves on the better end of a comeback. Now they can see that the road is clear. One win. It comes down to one single game, one draft to get the edge, and they've done it 2 times in a row. Yangon now have to figure out a way to get Ying back to the Ying we know, the 20-plus KDA. That's gone down quite a bit. He's taken many deaths here in these last 2 games and hasn't found that dominance that we were expecting to see from him throughout this entire series in the last 2, Renmark.
And what I like about these last 2 days of knockouts that we've had, today and yesterday, all the teams that have had glowing records that look unstoppable heading to knockouts are the ones who are taken down a peg. And we are on the way to once again becoming one of the most unexpected MSCs. We still don't know. We still can't tell. Yes, Falcons has led the charge here, but Yangon was up 2-0. I'm not discounting the possibility that Yangon might just shock Falcons and the world by winning this game number 5. But then Falcons also seems like they've unlocked something, and I think you saw something.
I think I could no longer define what an upset is anymore in this MSC because I don't know
It's
who
all
is
an
the
upset.
underdog
It's the
anymore.
MSC of upsets.
But yes, I think we saw a lot. I think we saw a lot, especially in that game, with regards to maybe something that could tell us more about the mental that has been going for Yangon already. I think I can hold my mic for this one, no?
You sure?
But, yeah.
All right, let me know if you need
Wow, look at this.
All right, let me know if you need my help. I'm just gonna chill out here.
She holds her own mic,
Yeah,
Renmark.
I'm gonna watch some really good analysis.
Hey,
Let's go, Brittany. I got this.
hey.
Chill out, man.
But I think what we were mentioning about mental is something that we could probably highlight here in this first clip that we decided to get, because as I mentioned by Renmar here, there was a clear over commit. There was an over chase that was tried against Ogwen. Understandably so, there was a re-engage from Blink, so I feel like there was enough reason for them, I think in their opinion, to actually still go for it nonetheless. But Ogwen too
I'm
had a
back,
flicker of
bro.
his own, and it was very clear that
Let's
Falcons were
go.
already on the way to also fighting back against Yangon in this scenario, which I feel like you really have to respect, because there are multiple damage sources, magic damage sources across the board, and I feel like this is what will allow them to cross the early to mid stages of the game. The overwhelming amount of magic damage that could just
Berarti
really
mereka
thrive
komen
when it
darah.
comes to team fights, when it comes to just singling out particular targets, and Yangon
के भन्दैछ कमेन्टमा के भयो किन झगडा गर्दा गाइस किन के भयो अहिलेसम्म फाइभमा कमाएको छैन 500 रुपियाँ कम रे ल के भयो what the fuck what's wrong guys what's wrong के भयो ड्याम थर्काएको बच्चाहरूले जस्तो टाढा नगर न केटा हो गोल कम्प्लिट भयो यार थ्याङ्क यू सो मच सबैलाई कसले डोनेसन गरिरहेको छ थ्याङ्क यू सो मच यार स्पेसल थ्याङ्क्स टु कुशल सेन है लभली सपोर्ट अनि लुफिजेन पनि लुफिजेन पनि होइन 4 डोनेसन त कुशल सेनले मात्रै हानेको यार थ्याङ्क यू यार थ्याङ्क यू सो मच अब नयाँ गोल स्टार्ट गर्नु केटा नयाँ गोल है केटा ओनीको गेममा चाहिँ हुने भएको छ होइन र रियल गेम स्टार्ट त अब यो सकेपछि पो हुन्छ त रियल गेम स्टार्ट नयाँ गोलमा चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ मजा आइरहेछ यस्तो राख्न कुशल सेनले सोलो हानिदिएर आज गोल त कुशल सेनले के काम गर्छ जापानमा जापानको खत्रै ब्याडीलाई रेड गरे जस्तो है कुशल सेनले टेनको गोल त अझै भएन माछा राखौँ न केटा हो कम्प्लिट नभयो भने के छ र हग्न कता त हामी हगेको होइन गाइस बत्ती मेरो उडिरहेको छ क्या 5 चोटि भइसक्यो बत्ती गएको बडा गेम है फाल्कनको यस्तो हो क्या केटा हो मैले बुझ्छ है विनिङ कन्डिसन के हो जसको हातमा क्लड त्यसले जित्ने रहेछ क्या अब सान्जीको हातमा क्लड दियो भने सान्जीले हान्छ मार्कोको हातमा क्लड दियो भने मार्कोले हान्छ त्यो क्लड हिरो चाहिँ हल्का हेर्नु पर्यो है अब लास्ट गेम चाहिँ हेर क्लड यस्तो प्रयोग गर्छ नि क्लडहरू अब यस्तो क्रेजी प्राय हान्छ प्राय गर्छ क्रेजी किनकि क्लड जसको हातमा त्यसले जितिरहेको छ 4 गेम निमाडामा बत्ती गएको गाई छ हौ केटा चाहिँ मलाई लामो जस्तो नेपालमा बस्नु मन छैन म चलिदिन्छ विदेश त्यही हो क्लड प्राय गर्छ केटा अरे यार कुशल सेन्स त के हो डोनेसन गर्दै च्याट हान्छ त यार कुशल सेन्ससँग त बोले बोले गर्नु पर्यो साह्रो हो त मेकानिकल इन्जिनियरिङ हो उमा, कति कति हो मन्थली स्यालेरी भन्न मिल्छ भने यसो सुनिदिउँ न मन्थली स्यालेरी नि कुशल सेनको थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर 500 जापानिज रुपिस जापानिज येन कुशल सेनको मन्थली स्यालेरी कति हो क्रेजी नै छ कि क्या हो कुशल सेनको त यार कुशल सेनले फेरि अब मलाई डोनेसन पठाएर बोल्छ है मसँग मसँग पनि एडिट च्यानल खोलाएर पैसा त्यतिबाट आउँदो रहेछ अरे एडिट त मलाई हान्नै आउँदैन हौ गाइस एडिट त खतरा हुन्छ नि आलुले मेरो सब एडिट आलु ब्रोले गर्दा यहीँको पो त र यहीँको अहिले आफ्नै लाइफमा बिजी छ गाइस एमएलबाट हल्का टाढै छ यहीँको 250 के येन 250 के येन भने कति हो कन्भर्ट हान्नु त गाइस नेपालीमा मन्थली स्यालेरी 250 के येन पेमेन्ट टोटल 2,38,000 once 10,100,000 10,000 लाख ओए बब्बालाई कुशल सेनले छापिरहेको रहेछ लाखको बिट्टा 2,38,000 कमाएर चाहिँ कुशल सेनले थ्याङ्क यू सो मच कुशल सेन डोनेसनको लागि क्रेजी 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 केटा दिस इज द लास्ट म्याच है आज फर्स्ट गेम नै बेस्ट अफ 5 पुग्यो ओ माई गड 6:30 भइसक्यो केटा म भ्याउँदैन क्या अर्को गेम स्ट्रिम गर्न त्यस्तो नगर्न चिच्ची सघाउन आयो केटा हो ए नदे मार्को क्लड नदे
There's a stoic look about him, but we could finally see him relax a little bit after tying it up. They've done enough to get back into the set, which is more after looking at a 2-0 deficit. You would even say was possible, but now they're back. And it means that this draft is everything. This draft could determine and will determine your first grand finalist at MSC.
It's been a lot of trades. We've talked a lot about the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and what they've done in the first 2 games. Now it's time to put respect on the names of Coach Moody and Coach Vren, what they have been able to do in the draft to solve the problems that Yangon threw at them in the first 2 games, solving them in the last 2 as we go to a faded game number 5.
Oh my god, Yoguraj Tamang.
The decision early.
Thank you so much for five Australian dollar, right?
Before
Let's go Yangon. Let's go. आइसक्यो केटा मैले मेरो साथी भेटिसक्यो Yangon सपोर्टर. Thank you so much यार Yoguraj Tamang for 5 Australian dollar.
This tournament. You've got Undying Ying. And you have to
Australian dollar
somehow get him in a power position.
Thank you यार.
You've just got to
Let's
do
go
something that's
Yangon.
aggressive,
Burmese
something that you
champion.
can take control over in the game, not die, cause disruption.
Tax काटेर हो 250 के recharge.
They saved it up all the way until the end.
Yeah.
Fanny Herrera banned out. Will
Tax
Falcons
नकाटिकन
really
230
leave
के
the
जति.
Marcel open?
Oh man,
At
love
least
that
the Atlas
for
problem isn't there anymore.
Thank you यार, thank you guys,
So
thank you
maybe we
तपाईँले
could just
donation गर्नुभयो.
set
Thank you,
aside the
thank you so
Valentina
much.
just a bit and leave them
मेरो
to
goal
play
फेरि
the
एकछिन
kind of
complete
mid
हुन्छ
laners
क्या
that they really want.
Guys,
We'll
this
go
is the
back
last
to more
match है best of
Jusins,
5 को last match हो first series को.
But what is the last band? The Freya's still
No,
there.
Game
Oh,
of
the
the
Freya's
Nova.
banned.
Let's go, let's go.
So it's just
It is the Marcel.
the Marcel that's taken out.
All right, Yangon. First pick.
Hello, thank you so much.
is the
मेरो
Juicin.
viewer thank you so much.
Juicin right away. That's a
For
great
supporting
call
me.
by Yangon.
It's a
तो मलाई
deny on
70
something
नै
that was
भइसक्यो
comfortable on the side of
UFC
Haji,
पुगेर
and he just won last
First
game
time
with it. He
पुगेर
played it 2
आफूले
games in a row, and this
हल्का
is
70
a
भइदियो
takeaway as
धेरै नै
well from Sanji, who was great on the clod in the earlier games of this set, but now Super Marcos won 2 in a row. I mean, you got to feel happy that he's on that character again.
If Yangon get the Badang early, this is going to force Falcons to pick up a Minotaur at red 3.
This is the last match. I put it locked in, lock the fucking.
If ever Yangon go for the
Good
Badang
man,
Juicin
Norway
combo
नहीं आए
again,
क्या?
if ever they show up with the Arlot in the first phase again, expect a lot of crowd control from them that Falcons needs to be ready to respond to. And Falcons with another surprise. They rush pick the glue
They
early.
need to.
They don't care about the Esmeralda Uranus trade. But at the same time, this isn't just a roll pick, it's a flex pick into EXP.
Yeah, and if the Badang gets locked in by Yangon, and even the Uranus, I don't think Falcons would be hesitant to pick up the Esmeralda for a 3rd time here in this game or in this series, because they've been pretty much able to maximize the Esmeralda as well in the hands of Flap. So Yangon, it's a tricky spot.
Yeah, I think Falcons, what their approach to their draft has sort of felt like they're giving Yangon more, but they're left with the best part of the cake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right? It's like, all right, get as much of the cake as you want. We get that little
992 pick watching. आज 1K watching pot हाल्नु केटा 1K watching.
But here's some surprise.
Onlyको गेममा 1K
This is
पुग्छ
actually really good by Yangon. It's
The
good
guy
to
had
go into
1K
the second
ta.
phase instead of leaning towards aggressiveness for
Okay,
high.
game ma
They
जानु
play
अब
again with the idea of
locking guys,
control. They
locking
pick up the Guinevere and they get
केटा
the
सबैजना मेक
Moskov.
sure लाइक दिन्छौँ क्या लाइक हानौँ न लाइक हाने सबैको
Every time you guys
युट्युबमा
have
जान्छ क्या
looked at it and
मेरो
said, ooh, Gwen would be good here. No,
जति लाइक
thank
त्यति
you. But it does
I'm
leave
sorry.
open a chance.
सबैजना लाइक हान्नु त गाइस 300 लाइक पुगेछ
Here, whether it's EXP, whether you try to
Yeah, so
look at your mid lane here.
So it's true, the Esmeralda
Iron Man
Uranus option is
Collier
still
Claude.
there,
Oh my
honestly,
god,
for
Falcon is
Falcons,
there.
but they-
Claude.
They
Falcon
themselves
is
want to
obviously.
switch things up a bit too and just jump
बत्ती
into
गएर हेर्ने
more
पाएन
crowd
कति भयो
control
केटा
potential.
यार
They can
सबैको
leave
बत्ती
it
गइरहेछ
for later
टुटु भइरहेछ
and
यसको
instead prioritize
बत्ती
the
गइरहेछ
Harley, which
भ्युवर
I
हल्का
think
लेट
fairly enough
भइरहेछ
would be a
मेरो
great
पनि
matchup
भर्खर
towards the
बत्ती
good
आएको
gear, especially in objectives. So they're really trying to readjust
ओनीको
their
गेममा हुन्छ होला नि
sources
सबैको बत्ती
of engage in the last 2 picks.
I wonder if Yangon need to consider banning out a Farsa if they really want to double down on the aggro, but they need more crowd control. They already have the glue to disrupt. Good source of. Oh, it might depend. They might actually save the Haji pick for last.
What if well, there is a chance Yang will just take out all these potential XP lane problems. The zonings that can come out from Flap, either if he does get his hands on the Esmeralda, though they have ways to deal with it through Shred. I just feel like positioning wise, you really don't want to face it anymore, and that will allow you through maybe consider another pickup on the Badang if it's just really taking out the counters that we're talking about, but they instead take out the E,
which I feel like means
Bati ज़्यादा
Yangon
नेट जान्छ
just showed a
मेरो
little bit of
राउटर
where they
ब्याक
are
हुन्छ
mindset
बत्ती
wise,
ज़्यादा पनि स्ट्रिम
because their
स्ट्रिम
three
कन्टिन्यू
picks
भइरहेको
are
हुन्छ
pretty great against a
तर
lineup with an
ल्यापटप
Eve.
चल्दैन क्या फेरि
And
ल्यापटप
the fact
यत्तिकै
that they
छोडिदिनुपर्छ
still
मेरो
decided
माइक
to ban
अघि
it out,
क्यारकेट आवाज
maybe
आउँथ्यो
that might be something that
ब्याट्री
Falcons
नभएर
just now have a hunch on of,
चार्ज बिना
wait,
कसले चल्दैन
they're overthinking a certain aspect of it.
काइरीको फ्यान धेरै छ नेपालमा काइरी र केलाको फ्यान चाहिँ अति छ
Really where the
नेपालमा
focus for me has shifted.
जता
The
पनि
Arlott has
भन्नु काइरी
gotten
र केलाको
banned. I
फ्यान
thought that would be a
All over
great
the
pick
world.
to
All
get
over
Ying
the
back
world.
in comfort. But now you
Arab
have the
game
Uranus and the
Onic game पनि आज
Esmeralda.
हो
Is
क्या
the thought, Brig, that if we save this and you pick up Uranus or you pick up Esmeralda, we just get the other one?
there is a chance, but there is a chance also that we
Carol
look at something
vote होला
else, because I think the
Kyrie को
Arlott
face of
Guinevere
the
also
okay?
really would have been a great combo.
Carol
If
भन्दा बढी
Yangon are
Kyrie
looking
चिन्छ
to
क्या
just layer down and taking out the Eve means they really want to go for a certain setup, right?
Yeah, because if ever Falcon shows their mid laner now and pick up something like, I don't know, a Vexana, Yangon can go for a very aggressive EXP laner that can just break that formation. Zetian! With all this dive, with the counter set it has, with the Fury of the Phoenix, a lot of control, a lot of vision. The thing with Zetian lineups is, especially with a Harley, especially with the
कस्तो नराम्रो देगा यार क्यामेरामा
with two strong high invade Roman EXP picks, it's gonna be deadly for them. If Falcons lose this early game, it's gonna be hard to come back.
ए माथि
I think Yangon
सुयो भने
can
अफ
win
हुने
with
रहेछ
just
what the
pure
fuck
total aggro.
What about Keto?
Up against Zetian because of her knockback, it might be tough, especially with the glue around as well and the Esmeralda still open. Asora is actually a really great pickup.
Whoa, all right.
We might get Valentina EXP here for Falcons and Flap.
That's an overwhelming amount of magic damage again.
Yeah, and it's a counter to the Sora in the lane. As Yangon end up with the Kali not good if ever Flap ends up with his own shifting skies as a Valentina Sora cosplay.
Right, let's go. This is the last match of the best of 5
for Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's either they go for that or just the next laner who could match the Sora and just disrupt positioning, and that's gonna be a Phoveus option for them.
Dangerous.
Who would have thought the Phoveus was actually still up there?
Yeah, they needed an anchor actually. The Valentina would have been the more defensive option, but the Phoveus could be used to bait out some skills from Yangon, and then the glue goes in. This is anyone's game. Yangon and Falcons will take each other to the limit with this draft.
No holding your cards close to the chest. You gotta lay them all out on the table. It's the river. Even though we're playing dangerous grass, but in this case, they are all in. It is Yangon Galacticos versus Team Falcons PH. It's game 5 in MSC, which means we're gonna get our grand finalist after this.
Drex and Leo at your service, calling the final game in this best of 5. More than half a decade of lore, more than half a decade of hope and glory on the line, and of course, the first ticket to the grand finals of MSC at EWC 26. Let's get it on.
It's been a hell of a series. It's game number 5. It feels like a grand finals if you ask me at this point. YG with another draft in their pocket. Falcon as well. We've had different picks throughout
Alright, let's go. Last game. This is the last match.
game. And I love the way the panel put it. They are digging deep. It could be anyone's game at this point. Already so much aggression from both teams. Both junglers possibly have to go back. Blink has a quicksand guard, so he should be okay.
The draft has definitely evolved. Again, they're able to split up the Zushin and the glue. And then, of course, Nary and Esmeralda in sight. Early invade here coming in from Yangon Galacticos. And that Phoveus from out of nowhere. Again, multiple conversations I've had prior to this game starting amongst the community. Is Phoveus dead? And here at Red 5, possibly the most important game in this series, Phoveus comes up in the hands of the Filipino cannon.
It has been, and also in this
Four
series,
years
it's
later,
been a
last
banned
game.
pick. It's been one that Falcon hasn't been able to get their hands off, and the one times that it is let through, it's not even picked up in the beginning. It's picked up at the end as a last thing in the Swiss Army knife for Falcons. Can Flat be the difference here? Ying as well on the Sora, another pick we haven't gotten to see a lot of. So much on the shoulders of these EXP laners right now.
Ying and Flap. Fortunately, neither of them have died. And again, this game has taken a turn after we've seen so much
Guys,
action in
2-2
the
भइरहेको
first
छ
2
स्कोर
minutes
यो लास्ट
throughout
गेम
the
हो
group stage.
फाल्कन
Early
2 याङ्गन
knockouts,
2
we could have sworn the meta has changed,
जसले
but
जित्न
no,
सक्छ
when the best of the Philippines, the best of Myanmar come through, macro reigns supreme. Early presence here, Han holding that pixel brush. Blink with a pull, Ogwin flushes him out. Kyle here, holding on. Oh, sees Blink.
Han will get to level 5
Solin पाउनु
before
छ
this
टोटल
turtle.
4
Kyle's
छ
gonna try to go back to the
तुरन्त
Swords buff and scale along with him.
आजको अलि ल्याग
Both
हान्छ
teams taking it slow, so slow. They know exactly what is on the line. Down in the gold lane, the swap back and forth between this Moskov and this Clint has consistently happened. But one thing we have to point out, Super Marco on the Claude has been monstrous.
Denying it from Sanji alone is such a power play. And I'm glad that we were able to take a peek at the gold lane, because that's essentially where the duel is happening. And as we speak, it's happening now while these two teams dance around the turtle.
We do have a level up on Han between him and Kyle, which means
फोन
Falcons
मार्को हेर नि त
have
बर्न
to
क्या
really try
हेर्नु
to get
फेला
an
त
advantage here. They have
स्ल्याप
to try to
एन्ड
stop.
गर्यो
There goes the pursuit
हाल्यो
on
टाल्यो
Han. A lot of
ओइ
damage on
हिँड्ने पाइ
Sabine,
टोटल
still able to take the turtle. Gets a knock up on Ogwin. Crashing down. The fists are hitting hard. But Ogwin's there now.
Ogwin
Taking a ride
Ogwin
on
Ogwin
Ying.
गर्दैन
Falcons
Ogwin
look
मर्यो
for
क्या
response. No members on either team go
यहाँ
down.
मलाई
Turtle
टोटल
goes
पायो
over to YG.
Marco
Okay.
going for that double. Rampage Sandstorm jumped in. Blink spent his ult to deny Marco a clean double wave.
All right. I like the way both teams are playing right now. There's sustainability around the map. There's crowd control on both sides. There's engage, re-engage. This game could definitely go the distance.
let's go young one
There's a combo that they're waiting for. Falcons want to get the perfect Fury of the Phoenix into a chain on that demonic pursuit. The demonic wave into infernal pursuit. Bap, bap, bap. That's what they're looking for. For YG came a little closer, came a little easier, right? A flicker into a shifting skies. So we're taking aspects of games 1 to 4 and putting them into practice now with some new picks as well. So this is a series that's been building game to game to game. Falcons have a small lead, but you can only really chalk that up to a little better mobility across the map for them, since, you know, Harley is slightly more mobile than a Guinevere. Easier double laning from Super Marco. And I think that's what we're looking for. A mid-game power spike from Falcons that could eventually turn YG around, make up the difference for that easy of
guys are gonna make sure to like this stream yaar
Say
share
the
like
same
page
for
no
YG here.
16
All it takes is
40
one
more
good
like
combo from them as well. One nice Violent Requiem paired up with the Beacon, followed up by the Shifting Skies. There's a lot of possibilities on both teams to make one major play to give them that 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead.
They're neck deep in crowd control. They literally have a bit of crowd control on everyone. So that's what Falcons is trying to skirt. That's what they're playing around. Again, the fact that it's only Marco who has a Purify and Haji who has his passive. Once that's popped, then Yangon has free reign. That's what Falcons is taking all this time for.
What's insane about the amount of crowd control on both teams, there is only one Purify between 10 players. Both teams putting their all on an aggressive route, or on a micro route, I would say, looking for the outplays, looking for the chance to make something happen with these flickers. Kai's trying to make entry for Ying. Blink there as well. Han finally comes in, get the Violent Requiem. A lot of damage locks in. Super Marco comes over to Blazing Duet. He's able to take out Flap as Marco unable to put any damage on a Blink to the backside. Han does go down though. It's 1-for-1 Flap for Han. YG end up losing out on that one.
Not so fast. There is a chubby wave left over by Sanji.
Falcon rounded ayo Falcon rounded
Quick to find redemption.
It's Kyle more toro nine
was at such short range.
आउँछ young
Three
rounded
members of YG dogpiling on him.
And that will even the playing field in that last trade, because yes, the tower went down on top side, but tower also falls to Super Marco. And if they didn't find
Thank you so much, Eric Kusal
YG
Stain,
could've taken a
once
huge
again,
step back,
Daphne
but now
is
Gold's still
500.
sitting at a complete standstill.
4 minutes
Structures
no
at a
kill
complete
stop blocking to the
standstill.
last game यार last game त्यस्तो धेरै किल हुँदै हुँदैन
Galacticos and Falcons.
every series मा
Believe it
त्यही
or
हो
not,
last game धेरै
much
किल
more
हुँदै हुँदैन
similar than one would like
After
to admit.
discipline
They
the
are
last
very
game discipline
macro-centric. Sure, good
plus
team
dorai
fighting, great
पनि खेल्नु पर्छ last game त
tactics on the map, but
के mistake भयो
it has
भने
to make sense at the
पुरै
bottom
game
line.
जान्छ
When you look at that number at the end, how much do we get out of that? They have to have gotten their margins checked, and that's what that kill was on a Kyle. Kyle has to watch himself again. It's a death per jungler, Han and Kyle. The EXP lane, though, I think this is where the difference lies. Flap is a little more willing to sacrifice himself, while Ying is still the hero play. Ying still counts his shifting skies as if it was the game changer. It
We
was
lock
the
the
win.
Sanji.
Nice steal by Sanji.
Very well done.
all direct lock
Both
train
teams
I
back to
will
just
grab
letting their junglers do what they do best. YG, Han does take a camp up on the top side. He's holding a level ahead of Kyle right now, and it's kind of been the story. Even though he's on the Guinevere, he's been able to keep himself ahead in terms of juggling. It's with those little camp steals that he's taking. A little lizard here, a little bug on the top side. Anything to try to get the level advantage on the next
रिवर्स
objective.
भन्न खोजिरहेको है फाल्कनले
Which is
बाफ रे
something that
बाफ
Kyle has to watch out for, because more than just a cleanup, Kyle has to also keep up with the farm, which he hasn't been. He just reached level 10 now, while all this while Han was already level 11. So now in this final turtle, each of them a piece. We'll see how, with the Fury of the Phoenix, finally maybe Falcons can find that combo. Turtle down on 8.
Ogwin jumps on Han. That might be the answer right there.
पर पाए टोटल ओइ हाजिले पाए नहीं भन्छ यो गेम छैन त मार्क्सम्यान किन बुझिरहेको छ यार यिनीहरू गल्ती गरिरहेको छ यार याङ्गलले मार्क्सम्यान किन बुझिरहेको यार याङ्गलले मिस्टेक गरे यार ओइ एकछिन सान्जी कस्तो पार्यो
Sanji helps save the day, helps even the playing field by taking out Kyle as Falcons collapse onto Blink. Blink going for a ride. That's Ogwin hitting along.
That's the flicker. Blink denied further damage by flickering back and you saying better
एकछिन
flicker.
ठिक छ हो याङ्गलले त्यस्तो नराम्रो ट्रेड त होइन यार ठिकै ट्रेड हो याङ्गललाई के ट्रेड हो काइल मरेर त राम्रो भयो याङ्गललाई
Which I can't blame again. Kyle is such a softie. Looking at this whole lineup, Kyle is the most vulnerable of them all.
Kyle
And the reason how this worked is the perfect synchronization of all of their ults. Look at that, all the greens gone. That is what Falcons is looking for.
In the super delayed SOD, Sanji doesn't commit to it first. First he takes the tower, and then he SODs. Kyle thinks he's in the save, and up pops Sanji from the back.
Final nanosecond is what it takes in Sanji. Yes, take away my Claude, but
game
my
guys, not bad, not bad.
is also pretty darn good.
Not a bad game. My last game of the top of
maybe a little bit more in the bank, but Sanji now he's taken
450 watching guys. Let's go guys. सबैजना like गरौँ like this stream 300 like गरिदिउँ न.
So now I
Let's
think
go
Falcons
300
don't know
like.
how they're going to do it, but they have to pay attention to Sanji. They have to find a way to put a beat on this Moskov, and I think
Sky बनाया दूसरी last game Sky बनाया.
here in this game, but
9 minute में
I think
Sky
it's gotta be
बनाया.
on Kyle. Kyle has to be on Sanji guard, because looking at the rest of the lineup,
तर यो गेम जित्छ लागिरहेको छ केटा याङ्गोले
Another tower dropped
कसम जित्छ
low.
लागिरहेको छ यो गेम
YG make their way down bottom as Falcon try to break through, but they are in a little
Wait,
bit of a pincer here. They need to be careful.
Left English जान्छ ल ला मारे
Gets knocked
सान्जीलाई
up. He tries to be in my way, but they've all collapsed onto him. He will go down. Han unable to get the engage. Blink in the backside, use a quick sand guard, but Kyle's already on him. It's too much damage.
नो यार लॉर्ड को
Doesn't
बेला
have the flicker. One more shot. He uses the conceal. Where is he going?
कर्स नै हान्दै क्या होला मर्ले क्या राम्रो थियो यार मस्को लेट गेम पुग्यो राम्रो हुन्थ्यो यार
Blink wasted more time, got away with it.
नै यार त्यहाँ धेरै डिप भयो यार यिनीहरू
And without the
Free
blind
lord,
the
free lord.
space escape card trick, he would have gotten away. But alas, here we are now. Two
He's
dudes
going all
down
good.
for Yangon Galacticos Falcons blitzing the Lord.
And there's just no way in. YG has finally given
कर्स नै हान्दै मलाई यार
All right, body blocks.
Close. It was close.
Good call, but I don't think Sanji
One
would
of
have pressed
the
it
hand
anyway.
there, याङ्गोलाई त
And
लामो
we've seen that before. Historically, we've seen that before. One more look
धेरै
at that
डिप
sequence.
कस्तो पॉइंट थाल्ने
I
यार
said it
धेरै
was
डिप थियो क्या हो
Kyle who should be checking in on Sanji, but hey, 3 dudes work as well.
You know, in that fight there, YG, I wanted to see him close the distance a little bit faster. I don't know if they felt like Sanji was a definite getaway or not, but in the end, losing Sanji there, then losing Blink, it was an easy lord taken. Finally, we see a team get past the 1K gold mark in terms of a lead.
स्टारलाइट देऊ न यार स्टारलाइट रिक्वेस्ट गर न तिमी विनर होइन गिभ होइन मैले बिर्सेँ यार को थियो यार गिभ विनर किङ कङ डी थियो रे केटा गिभ विनरमा मैले बिर्सेँ यार याद दिलाउ त मलाई
Now about 200, 300 between these two gold laners. And they get a
You
push
go
up
in,
top.
right,
This is
too.
it.
King
Falcons
Kong
are
G.
in pole position. They're in the driver's seat.
मरे सान्जी
Has to try to not lose any inhibitors
ओए
here.
म
It's a bad position if they do, especially with Lord coming down on boss side next. Lord finally taken out, a couple more shots. Jahan able to take it. Jahan on the boss side, pushing lane right now. YG gonna jump in. Open gets pulled back.
Super Marco. La Sanji moryo. Sanji. नहीं आजी पागले.
With the quicksand guard still alive.
Anka tho.
Kai's with a double kill. And look at Han on that bottom lane against the base.
Ever seen a Guinevere pretend to be a Ling or a Fanny? That's what Han has done here.
सबजना मत थियो भने यार.
Inside, I don't think they're going to be able to push in.
हान ए रिप्ले कस्तो बेला रिप्ले देखाएको त्यहाँ हानको.
Magic. Han's good. He's good. He's okay. Turret did not fall. But that's as good as it gets for YG, all right? Inside their base, they get a good punish. Sure, they traded Sanji out for it.
धेरै डिभाइन यार यता फाल्गुनहरु धेरै डिभाइन.
And the gold difference is equalized as well.
फाल्गुन जितेछ लाग्छ नि तर गोली केही छैन क्या. गोली सेम छ क्या. याङ्गोन राम्रो खेल्छ. याङ्गोनले जित्छ फ्लाइट मलाई किन हो मोस्कोले हान्छ फ्लाइट छ. कर खाने तर मोस्कोको लेट गेम राम्रो छ क्या. अब हार्डीदेखि मात्र बाँच्नु पर्यो.
In terms of tower health, almost like down to the line,
down to the pixel. That is how equally Galacticos and Falcons are. Kaiser picking up a Ice Queen 1 here should help with the spell vamp, should be able to slow down the forward push of Team Falcons. Looking at the rest of their kit. Alright, finally, Kyle is firing off something to marvel at. Despite the fact that he has a hard 7-8 minutes that he had to play through.
Get out like 500 watching more likes, guys. Let's go 300 likes.
Claude just yet, and I think that's what he was looking for. He was so gung-ho to go into the base.
You know, it's been all eyes on Sanji though on this Moscow, but I think the real problem could start to be Kai's 4-0-1.
Make sure to like and subscribe, guys. Like guys.
Yeah, it's clean for him right now, and it's only going to get better and better. As YG start to burst down or at least keep pace on this Lord. Super Marco wants to pull to their side. The dance is on.
So with the trap advantage on the Lord dance. Claude, much like the Melissa can do a singular Lord dance blink here. BMI forward.
Punch and go
blink here.
Super Marco.
Man-to-man Mark.
How long does that BMI last?
आज को पैसे गयो
as long as the SOD good and
ओए आज कमिट आने ओकिनलाई ओकिन मर्यो तर इन पनि मर्यो इन बाचिरा छ ब्लिङ गयो ओए राम्रो ट्रेड हो याङमललाई यो ट्रेड राम्रो हो याङमललाई सान्जीको अल्ट आयो सान्जीले मारे हाजिले ओ माय गॉड ओ याङमल ओए वाइप आउट Bro, Yangon, let's go, Yangon. Wait, Ingram can Not on but I know.
Massive stacks game.
Not on but
Falcons fans are at the end of their wits.
Onic fan, can you push it? There, Onic fan, push it.
A moment of hesitation leads to a 4-for-1 trade. Once again, you can split up the Ubi, but they find a way to collapse into you.
Blink was such
let's go, Yangon. It's about the MSC. Onic, खुशी भइसक्यो नाइस यार सान्जी मलाई थाहा थियो कि मोस्टले हान्छ लागिरहेको थियो मलाई केटा मोस्टले हान्छ लागिरहेको थियो बल्ल हाने
Marco and maybe even the rest of Falcons saying look we're gonna take it all you gotta do is grab it it's right underneath their noses and Falcons fell for it because of that they're down 2k they're in jeopardy
सक्यो गेम सान्जीले भोट्यो अब सान्जीले भोट्यो प्लस ड्यामेज खान्छ लास्ट क्रेजी छ मोस्को ब्लेड गेम प्लस विजनको 50 स्ट्याक छ लुफी जेनलाई केटा लुफी जेनलाई कसैले कम्फर्ट गर्न छ है डिप्रेस भएर होला
how is Kaiser going to get his stacks cut in half
you not defend man
YG with a beautiful delay come on Yangon to focus on this mid and top side as the Lord slowly makes his way downtown.
Perfect sync, mid lane tier 2 drops. Sanji hidden from where the sun don't shine. Is that him on a Malefic gun? I'm pretty sure he has it already. You're not supposed to be able to hit from that range. Blink here, put down to a third. No way.
It
cracks the inhibitor down bot.
Falcons base now vulnerable in the hands of YG. It's a 4K goal lead, 16 minutes.
Okay, not a bad defense. तर एउटा इनिङ त गयो.
We've had a lot of
Young
one-sided games
mostly
so
winner
far in
better
the
बनायो.
past 4. We were
Okay,
wondering how
hardly
game
going
5
to
was
winner
going to be.
better.
This is the longest one so far, I'm pretty sure, at least getting to that clock.
It's about a minute and a half before the Lord spawns lower quarter.
किरा लास्ट गेम यस्तो हुनु पर्यो नि यत्रो लामो गेम हुनु पर्यो के लास्ट गेम भने.
It's not on the
द्वितीय
long
2-2 छ.
lanes, so that's less of a worry, but
एक
given the
गेम गेम चेन्ज हुन्छ.
clone jutsu BMI on the space escape, they can afford it, but this is still something that they could use to their advantage. So far, Yangon Galacticos, man to man, just up on every single role. Again, I can't even count Kyle over Han because Han is a utility jungler. Han doesn't care if he's down on damage. All he needs to do is find the perfect Requiem, which is again set up so perfectly prior to that 4-for-1 trade. Because again, on-demand crowd control. That was the issue in game 1 and 2. Game 5, it haunts Falcons once again. And I'd hate to throw it back to the fact that there's only one Purify, just but one in Super Marco. Passive on Haji, procced off once again.
And that was the big risk we brought up at the beginning of the series.
के गर्छ फाल्कनले के गर्छ इभल्भ लर्ड हुन्छ यो 18 मिनेट पछि कन्टेस्ट गर्नै पर्छ डिफेन्स त हुँदैन यार कन्टेस्ट गर्नै पर्छ फाल्कनले ग्याम्बल लिनै पर्छ जसरी भए नि
one person to be able to do that. And while that keeps happening, YG is capitalizing elsewhere in these team fights. YG is finding those violent requiems. They're finding other targets. We don't have to deal with Super Marco. Blink can handle that. We'll kill the rest.
As soon as Yangon Galacticos find their 1-2 punch, crowd control, CC AoE on at least 2 or 3, then that's it. Falcons have to fold. So that's why this dance is going to be very, very perilous. Y-Brush getting flushed out by Ogwin. Big knock-up set up here by the Lord.
Lord fight.
Massive pull. This might be uncontested.
Lord burst गर्यो.
I don't think they can make their way in.
ओए पाइ लर्ड ब्याक कर अब फाल्कनले जित्नु पर्छ अब गाह्रो पर्छ फाल्कनले इन्गेज गर्नु पर्छ फाल्कनले इन्गेज गर्नु पर्छ ओए अल्ट क्यान्सल गयो काइल मर्यो ओ माय गॉड जिजी गेम सक्यो फाल्कन हारे हारे फाल्कन जिजी ब्रो Young going to the finals man Young going to the finals bye Falcon चा भाइले दिदीले निकालेर कस्तो हारेको सेमिफाइनलमा चाहिँ जिजी यार याङ्गोन म्यानमाको टिम बल्ल पम्मा यार जिजी ब्रो जिजी ओए हाने यार फिलिपिन्स निस्क्यो केटा फाइनली लेट्स गो पिटरहरु साइलेन्ट भइसक्यो हैन हम्बल बस्छ चिप्लाएर अब हम्बल भइसक्यो पिनरहरु यस्तो मनै पर्दैन मलाई त पिनर टर्डहरु
5 games at that point. Falcon, it felt like they had the momentum after taking 2 losses, bringing Yangon Galacticos to the brink, to the edge, and even game 5 went down to the line.
For the first time since 2019, there are no Filipino teams.
Bye bye केटा फिलिपिनोलाई bye bye भन्दै गाइस मलाई बल्ल मजा आयो फिलिपिनो निस्केर
This is historic. Sure, Yangon Galacticos missed out on the window of claiming the clean
Bye bye
run
Philippines
towards the big one. Going X and O into the grand finals, but this is a victory still worth celebrating. Echoes are made throughout the world.
Finally.
MLBB Sports, behold your first team to dethrone the M5 World Champions, to deny the Philippines a grand finals berth. The pride of Myanmar, Yangon Galacticos.
Glory has returned. They're looking for more. Revenge has been given. The rivalry continues.
Yangon फर्ममा जायो गाइस
It truly is. It truly is, and in what a fashion to go the distance.
जिजी आयो केटा जिजी आयो फाइनली यार नयाँ रिजन आयो हेर फिलिपिन्सलाई एलिमिनेट हान्यो फाइनली लेट्स गो लुफी जेन वेयर आर यु म्यान लुफी जेन कहाँ छ लुफी जेनलाई बोलाऊ केटा वेयर आर यु लुफी जेन म्यान थ्याङ्क यू सो मच कुशल जेन फर 500 Japanese yen GG Yangon feeling sad with angry and 3 others.
Yangon Galacticos stand tall.
Once a month, I got let's go.
Let's throw it over the stage for a winner's interview.
Lower bracket, bro. Elimination match, bro. No lower bracket.
What a moment! Emotions are running high, and I'm here with Coach Marvs. I know it's a tough moment to
Oye, रुने ला यार यो तो ओए तर फिलिपिन ला हानेको यार ओए मैं रुयो यार
MSC Grand Finals. What does this
Oh
mean to
my
you
god,
and the rest of
bro.
the team?
Oh my god, man. W coach, W.
I go to Myanmar.
W
I
coach.
left everything, my personal interest, building the Myanmar team, and for these boys, they doing great. They doing everything for their countries. I hope this will be inspiration for upcoming generation. I keep on putting
Bro, I can't
God
watch
first
this, man.
in
I can't
every
watch this,
situation.
man.
I'm one of the coach that I always seeking God wisdom in every situation. And this time, Lord, I lift your name on high, Lord Jesus.
Bro, Philippines ला eliminate गरेछ हो मैं यतिको त बन्छ हो
It feels so good.
It feels incredible. It looked incredible. One of the best series.
W
we've
coach,
had
W coach, man. Let's
at
go,
MSC
let's go,
here
young
between
one.
you and Falcons. Next piece, look.
Bro, man,
A
GG,
couple
bro.
days ago, we were thinking, hey, who are you guys gonna play in the
Oh my
semifinals?
god, bro, W coach,
Vitality
yeah.
was the choice that you have in mind. Were you expecting Falcons to be here and to also give you such a fight had they
Oye,
qualified to
man,
semis?
yo famous streamer यार
For the
man
team, I
को
really want the vitality. For me personally, I really want to face the Falcon because I'm the only coach that don't have any import in my team, and I want to prove that if the region and then the people and then the players they're doing great.
अनि फिलिपिन्स चाहिँदैन हो इम्पोर्ट किन चाहियो म्यानमा फुल लाइनअपले सेकिसक्यो फिलिपिन्सको फुल लाइनअपलाई यो अन्त किन चाहियो इम्पोर्ट फिलिपिन अरूले नि हान्न सकिहाल्छ नि जहिले फिलिपिनले मात्रै हान्न सक्ने छ भन्छ र होइन केटा हो जहिले फिलिपिन्स हो र नयाँ प्लेयरहरू कसरी ग्रो गर्छ नयाँ रिजनको जहिले फिलिपिनलाई इम्प्लोर गरे नि
To my wife and to my son.
W coach, man, W coach. Let's go. Finally, man, back on track. M2 पछि बल्ल आइरहेको छ फाइनलमा पुग्यो फर्स्ट टाइम सेकेन्ड टाइम भन्नु न M2 पछि
For my next new era X Pro family. I love you so much.
W
For
coach,
the Myanmar Burmese people.
Burmese goal.
We're going to rewrite the history. Okay. We're going to rewrite in the name of Yangon Galacticos.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Coach Marvs. Thank you so much, my friend. Emotions are high, but that's the beauty of MSC, my friends.
Thanks so much, Crystal Center. Once again, 5 minutes Japanese in. GGR. M2 को फाइनल को रिवेन्ज हो केटा फाल्कनले अब एम्बापे स्पेशल खेल्छ
One more key crush in them, but that'll be after the grand final. For now,
GGR केटा अनि डिस्ट्रोय गरिहाल्छ फिलिपिनको कि
Yangon Galacticos are going to the grand final.
मतलब तिम्रो पनि हेटर रहेछन् 7 जनाले स्ट्रिम डिसलाइक हानेछन् अनि त्यो सबै हेटर हुन्छ नि They hate me because I'm too good.
Will they be crushing the Team Falcons key
They hate me because maybe I'm too good. भन्ने लाइन सुनेको तिमीले रोनाल्डोको
Coach Marvs has the honor to do it and will crush Team Falcons after an epic best-of-5 series. All destroyed. Job well done in the semis. Only one more step left for greatness.
Onic destroy भइसक्यो त
For Myanmar. Let's break it all down on our panel.
I said 4 weekly, not SL. Oh, look, we said 1000 donation खै त Look, we said 1000 donation हान्नु पर्यो
For Yangon Galacticos, who remain to be
1000 donation हान्नु पर्यो है
in the galaxy.
1000 donation युरोमा कति हुन्छ कन्भर्ट हाल्छु है म
MSC has been so named
1000 NPR in euro.
Self-proclaim that it is the tournament of upset.
5.70 euro 6 euro पठाइने
As we
हुन्छ
continue on, you cannot leave a moment like this without acknowledging the emotion that goes along with it. It's not just the win, it's not
बल्ल
just the
नयाँ
game,
रिजन अन्त
it's
टिम स्पिरिटले
outside
हान्छ
of the game.
म्यान नयाँ
The
रिजनको
trust,
ब्याटल हेर्न
faith,
मजा आउँछ
the belief and the gratitude that he expressed to his family for allowing him to take on this risk. The lack of imports, he said. The pride of this country to prove they can do it
W man mark
amongst everyone else. And
W man mark
now, Renmar, Brigida, at least $500,000 is
Text
going
card
to go into
this
these
way
players' pockets.
7
And
euro
if they
पठाउँदा
continue to play like this, tomorrow
लुफिजेन
they
कहाँ
could
गएको
be
लुफिजेन हल्का तनावमा छ लुफिजेन
Welcome back to the grand finals, Myanmar.
Welcome back.
You deserve it. The region has been
अनि
hungry
केटा
for a
याङ
stage
गोलले
like
जित्छ
this,
केटा
moment like this for
कर्स
such
के हो कर्स
a
के हो
long
कर्स के हो
time.
केटा कर्स what the fuck is कर्स
Yes, it was at the expense
एकछिन
of the
गाइस एकछिन
Falcons and the last Filipino team. But if you're a true MLBB fan, you cannot help but stand and clap for Yangon Galacticos, for the region of Myanmar, and how poetic that it was their Filipino head coach that crushed the key on the last hope of the Philippines.
WR
But of
याङ
course,
गोल
he
लेट्स गो
acknowledged that it wasn't about him. It was
धन्यवाद
about
बा
his players from Myanmar.
जिती सेकेन्ड रनर अप याङ गोल रे
for the
ल
region.
ल यार सेकेन्ड
That
रनर
got all of us so emotional here in the studio. The amount of sacrifices Coach Marv's had to do,
ल अब
and the
ओनिक
amount
भएपछि
of
टिम
trust
स्पिड
that
है
he
केटा
put in
ए
the
ओनिक
players
भएपछि
and the
टिम स्पिड
region,
भएर याङ
who
गर्ने
again
गाइस फाइनलमा
historically have already made waves, and now that they've finally returned, they've just broken records, and they're
अनि
proving to
अनि
be
अनि
a
फाइनल
true
है फर्स्ट
contender
फाइनलिस्ट
and
केटा फर्स्ट
potential
फाइनलिस्ट
champion here in
फर्स्ट
MSC
फाइनलिस्ट है केटा
at EWC 2026.
लेट्स गो
There is no amount of words to describe what they could possibly be feeling right now.
And
GG,
this
guys.
has
What
shut
a
out
game, what
all
a
the
game, what a
doubts
game.
about that asterisk, about their way here.
What a game यार guys. Finally यार Falcon M2 पछि फाइनली एकचोटि M2 मा फाइनल पुगे त्यसपछि बल्ल तल्ल गरेर 6 वर्षपछि फेरि ब्याक टु फाइनल पुगेछ यार MSC मा म्यानमार्क रिप्रेजेन्ट गरिरहेको छ गाइस फुल विदाउट एनी इम्पोर्ट्स क्या फुल मेन लाइनअप क्या म्यानमार्ककै लाइनअप क्रेज यार गाइस डब्लु च्याङ्गो अब हाम्रो ओनीको गेम छ गाइस लेट्स एकछिन है म पहिला स्ट्रिम टाइटलहरू चेन्ज गर्छु अब ओनीको फ्यानहरूले मलाई मार्ने भयो क्या ओनीको फ्यानहरूले मलाई मार्ने भयो यार ओके गाइस म स्ट्रिम पहिलाको स्ट्रिम टाइटल
5 pound equals 1k law. WL, Masarapp 3 ta weekly giveaway Nakala. L&W's part of the game support for my team is always, no changing teams.
कुस आइसक्यो केटा लुफी गेमिङको डोनेसन है गाइस पढौँ न 5 पाउन्ड इज टु 1k ल WL Masarapp तीनटा Masarapp तीनटा weekly giveaway निकाल L and part of the game support for my team is always no changing team. W Luffy gaming केटा W Luffy in chat 5 pound 5 pound okay pound को होता है euro को होता है guys thank you so much Luffy gaming तीनटा गिवे कहाँ निकालौँ म weekly गिवे मसँग छैन है weekly गिवे लुफी गेमिङमा अब लुफी गेमिङले लास्ट रिस उठिरहेछ होला है ल अब अझै मेरै टिम हारेर छ मै पैसा दिनु परिरहेछ भइरहेको ल So sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. है म उनीको फ्यान हो मासराको लोकेसनमा गएर पिट्छु गाइस सरी टिम स्प्रिटमा को छ थाहा छैन एक्सपिलियनमा किड बममा छ है गाइस एक्सपिलियनमा किड बममाले चा खान्छ है केटा सब उनीको But I'm supporting Team Spirit, guys. Not gonna lie, Team Spirit support गरिरहेको छु टिम स्पिड नयाँ रिजनलाई सपोर्ट गरेर मेन रिजनै त्यही हो मेरो त तर हेरौँ ओनिक भएन भने तर फाइनल हेर्न हल्का बोरिङ त हुन्छ होला बट स्टिल इट वुड बी गुड फर एमएलबी कम्युनिटी किनकि इन्डोनेसियामा त ग्रो नै छ होइन एमएलबी सो ओके म पुल बनाउँछु गाइस फर्स्ट अफ अल अब ओनीको फ्यानहरूले मलाई ल्याङ हान्छ ल्याङ नै गर्छ है इन पुल स्टार्ट अ पुल ओनिक भर्सेस इन्डो भर्सेस रसिया Whether guys stream to other channel any chance. Would be like Benito easy winner trust right? Ludwig or Benita. खै हेरौँ अहिले त के हुन्छ मेटा तर मेनली त त्यस्तो चलेको त छैन होइन ओनिक भर्सेस टिम स्पिरिट हिको भर्सेस केलरा जाउरे भाइ भर्सेस जाउर आगोस भर्सेस जाउरेस आयो 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 इन्टरभ्यू सुनौँ हारेको
result
हारेको
that you
प्लेयरको
were
इन्टरभ्यू
hoping
सुनौँ
for, but with that fight, was it
बाई
that
बाई
intense? Is Yangon
फिलिपिन्स
Galacticos just that good?
We scrimmed with Yangon, and we really expect they will do well in this tournament, and we really respect them in this tournament. So they have really unorthodox way to fight their enemies. So it's
Angryलाई
really
स्पेसल
they really caught us
स्यालेरी गिभ पनि गरे त
in the
दोस्त आई
first
विल
two
हेल्प यु
games. So
पुगेन भनिले
yeah,
But you came back.
एङ्ग्रीलाई
yeah, we came
Game
back, but
3, Game 4.
you know, but it's quite short. We didn't finish it up. So yeah, it's really sad.
alright
Ogun, this is going to be the first time in a
The
very
angry
long
guy
time,
भन
and I
नि
think
त
since
कुशल
M2
सेलले
that
अब
there
यत्रो
will not
डोनेसन
be
गर्यो
a
अब
Filipino representative in the grand finals. What do you
हान्दिउँ न
think
त
this
एङ्ग्रीलाई
means
पनि
for the ecosystem? Do you think that all the other regions are catching up?
Yeah, especially in the
र एउटा मात्रै
early stages of
एउटा
MSC,
मात्रै
we
कुशल
really
सेन कसलाई
saw
गरौँ
what
एङ्ग्री
the
कि
other
अरू एउटा
regions
मात्रै एसएल
cooking up,
टुर्नामेन्ट
and
गर्ने चाहिँ मैले
it's really
अरू त गिभवेमा जान्छ
you
नि
don't need to relax, because even though it's
एउटा मात्रै हो कसलाई कसलाई
any
गरौँ
team
भन
or
कुशल
Latam
सेनले
or
जसलाई भने त्यसलाई
Brazilian,
गर्छ
it's really
म एउटा स्टाइलाइट चाहिँ
you really need to fight in your full potential. So yeah, it's really quite challenging and
म्याच
competitive
यार
in this
फाल्गुन
MSC
तर
right now.
फिलिपिन्सको
And
टिमहरू
we see
रेस्पेक्ट
that,
छ
TLPH. And now you, Ogun, no matter what happens, you put up a very strong fight. I hope you know that. We want to know what's next for you, Ogun.
Manmax slot
First
was
thing
getting
first,
removed and they
we
were
will
getting
have a
wildcard
match
slot
in
after the MSC
Turkey,
by the way.
so that's
What
first,
the
and
fuck?
after
Manmax
that
slot
we
removed
need to
भन्ला रे
reset
bro.
and
No way
plan
यार.
again for the next tournament.
Deserve गर्छ
Who
यार
do you think you're going to
Manmax
meet
slot.
in the third placer?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50. Spirit is also good.
Okay. Do you have any final message to your fellow Filipinos?
Thank you so much sa mga sumuporta sa amin.
कुशल सेनले जसलाई भने
Yun
त्यसलाई
lang,
guys.
di kami umabot sa finals.
Oy, angry रे कुशल सेनले.
Kaya yun.
Oy, मेरो
Ito lang yung
what
kinain
the
namin.
fuck?
Kaya sa
10
susunod
वटा
namin na
कम्प्लिट
ano
भयो
na
guys फेरि.
tournament. Pas paghahandaan pa namin.
Bro,
tas
10 वटा
mamalitin yung
donation
kalaban.
कम्प्लिट
Yun
भयो.
lang. Thank you.
Thank you to Falcons.
कुशल
Thank you to
सेनले एङ्ग्रीलाई
Ogun. We love
भने
you
होइन
very
अब
much. Everyone
म
loves you very
एङ्ग्रीलाई
much.
एड गर्छु है.
Keep your chin up. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
त्यसो न guys nice try यार फाल्कन. Filipino always proud भइहाल्छ नि.
Filipinos to
every
talk
time
about what
जितेर
he
हुन्छ.
felt about that one. He said he messaged and to the region, and I think you know this is kind of history making as well since M2.
Yeah, he just apologized and said. Well, first he said thank you for the support. He apologized that they fell short, but yeah, he did acknowledge all
7,
throughout the
9,
interview
4,
that the world has
5.
gotten so much stronger, and that's great. I mean, Young on Galacticos, he said this is what moments like these, wins like these, are what esports are all about.
Yeah, and it's a takeaway for the Philippines as well as a
0,
region.
8, 7.
It's definitely going to fuel a lot more of the hunger to get back on an international stage win. And it's, I think for a lot of people,
एङ्ग्रीलाई मैले एड गरेको छु है अनि
history at its finest. It's such a great way to increase
किङकङ
the
डीलाई मैले
competition that we
स्टार्ट
currently have
पठाइदिएको छु
in
होइन
the
भर्खरै
MLB competitive landscape.
चेक गर्दा हुन्छ
I love the
अब
way that this
एङ्ग्रीलाई
has
म
gone. This has
रिक्वेस्ट
been
गरेर 7
really
दिन भएपछि
fantastic
म
to see
पठाइदिन्छु अनि
as just an esport enjoyer as you develop and you guys going into M8 this year.
एमएससी पनि
you know,
सकिन
and
यार
you're
त्यही त
talking
यार
about
गाइस
M2, you're already seeing the
नयाँ गोलै केटा
experience and the
ओनीको
knowledge
गेम स्टार्टै भएको
increase
छैन यार
from this
केटा हो
esport, and you're gonna go through these
हल्का
phases. I
अब
mean, it
15
happens
बढायो
to
केटा
us.
हो
You know, we got a Japanese winner over on the Battle Royale side of Apex. I mean, MLBB, it's a beautiful thing when you get to
15
expand.
goal
Obviously, it may
अब
not feel that way if you're
थ्याङ्क
looking
यू सबै
staring
थ्याङ्क
down
यू
the
कुशल
microscope
सेनलाई
of it right
स्पेसल
now,
थ्याङ्क
but when
यू
you pull back, you'll
लुसी
see
गेमिङले नि
great
अति
things
ढोनिरहेको
for the
रहेछ
game in general. As we continue to move on, guys, I
केटा
know this is
सब्सक्राइब
the
पनि
end
हाल्दै
for
यार
you two.
सब्सक्राइब त बढ्दै
Today,
पर्दैन यार
at least, any final
दुबीमा
thoughts
13,000
after
माथि
seeing
आउँछ
this?
यार
Anything
मेरो
to preview as we
सब्सक्राइबर
look at our
फेरि
next
6,000
match coming up today?
I agree with Owen. It's a 50-50, you know. Let's all set our eyes on the upcoming series because this is not looking like a fast one either.
Yeah, if ever Team Spirit defeat Onic later, then for the first time, we're going to get eSewa in the grand finals,
Finals gonna boring
Myanmar
lol,
in the
Onic
grand
gonna
finals
storm
against them,
Yangon.
and
Falcon
no
हानेको
team from
टिमले
what
आई
we've seen as
टिमले
the big regions in
फाल्कन हानेको छ
MLBB
यार कहाँ
at
यतिकै
first.
त हार
That will
मान्दैन नि
really
याङ्गन
push the
पनि
story as an MSC of, I
आज
wouldn't
जिम
call
गएन
it
मास्टर लास्ट टाइम
upsets,
पनि स्ट्रिम
but
म जिम गएको
surprises. And the best
12 बजे गएको
surprises
जिम
usually come all the way
जिम
up
स्किप
until
हाल्नु
the
थिएन
end.
मैले
All right, well, I already see your replacements coming up on stage, looking good in their suits. I'll just leave that as a no. You can't come. Oh,
It's
God.
on white. It's on white.
The
It's on
fella's
white.
trying
It's
to
on
get
white.
in. We
It's
can't
on
let him
white.
do
It's on white. It's on
it.
white.
It's not your time. It's
It's on
not
white. It's
your
on white. It's
time.
on white.
I can't wait for that. Make sure if you guys think you know who's going to win, which how in the world could you know who's going to win at this point? There's no way you could. Get your pick'ems in though, and maybe you will be right. But I just remember how many of us have been wrong so often at MSC. Maybe you won't be. I hope you won't be. Coming up after this, we're going to have an amazing game. It's going to be Onic and Team Spirit, Indonesia and eSewa battling for that second spot in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Wait guys, कहिले छ गेम वेट लेट मी चेक है
Now imagine an
अब ओनिक भर्सेस यिनीहरूको त स्टार्ट हुनुपर्ने हो किनकि अलरेडी 7 बजेको सो छिटै स्टार्ट गर्नुपर्ने हो छिटै स्टार्ट अब स्टार्ट हुन्छ होला लुफी गेमिङ पागल हुनेछ अब स्टार्ट हुन्छ होला गाइस स्टार्ट हुन्छ अब ग्रान्ड फाइनलमा याङ्गनले स्लट सेक्योर गरिसक्यो अनि थर्ड प्लेस म्याचमा फाल्कन पिएच ब्रो व्हाट द फक Masarapp आइडी गिभअवे गर रे गाइस सैडली टु सी फिलिपिनो टिम इन थर्ड प्लेस म्याच होइन अनि एउटा टिम त नकआउट स्टेजभन्दा अगाडि नै इलिमिनेट भयो ग्रुप स्टेजमै आई थिङ्क अब चाहिँ के हुन्छ जस्तै केटा अब चाहिँ नयाँ रिजनले डोमिनेट हान्छ जस्तै फाइनली आयो फिलिपिनोले ब्याक टु ब्याक 3 चोटि जित्छ यो धन्न एकचोटि अब चाहिँ स्टम्पै हाने फिलिपिन्सले लेट्स गो नाइस अब आउँछ केटा फाइनल बोसको गेम अब फाइनल बोस है केटा फाइनल बोसको गेम आउँछ अब केटा तिमीहरूको प्रेडिक्सन के हो ओनिक कति ओनिकले जित्छ कि याङ्गनले ओनिकले जित्छ कि स्प्रिटले जित्छ प्रेडिक्सन कति हो मेरो चाहिँ 3-2 टिम स्प्रिट तिमीहरूको प्रेडिक्सन सोधिदिनु त ओनिकको फ्यानहरूको प्रेडिक्सन यो पोइन्ट चाहिँ के हो यो पोइन्टले पछि गिभअवे जित्न सजिलो हुन्छ मेरो डोनेसन त आइरहेको छ बट स्ट्रिममा देखाउँछ क्या मेरो ओके पढ्नुहोस् हुन्छ
Luffy Zen tipped 50 rupees.
Luffy Zen,
Masarapp, give me the name of 3 people I will give each one weekly. And Sky Pariser not allowed.
ओइ लुफी गेमिङ ओके थ्री विकली दिने भने चाहिँ लुफी जेनले मैले जसलाई चुज गरेँ नि त ओहो हो नम्बर 1 मासराप स्काई पेर्स नट अलाउड यार स्याडली यार गाइस ल रोकै 3 गिभअवेको थ्रु गर्नु पर्ला है गाइस मलाई भन्छ सबजना मलाई भन्छ थाहा छ गाइस तर म अब स्ट्रिम ल्याब खोल्छु म मेरो गाइस ब्रेक छ स्ट्रिम ल्याब खोलौँ न तिमीहरूलाई अब गाँड मस्ती गरौँ न गिभअवे अब पोइन्ट किन काम लाग्छ थाहा हुन्छ स्ट्रिम ल्याब खोल्दै रहेछ ए छिटो बट्टु पर्मिसनमा आएछ लगाएछ अब कहाँबाट हुन्छ र गिभअवे रोपाइ यतिबाट होइन गिभअवे होइन यहाँ ब्याक टु ड्यासबोर्ड अलर्ट बक्स टिपिङ अलर्ट बक्समै हो कि अलर्ट बक्समा होइन ओइ गिभअवेको कता हो अरे कसलाई थाहा छ अरे गाइस गिभअवेको कताबाट हो अरे स्ट्रिम ल्याबमा के हो अरे नाम त्यसको क्लाउड के हो नाम के हो नाम के हो नाम के हो नाम के हो गाइस नाम के हो गाइस नाम के हो कसलाई थाहा छैन स्ट्रिम ल्याबबाट कसलाई न कस नाम के हो नाम के हो नाम के हो कहाँबाट गर्छ अरे मैले बिर्सेँ क्या च्याट बक्स क्लाउड कसैलाई स्ट्रिम ल्याब चलाउन आउँदैन एउटै म स्ट्रिम चलाउन सक्छु क्लाउडबाट रहेछ यस्तो नाम समीर हो मेरो भन्छ तिमीहरू क्लाउडबाट गिभअवे याला भेटेँ ल मैले लुफी चाहिँ यही छैन गाइस लुफी चाहिँ छ कि छैन गिभअवे टिकट कस्टलाई जेरो हालिदिनु हुँदैन पछि चाहिँ बढाउँदै बढाउँदै जान्छ म ल गाइस एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क लेख अनि गिभअवे लेख गाइस अनि जोइन हुन्छ तिमीहरू यता एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभअवे गाइस एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क एन्ड गिभअवे लुफी चाहिँ हेरिरहेको छ होइन भान्जा र भतिलाई किन दिन्छ ऱ्यान्डम र एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क एन्ड गिभ अवे गाइज कसलाई पार्टिसिपेट गर्न मन छ ऊ त्यो लुफी जेनले प्रोभाइड गर्छ भन्छ गाइज नट मी है फेरि मलाई मैले लुफी जेनले भन्छ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क गिभ अवे अनि जो विनर हुन्छ त्यसको नाम यता आउँछ होइन यता अनि त्यसले च्याट गरेको यता देखाउँछ अनि म पिको विनर चुज गर्छु ऱ्यान्डम हुन्छ यो सबै ऱ्यान्डम हो गाइज एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क एन्ड गिभ अवे केटा हो 37जना अलरेडी भइसक्यो 49जना गाइस कसलाई पार्टिसिपेट गर्नुहुन्छ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क एन्ड गिभ अवे छिटो एक अनि एउटा गेम ओनीको गेम स्टार्ट हुने बित्तिकै म ओनीको गेम लगाउँछु अनि नेक्स्ट गेममा फेरि गर्छु नि एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ लुफी जेन चाहिँ छ कि छैन यार केटा लुफी चाहिँ लुफी जेनले भने गाइस म फेरि दिएन नि मेरो केही छैन है त्यसमा चाहिँ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभ अवे गाइस 100जना हुने बित्तिकै स्टार्ट हानेछ मनाउँदै विकली पास गिभ अवे गर्छ भने चाहिँ केटा लुफी जेनले ल 85जना भयो कसको नाम छ चेक गर है सुरुदेखि म स्क्रोल गर्छु कसको नाम आयो हेर यता बिगेस्ट होरा ग्लेजर अलरेडी 86जना भइसक्यो गाइस 0.6 जसले पनि पार्टिसिपेट गर्न मिल्छ सबको नाम आयो सबको नाम आयो सबैको 94जना भयो केटा हो कमन कमन छिटो कसलाई गिभअवेमा पार्टिसिपेट गर्नुहुन्छ एक्सक्लामेसन मार्क अनि गिभअवे लेख्ने गाइस त्यति मात्रै लेख्यो नाम आउँछ तिमीहरूको डाइरेक्टली यता 103जना मेम्बर भइसक्यो अलरेडी अनि मेक श्योर टु लाइक दिस स्ट्रिम लाइक एन्ड सब्सक्राइब नि गरौँ गाइस सबैजना प्लिज मेक श्योर टु लाइक दिस स्ट्रिम लाइक एन्ड सब्सक्राइब हानौँ सब्सक्राइब त सबैले हान्यो होला लाइक चाहिँ हान्नु बिर्स्यो होला केटा हो लाइक पनि गरौँ ल केटा हो कस्तो सबैको नाम आएन पिरिक पिक गरेर सब्सक्राइब गरेको नोटिफिकेसन सब्सक्राइब हाने सबजना ब्ल्याडपुर सब्सक्राइब गाइज ल ल म अब क्लोज इन्ट्री गरिदिन्छु होइन त्यहाँदेखि गेम स्टार्ट हुन्छ होला फेरि ल गाइस सबैजना भयो नि त ल क्लोज इन्ट्री गरेँ गाइस 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 ल अब क्लोज इन्ट्री भइसकेर अब गिभअवे नलेख्दैन हुन्छ अब चाहिँ किनकि अब नाम आउँदैन 127जना मेम्बर छ केटा हो जहिले पनि पाउन सक्छ गाइस मेरो फल्ट हुँदैन है नट अ रिग गिभ अवे है अनि जो जित्छ लुफी जेनले दिन्छ भने चाहिँ लुफी जेनको डिस्कर्ड आइडी थाहा छ नि केटाहरूलाई केटा हो पिको विनर है जो नि बन्न सक्छ गाइस मैले केही गरेको छैन केटा हो मेरो भान्जा भतिजाहरू कोही छैन केटा हो कुशल सेनको नाम चाहिँ कुशल सेनले सोचिरह होला ल पिको विनर वान जो नि बन्न सक्छ केटा हो ज्याज फ्रम तेमु रे हो यो त म अहिले कमेन्टमा नोटिस गरेर हान्छु उसलाई त ज्याज फ्रम तेमु केटा हो ज्याज फ्रम तेमु ज्याज फ्रम तेमुको आइडी यता लेख त टाइप नट अ रिग गिभ अवे नट अ रिग है ज्याज फ्रम तेमु ज्याज फ्रम तेमुको नो वे म्यान रिग भएछ है वाट द फक ज्याज फ्रम तेमुलाई म्युट हानेको ज्याज फ्रम तेमुलाई म्युट हाने ज्याज फ्रम तेमुको आइडी लेख त कङ्ग्रेट टु मासराको भान्जा मेरो भान्जा होइन मेरो भान्जा होइन आई डोन्ट नो म्यान हो को हो ज्याज फ्रम तेमु ज्याज फ्रम तेमुले म्युट खायो क्या ज्याज फ्रम तेमुलाई ब्यान हान्दैछ यार ओइ नगर न यस्तो ब्यान नहान न यार प्लिज ज्याज फ्रम तेमु किन टेक्स आएन ब्यान हान्दै क्या ज्याज फ्रम तेमुलाई ब्रो वाट द फक ज्याज फ्रम तेमुलाई कसले म्युट हानेको है नगर न यार यस्तो मोडेटरहरू ए दियो ज्याज फ्रम तेमुले आइडी दियो ओके ओके आइडी भयो ब्यान चाहिँ नहाने गाइस ब्यान चाहिँ नहाने मोडरेटरहरू ब्यान हान्छ पेनै लेख्दैन त यार नदेऊ भन्यो क्या के हो कि पेनै लेखेन हो नदेऊ भने जस्तो कि हो ओ आइडी आइसक्यो स्क्रिनमा आइसक्यो 793137064181116 लुफिजेनले डोनेट गर्छ भने चाहिँ तिमीलाई उ त्यो होइन अब डिस्कर्डमा जोइन गरेर राख अनि लुफिजेनलाई डिस्कर्डमै छ लुफिजेनलाई टेक्स्ट गर न म नि भनिदिन्छु लुफिजेनलाई लुफिजेन कहाँ मऱ्यो अरू गेम स्टार्ट भएको छैन अरे अब एउटा चाहिँ उ त्यसले पायो गाइस ज्याज फ्रम टेमले ज्याज फ्रम टेम अब किड बम्बाको इन्टरभ्यू सुनौँ अनि अर्को गेम छ कि चाहिँ किड बम्बाको मम पनि आउनु भएको छ टिम स्पिडलाई सपोर्ट गर्नु बिग रिजन है गाइस
They gave
पुरै
Tyler
फ्यामिली
Goldman
सपोर्ट आएको छ
twice, lost against it. I mean, if they do that mistake against us, they're going to lose as well, you know? But I think they're going to lose either way, so.
Okay, so is that the
What the
takeaway
fuck,
that you
rig,
saw
man?
from
No
yesterday's
rig.
match that you're going to bring to this match?
I mean, I just don't know how you can give Freya, Paquito, and
अड्क्यो है केटा मेरो भाइ होइन
Barracks
क्या
in the same
गाइस
draft.
Okay. I think a lot of people are talking about that as well, the drafting. But so you're confident up against Onic today?
Oh, we're 100% confident.
100%
I mean,
confident.
we're the underdogs coming into this match, it's obvious. Even if I speak big, even if I talk big, everybody knows we're the underdogs. We're facing the biggest team in Indonesia, and everybody want to see us lose. There's just some people that want to see us win. We love it, and we're going to try our best.
How does that make you feel?
Makes you feel amazing.
Oh, okay.
मेरो भाइ होइन कस्तो केटाहरूलाई किन पर्छ कस्तो घुमेको रनमतीको छोरी यत्रो नघुम्न हो यहाँ
It makes you feel amazing. I mean,
Of
so I
course,
guess
why
you're
should it
used
make
to
me feel
that.
bad? For me, it's just I came to play Scrim at 2 p.m. against Onic. For me, it's really nothing different.
And you're here to create surprises, I think, here at MSC as well.
200k पोइन्टको त भ्याल्यु छैन हुन्छ अहिले रोक न
But
पोइन्ट बढाएर
going
गर्छ
back
अब नेक्स्ट
to your past, right? You were able to beat Onic at M7. Best of one, though. Do
Oh,
you think it's going to be different now to
man,
best of five?
what the
Obviously, it's going to
fuck?
be different. I mean, now they have Taylor as well.
You're bad.
And for me, it's fate, you know, that I get to meet him again. That we get to meet him again after the last match. And the last match between us and Onic Philippines, when Kara played, was like the best match in the whole tournament. Not considering maybe the grand finals. So I think it's going to be like that again.
A fated match. I like how you put it. But I'm going to let you go after this. I think you want to prepare for this upcoming battle. Is there anything else you want to add before your match?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, we're just going straight.
आउँछ नेट त यार गाइस अब कसले रिग भन्न छ यार गाइस मेरो कोही चिनेको लागि उयो गरेर होइन यार
To the
son of Don here. Thank you so much, Kid Bomba, for this interview. And of course, good luck for your next match. One step away from the grand finals. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Straight like an arrow there, Kid Bumba.
Oh, what the fuck? Katro अड्केको हो लामो.
Just shooting from the hip, knows exactly what he wants to do, and that they are the underdogs. And yeah, that's true. They're going up against the best team in Indonesia. You have to say that because SRG are out. We've seen 5 times Indonesia winners, but now it is up to Onic to represent the region. And when you look at Lupi, Kyrie, Sans, Kiboy, and of course, the gold standard Kelra himself.
नेट को यत्रो पैसा तिरेर हुन्छ म कस्तो के अब कसरी फिक्स गर्नु हो यार get off 5G को पैसा महँगो त हुन्छ
The golden standard here is back to Kelra before your
मेरो 5G को नेट दुईटा अकाउन्ट मात्र छ के ल्यापटपमा अनि मेरो फोनमा मात्र अरु कसैमा कनेक्ट छैन
I think after
त्यही
game
पनि
1
ल्याग
and
भइरहेछ
game
लाडो
3
जस्तो
we saw you very full of emotion on the stage and even backstage. What was going through your head at the time?
My mindset yesterday, just I want to win and I don't want to gumagawa po lang tanpa piyala.
He doesn't want to go home without the trophy.
Yeah.
Why was it so expressive in that match? Like, was Aurora really good? Were you scared that they might be able to beat you yesterday?
Not scared, but Aurora playstyle is very different in other teams. They very aggressive, and I think their chemistry is very good. And yeah.
So their chemistry was really good. Their playstyle was
फोनको लागि
aggressive.
मात्रै जोइन गरेको
You
जितेको भए नि
expected that, though,
मैले
right?
लिङ्क
Coming
थिएँ
into
न
that match.
तर ओए कुशल
Expecting that
सेन
playstyle from Aurora?
डब्लु कुशल
But
सेन
finally there, you get the emotions,
कस्तो
adrenaline is
humble यार
running
कुशल
high.
सेन त
Thank you for that insight, Kelra. And community, after that match against Aurora, are saying that
कुशल सेन मन भने 2 लाख कमाउँछ तेरो गिभअवे लिन्छु होला भन्यो होला मुसाराप स्टाइल स्किन आएन त हो कि टाइम लाग्छ आउनु ओए आइसक्यो त मैले गिभअवे हाने त यार एकजनालाई जसले रिक्वेस्ट गरे त्यसलाई गिभअवे गरिदियो त तिमी नै हेर्थ्यौ रिक्वेस्ट
King Kong tipped 20 rupees.
Why, are you more
Oi
comfortable
Musarap
on the
Starlight
marksman?
Ayena. T shit of you hockey
You're more comfortable on the
time. Lug
marksman.
ha
But you think that you can make outplays on the
loudly
fighter too,
crying,
right?
loudly
because I
crying,
am
मैले कसलाई पढाएको थिएँ गिभअवे
loudly crying, loudly
before.
crying,
Okay.
loudly crying,
Play goal
loudly
So you
crying.
have had
Smiling
experience in the
face with
ESPN,
heart,
so you're
smiling
supposed to
face
be
with
comfortable
heart,
on
smiling
the
face with heart,
fighters,
smiling
but you're just
face
more
with
comfortable on
heart,
the marksman.
smiling
Yes.
face
We
with
saw
heart,
how comfortable you were
smiling
yesterday
face
in
with
that
heart,
last game
smiling
with
face with
Brody,
heart,
the flicker
kiss
outs
mark,
of the
kiss
taunt, the
mark.
winter crowns as well. Even Mirko was swearing. Kelra, is that just your reaction speed, or were you able to read Pagu?
Because I think I have a drill every scream that I want to dodge all the skills of my enemy. That's why I can dodge Beleric.
So it was specific to Beleric.
Yeah.
Were you expecting Pagu to play that way as well, or was it just Beleric?
Was it just Beleric?
Okay. So specific to the heroes, that's really amazing stuff as well. I think everyone was quite surprised with that. And of course, coming into this next matchup, in the past, M7, Swiss Stages, best of 1, Team Spirit was able to beat Onic ID. Now that you're in the roster, Kelra, are you going to be the difference maker?
Yes!
That's it?
Yes, that's it.
That's it. Yes, that's it.
Yes.
We're
Yes,
feeling the
that's
energy
it.
from Kelra. We're feeling the confidence as well from Kelra. And with that, thank you so much. Good luck
यस्तो
for
चाहिँ
your next
कहिले
match.
भनिन
Because we're going to throw it over
सोच्दिन है
back to you
त के
guys.
भनेको माछा जिस्केको थ्याङ्क यू सो मच कुशल सेनले मलाई करोडपति बनाउँछ
From
केटा
Kelra, man, what a fun
Thank you
interview.
so
Both
much, Kushal
sides,
Sen.
both a lot of energy.
For
guys.
5
I'll
minutes
let you
after
react to
Jen.
either one you pick.
I like Team Spirit. You know, to
Luffy
hear
Jen
Kid
and
Bomba just kind of put
Luffy
it
Jen
plainly, they're
आउँछ
ready for this
मुखमा
matchup. He wants
कुशल सेन लामो
just
जस्तो
revenge
छ
in
यार
this
लुफी
faded
जेन
matchup
कुशल सेन
against, Kelra specifically on this lineup for Onic
Thank
now.
you so much यार कुशल सेन
And I
थ्याङ्क यू
think that is going to lead to an
यो
electrifying match
मेरो
for us. Yeah,
यो
honestly, like
डोनेटरको किन यो स्क्रिनमा आउँदैन त्यो स्क्रिनमा भन्दा नि त्यो लाइक युट्युबको साइडमा बसिरहेको छ त्यो किन बस्दैन त्यो हल्का धेरै दियो भने मात्रै बस्ने हो कि के हो यो मेरो किन अड्किरहेको छ हो क्रोममा अड्किरहेको छ ब्रो
from Kelra.
Oh my god, bro. Sorry, 720 quality man.
Yeah, honestly, like every time Kid Bomba
Has to be that it's unwritten. Yet again, so many of these grand finals have included someone from the SEA region. And while it will still continue to see Myanmar represent on the other side, this could be eSewa's chance to push through and kick out Indonesia. The Giants have fallen. Will the Onics fall as well? Or will Kiboy have something to say
Ui,
about it?
आइगएको
Will
फेक
Kelra
अकाउन्टबाट
show
छ
us
यार
exactly what that gold standard
फेक
is
आइगयो केटा
and overcome the deficits? After a
आवाज ठुलो
brutal
छ
game 5,
म
making it
पागल
out
भइसकेँ
alive,
ठुलो छोरो बोल्दा
anything
थियो
is possible. And for the hope inside, the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the family of Kid Bamba still here, still rooting, still dreaming that this could be the day eSewa makes it to the top.
And you want to talk about breaking the mold? This is MSC. It has never happened this way, that it's ever been so international. And that's what we love about MSC and MSC 26. This time around, everybody has got a shot. My God, the Young on Galactico story, now that is one to warm your hearts too.
That was definitely heartwarming. But as we move
Yaiko
on
more
to
yo
the
fake account
second
yaiko
match,
real हैन
this match will practically rewrite the history of
What the fuck आइरहन्छ मुभी हेर न अबे
second match. This match will practically
Bro, मेरो net, oh my god, man, what the fuck, bro, what the fuck.
chance at getting their third trophy.
Let me tell you, Rose, it's an honor to be part of MLBB history, and we get to do it all over again. So please join me in welcoming our first semifinalist in this matchup. Please say hi to Team Spirit!
Bro, म Semifinalमा अति रिस उठ्छ यार अब अति नै रिस उठ्छ ल अब उइ कसरी अड्किन्छ
The
क्या
last non-SEA team left standing at MSC 26. The flag bearers of eSewa have left jaws floored at their sixth.
अब पनि चलेन भने चाहिँ यी नानी चाहिँ मलाई ल्याङ लागिसक्यो ब्रो मलाई ल्याङ लागिसक्यो यार सम्म
The Dragons are ready, but so are the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Onic! The Sky Kings are closer than ever to clinch their third trophy. The heat has intensified. The pressure is higher. Can they beat the odds as the former champion standing? Can they etch their legacy as the best organization in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history? Only
Ready? हेलो यो नेट कस्तो स्लो चलिरहेछ के भयो युट्युब नै चलेको छैन रिता रिता भण्डारी हजुर लास्टै स्लो चलिरहेछ तर अहिले त्यो वाइफाई बन्द चाहिँ नगरिदिनु है यतिकै मिलाउनु मिल्दैन लास्टै स्लो चलिरहेछ एकचोटि हेरिदिनु न तर रिस्टार्ट चाहिँ नगरिदिनु है म स्ट्रिम गर्दै युट्युब हेरेर हो युट्युब नै चलिरहेको छैन एकचोटि लास्टै स्लो चलिरहेको छ युट्युबको भिडियो नै घुमिरहेछ एकचोटि दिउँसोतिर नि यस्तै थियो हिजोदेखि यस्तै भएको छ हजुर नेट चाहिँ अफ नगरिदिनु है हुन्छ हस् बुझ्यो नि तिमीहरूले बुझ्यो नि केटा के भनेको छ त्यहाँ वाइफाईको मान्छेले
Yeah, pretty bumpy. Some disagreements about the meta, about some things. Forget about the group stage. We're in playoffs now. I mean, everybody's gonna see in our match in the semifinals that we got.
We need to adapt, and then we adapted.
Kalau
Got hard
Spirit gue
contact.
belum merhatiin sih. Soalnya gue baru melawan karena gue fokus banget di Aurora.
I think Onic was one of the weaker teams coming into the tournament.
Got
So
hard
it's
contact.
obvious
Off
that
कर देने वाले.
we're better than them, and we just have to play our game. They're really a struggling team right now. They really don't have the good idea of the meta.
केटा म थर्ड गर्न सक्दिनँ हो मलाई डर लाग्छ मलाई
because we're confident as well.
I'd really like to face Onic ID.
कहाँ थर्ड भन्छ केटा हो
In
किनीहरूको बिचारेको जब गर्न लाग्छ होइन कहाँ थर्ड भन्छ
You should see every team as equal. The past matches, especially the most surprising one, was E7 and the E7 versus Liquid. Anything can happen in this tournament.
Gue senang kita bertemu lagi dan gue bakalan revenge kalian. Gue bakalan balas dendam. Kalau buat tim Spirit, yang pasti kita
अमन तले क्या हो खत्रै गर्दै क्या नेट
We're not the same team Spirit.
kacap lah.
ओइ खतरा भयो जस्तो केटा हो खतरा भयो क्या हो नेट अब
The team that prefers a lot of
लिमिट कति खतरा भयो
I think
1000 में जाओ क्या अब अड्किँदै अड्किँदैन केटा
I think that kid is a very mechanical player with hero mastery, especially with assassins.
मेरो इमाडलको वाइफाई हो स्मार्ट लिंक भन्ने हो नट अ वर्ल्ड लिंक स्मार्ट लिंक है केटा
Just be ready.
Good luck, Yep. Good luck, Kelra. I'm always joking around with them when I see them, but this time it's serious.
Well, we had mentioned that the Giants are no longer here, but it started at the beginning of this tournament. Mentioned SRG,
guys,
Malaysia,
खत्रै
Liquid
चलेको
PH,
छ
the
नेट भाइ
Philippines,
चाहिँ
another
आयो त्यो
Philippine
मन्द
team is knocked out, but those two
Man,
champions
नासाके नेट
were
हाल्यो
2
क्या
of 3 of MSC in the last 3 years, and it was Onic who was the one right before.
Super
If they
Chat
get back to the
भनेर
grand
केटा
finals,
Super
they
Chat
have a
कहाँ छ
chance to
त्यो दोल
repeat in that
छिमेकीको वाइफाई
third year
अरे
again, and the
होइन
reason I say
यार
repeat is
छिमेकीको
because
होइन
they
यार
also won in
मेरे
2019. So it seems
वाइफाई
like
तिमीहरूलाई
this,
काट्नु
every
दिउँ
3 years, Onic goes on these runs,
वाइफाई
but they're
ल्याउँछ
standing. Or, and the other side of things, standing in the way is a team who's trying to make their very first run in Team Spirit.
They've got a big dragon in front of them and a team that really does dig into the spirit, right? Team Spirit, they have not only shown their confidence, but just on how quick they can adjust. And they've already shared their sentiments about how, you know, they felt like Onic was one of the weaker teams coming into this, especially group stage. I think this MSC in general, through every everyone's predictions out of the window, pretty much on how things have played out. But one thing's for sure, yesterday, again, when you look at what Kyrie did on the
Bro, what the fuck, man?
What Kelro was catching up to all these powerhouse teams.
And honestly, like, I feel like Kid Bomba really understood how to take down Onic, and that's, you got to take down Kelra, because here's the thing, no matter how the draft looks, Kelra just has a different vision of how the gold lane is supposed to be. So even if he picks up a hero that we're like, there's not a lot of mobility here, you're probably going to get caught. Somehow, some way, he still doesn't get caught. And here's the thing, as long as Kelra keeps playing the way that he plays, he can defy expectations. He can say, be done with the draft. As long as I got my hero, I'm good.
तिनीहरू फर्काउनु हुने क्या अरूको काम गरेर बिचार तिनीहरूले आफ्नो काम गरेर छैन नेपालको सबै नेट त्यस्तै छ त वर्ल्ड पनि त्यस्तै हो भाइ गेममा ध्यान दिउँ केटा ड्राफ्ट सर्ट भइसक्यो लेट्स गो केटा ड्राफ्ट रेडी गर्न
with the other picks. And you have to say, you have to keep your eye out on a Paquito and what that role
Selena,
would be. It was
Marcel.
flexed into a double fighter. It was flexed EXP. It was even flexed jungle, but that game actually lost. And once it started to get out of that,
रिस्टार्ट नै गर्नुपर्छ भन्छ कि तिनीहरू अनि त्यहाँ रिस्टार्ट गर्नै मिल्दैन मेरो स्ट्रिम
so the
उडिहाल्छ
key is, does Team Spirit try to
अड्के फेरि Oh my god, यार कसरी हेर्ने यार यसो त
attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot? Or do they attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot? Or do they build just around their game plan?
Honestly, when it comes to Kelra, playing against him, and it's almost like you don't want to expend too much worrying about Kelra, because Kelra is just going to be, he does what Kelra does. He's a god in the gold lane for a reason. I think yesterday was proof of that. His godlike reflexes, and now we know why he has those reflexes, are something that you just have to match. So that is going to be on the hands and shoulders of Hiko to be able to go ahead and match what Kelra's doing in that lane. But then again, as a team, there's so many other avenues that you can focus on depending on what's drafted. We've seen a lot of variations, a lot of experimentation. But even in the last series, we saw some teams just choose to default on their strengths, default on a standard lineup, and just try to execute better. And either way, again, you got hopefully five games to go ahead and prove that.
मैले क्वालिटी घटाउँछ
And
क्या
honestly, I
होला
wonder how that conversation
अब
at
चाहिँ
Kelra
चल्छ केटा
against their scrim
ढुक्क
opponents is. It's like, I'm going to use a Layla. Could all five of you
Quality
try to
भएन
catch me?
Yeah.
Right?
क्वालिटी
I mean, you only have one
140
flicker,
मा
you know,
गर न गाइस मिल्छ
but
त
when you start taking in the defensive items into play too, again, there's so many ways to just kind of stay alive. So many ways to just kind of stay alive, you know, and that's what
the Fanny,
Sorry,
the Freya,
sorry,
and the
sorry.
Uranus taking out the Barats, the Marcel, and the Selena, the 6 bands to kick us off. As phase 1 begins with the picks, and Onic pick up Herrera.
इधर फर्स्ट विकेट ध्यान दिमा
You
ल
can see the idea behind the bands coming in
Let's
from
go
Onic as
team
well as
sprint
Spirit. For Onic,
team
they want to
sprint
take
let's
out
go भाइ क्वालिटी घटाउँछ मलाई पुग्यो यार गाइस
Temple Heroes. For Onic, they want to take out Temple Heroes. Both the Marcel as well as the Selena can really speed up the game. And then for Spirit, they just don't want Kyrie on that Fanny, which understandable. The Freya can disrupt their
Nice one,
backlines a
Fanny,
little bit
bro.
too much. And then the similarity, banning out the Barats as well as the Uranus, they just want to make sure that whatever the matchup is going to be in the EXP, it's not an auto win for either side.
Yeah, the XP again.
गाइस मलाई टेन्सन भयो यार स्ट्रिम मेरो वाइफाई
In
दिएर
what they decide to do. Again, the Paquito has been rather flexible on where you can put him, and that's kind of the
अब
upper
रिस्टार्ट
hands that
गरे
you
पनि
have when
चल्ने
you
कि
do
हैन
draft in
मलाई
this Paquito. You don't
स्ट्रिमिङ गर्ने
necessarily
भन्दैन
know where he's
मलाई
going just yet. Obviously, the Atlas going to be an answer a lot of times, and then the trade is Belric. This has been the common trades that we've seen now over the development of MSC's meta, and this is pretty standard. Again, that's why having a flexible hero like the Paquito
कुन
is an
MLB
upper
मा
hand.
हेरेको
You know,
छ
you kind of have that advantage now.
What was
Why didn't
interesting is that in the
Bangman
first
make it,
series, we didn't see Paquito picked
MLB
or
sport मा
banned.
हेरौँ
We also didn't see Cho picked or
त्यो
banned.
प्रब्लम हो
We
र
didn't see a lot of
MLB स्पोर्ट मा हेरौँ एकचोटि
Again, maybe a preview to the grand final. That might be just a non-contention point, and we'll see who has the better grasp of the meta.
And we saw in the video before where Team Spirit, they did say Onyx's biggest strength is probably their team fighting. And right now, that drive looks like a pretty good team fight comp here. Having the Belric as well as the Zushin makes it so that they have amazing control from the get-go. The Harara is just good anywhere.
त्यो केटा यो
And
गेम
right
पनि
now, I'm
हल्का
gonna say this is a
अड्के अड्के
good
चल्यो भने चाहिँ म
Onyx
नेक्स्ट गेम रिस्ट्रिम
because
गर्छु
you know that Onic, whatever gold laner they're going to pick up, it's going to be amazing just because they already have a good support system.
Yeah.
Just because they already have
1000
a good support system.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's a Brody, a Claude, or
Bro, what the fuck, man? 1000 किन यस्तो अड्किरहेको छ हो लामो रिस्यो देऊ भन्दैछु
Brody, a Claude, or a...
Because, again, when he locked in the Sky Piercer, you not only had to
म
worry
गेम
about
सकेपछि मात्र
the
बज्दै
movements
गाइजहरु
from
हुन्छ
Kyrie on the Hirara, but then eventually when the stacks start building
केटा
up
म
for
यो
Kelra
पनि
on the Ranger,
यो स्ट्रिममा ल्याग भयो नि यो गेममा ल्याग भयो नि म
lantern
रिस्ट्रिम
that
गर्छु
Jushin provides, it helps so much. You just land your Rhapsody shots, and then you get more stacks, and that was kind of what the result of that game that they had against Aurora Gaming. So this is what LaFell is saying. You're already really supported and supplemented really well for your gold lane for Kelra.
Harith banned as well. You could see with both teams now looking to pick up potentially their gold lane. That Paquito could still be
Pause 5 seconds.
flexed. It is definitely going to be EXP and gold that they're looking for the ban. So Esmeralda goes down as a ban, so does Harith.
I just feel like for Team Spirit, as long as they have one more...
Okay.
As a ban.
एकछिन रोकौँ न लाइभ भन्दा नि
So does Harith.
I just feel like for Team Spirit, as long as they have one more hero that could potentially deal with a backline is going to be good. So I'm looking to see if Spirit is going to be loco enough just to have a big burst in mid, something like a Farsa, because that can deal with quite a lot unless you're going up against a Claude, which Team Spirit could pick up the Claude later on and then make it so that Onic doesn't have a dive type of goal laner other than a Moskov.
If you're local enough, basically.
Sorry, guys.
You know what? In game one, I think you can.
You can be a little loco.
You can be a little loco.
Oh,
What do you like
man.
mid here for Spirit?
Ooh, for
के
Spirit
भन्ने यार
against
कल गरेको
Jushin.
यार
Man, I don't know.
Aurora
Again, there's
Gaming
just-
was heavy on Eudora. I mean, is it kind of travel Europe, kind of be feeling a little bit
भन्ने
more
चाहिँ बिहान
comfortable
ग्लोलेस
with
को
her?
केटा अब म गेममा
It's
ध्यान दिन्छु अब
interesting because a lot of times we see the Eudora.
केटा सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम है गाइस को को नआएको छ मेक श्योर लाइक द स्ट्रिम है गाइस सबैलाई वेलकम टु स्ट्रिम है
Grab it, they can.
अब
And
गेममा
I think
फोकस
it
गरौँ
is one of the better heroes too for Sunset Lover, at least from what we've seen him over the past few days. It can also help, I guess, combo with the Harley in a way. I mean, the Harleys work so well just because you don't only have to rely on that deadly magics, but then depending on the builds that they go, you know, whoever is able to get that Genius Wand, it does help kind of get that burst a little bit faster once you shred down some of the magic resistance here of the opposing team. So there is a room, I would say there is room for the Eudora to come through, especially since now we've seen so much of the Selena, the Valentina, obviously, but they're banned out. So yeah, there's the Eudora. Good call.
Valentina banned out, Flint as well. We're going deeper into the gold lane, but the bans are done for all of these squads. So how does Kelra respond?
Guys, like दे रहा है, उनके like दे रहा है नहीं viewer दे रहे बहुत से क्या?
I mean, like, here's the thing, because of that Paquito,
400 like
does
पण
make
छैन
it
guys,
a little
400
bit
बनाऊ.
awkward, I would say, for Onic to draft their side leaders here.
हिजो
Because
7 से पुगेछ त्यही भएर
I
पुगेछ
think
9
for
चाहिँ.
sure they just want a gold lane. I feel like Claude is going to be pretty solid, but if they want to be safe, I can see a Moscow.
Onic को फ्यानहरु केटा हो.
You just got to be careful
Hello,
with Eudora. You have to hope that Luke is able to absorb the Thunder's Wrath first, and then keep going. Speaking of, what
white
other
and
take
white.
we have left? They pick
White
up
and
the
not the
show.
white.
Is
White
this
logo
show
is a team
Rome
fit,
or
no?
EXP?
Jordima.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Just because, again, Belric can be flexed too, so.
Because I feel like if you're going up against Paquito, Paquito is going to be pretty fast. I think it's better to match speed for speed with the Cho, but that's... We haven't seen Cho speed.
Wait, Sao आए Keyboy को, let's go. Keyboy को Sao get out.
Yeah. It's been a minute.
Bit different here. Again, Hiko could go crazy and play Paquito there, and we could see a marksman, but... Sorry, excuse me, EXP picked up.
Yeah, this would tell us too, because they wanted to wait and hold on to see where they plant this Paquito, if he's actually going to go in the gold lane for Hiko, or if they're going to go ahead and pick up their XP now. Because that question is still there. Okay, they'll go Sora, so now we know.
Let's
Sora's
go,
XP, and then of
Keep
course,
on
Paquito.
And then we have gold lane
What the
Paquito.
gold lane Paquito? Oh,
I feel
what the
like this is a
fuck?
good idea coming in from Spirit,
एक
but
Sora
we've seen teams
Sora
try
Hiko
and
को
fail,
आत्मा
which is
Sora था
try
Sora
to end
gold
the
हो
game pretty
गया.
fast. And they do have the Harley, so
Ah,
in
ये
case,
side board.
you know, they need to push.
Gold Paquito.
You can still use the Harley there.
Laning field में advantage छ हैन Hiko लाई against Kedra और Paquito ले हान्छ Sora लाई.
They got everything they wanted.
Well, these are
Pani
two
सक्यो
dangerous drafts. A fighter in the gold lane for
केटा
Hiko
कलेज
going up against the
त
gold
Onic
standard
और
in
Team Spirit
Kelra.
केटा बेस्ट अफ 5 को फर्स्ट म्याच हो जो जित्छ फाइनल है केटा जो जित्छ फाइनल.
How important will that be to set up these fights? It's going to be a battle, baby, and I know two guys ready to
केटा हल्का डिले हुन्छ है केटा अब एडजस्ट गरौँ है गाइस हल्का डिले हुन्छ.
Mirko and Gideon.
Thanks so much, Rain Day.
ए मिरको कास्टिङ मा मिरको आयो.
Match of the day. It's going to be Onic facing up against Team Spirit, and once again,
मिरको आएछ केटा कास्टिङ मा. Let's go.
We've seen the Paquito show up once again, but here
Team
are
Spirit
being
आठ.
given over. The trades have been great.
Keyboy को चल्छ डर लाग्यो मलाई.
Experience, man. They've played so many games already. Again, both teams having to deal with some rough patches in the group stages to make it this far as well. Some crazy games from Onic just yesterday, and especially after a ridiculous result just earlier. Young Gun Galacticos with an upset win. Could be the best MSC ever. It already is up there.
I'm already nervous about it, right? Because every single moment, every single position is going to be taken into the account here. You know, we got to put everything underneath that microscope to see where the big plays could be made. Looking at the emblems so far, things are up to standard picks. A lot more tenacities that I'm seeing here, even from Sans and as well as Lutpi, understanding, hey, I can't afford to die like this, especially since we've seen so many games here at MSC end roughly around 11 minutes.
Spin the stomps in the early game.
Onic
If you
most
get that
strong though.
early advantage.
Onic त I think Onic राम्रो होला. ए Onic ले TS को किनकि फाइटर बोल्छ.
Few matches, even yesterday for
What
Aurora,
the hell,
that
that already
whoever
strong
gets
ne
the
ho
Irara seems to have an advantage unless there's a Fanny on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? This early phase
San?
so far, we're already seeing immediately attack on Sans.
Guys, how go Team
This
Spirit
setup
ले
here, at level 2, at level 4 for
टिप्पणी गरेर.
Kyrie, they don't find the kill angle, unfortunately.
Oh my god, man. त्यो अनबटिला म के चाहन्छु बन्ने सानोले. So fuck.
Fortunately, for the upcoming turtle, though, it's
Very
going to be a little
original,
late for Sans as well as Keyboy. We'll see whether or not they give it up. They're most likely going to give it up considering the Team Spirit already...
Oh man. के गरौँ म चाहिँ अब त काले देखाइदियो. Bro, fuck man. Oh my
his
god.
own. The real question is, where's first blood going to happen? We've seen Kimbaba rotate from the bot side. Unfortunately, haven't seen too big of a commitment yet. Oh,
Wow.
cloud shift here as well.
Yep. Bomba's gonna put some pressure down on Lutpi. Wanted to get a flicker at least, but Lutpi knows.
ल मुजी कत्रो अड्केको यार
More with
कत्रो
Sunset
अड्केको
Lover as
हो
well.
कि युट्युबको
But back
प्रब्लम
to
हो
the
यो
point, because
यत्रो त
they were
नर्मल
red
भन्दै
side,
यार
Onic couldn't risk picking up the Moscow just because there could be that Hanabi threat.
That's the thing, that's the thing. Every single time you come into these drafts, there's always that sneak peek on that red side. And so far, I like
ब्रो ब्रेभबाट लगाउनु चाहिँ म एक्चुअली यो युट्युबको
the way
प्रब्लम
that, you know, Team Spirit have handled themselves, right? A slight evolution, not trying to go beyond what they need to do. They're still checking the boxes, and you can tell that Hiko, this side of the map,
ब्रो यो फक यो बेला छ एकछिन केटा रोकै म ब्रेभबाट लाउँछु वेट वेट माई ब्याड एस को अड्केको यार यत्रो त नअड्किनु पर्ने थियो यार रोकै गाइस ब्रेभबाट लाउँछु म
and so the turtle is going to be up, and by the time the ults come back up for the side of TS,
हेर म ब्रेभमा अड्किँदै
Onic
गर्दैन
going to take first position here to try and drag this out. Do they really want to contest this?
Perfect match, already baited out by Keyboy, just with the G Kundo. Now Onic holding control despite Team Spirit's early win. Stun coming down now. Chip these guys from Bomba, goes in. Look, P doesn't get caught by it. Sour back again, retreat battle, rapid dryad. Good zoning there, and it's gonna be the retreat from Kai instantly. They will disengage. Sour trying to look for a trade, but it will not happen.
युट्युबको प्रब्लम हो
Defensive plays. And while this is all happening, Kelren just knows, hey, I get a free push here. Hiko, you can do whatever you want. You have the item power spike with a Hunter Strike. Sure, whatever. I will donate this to you, but just give me 5 more minutes. For the rest of the team, at the very least, we see that from Team Spirit's side, being able to kind of contest these neutral objectives is kind of the point. But at the same time,
Oh my god, please not get out of
Triad.
it.
So taking first position may not necessarily be ideal for TS, especially if the
ब्रेभबाट लाग्यो
flickers are
स्मुथ वाला
available.
त
Radiant
ब्रेभबाट
Armor
त
purchase coming in from Kid Bomba. Not to mention penetration boots from Sunset Lover. He's already putting a lot of damage onto Sans, and I like the fact that they're trying to say, you know what? If we can force Sans to use his abilities, and we saw what happened in the previous game with the Sky Piercer, we can't let him get into that position again.
गाइस गेममा ध्यान दिनु अब तल छ हाम्रो सन्ते नगर मरे
Crimson Beacon in the lift of
मरे
Sunset
सन्ते
able to
नगर
Kai. Follows through.
एकछिन टिम सुरु 2 किल हान्छ के
Did he get Sky Piercer before or after the
How?
kill? Though, the question is now Kai walks up again. Keyboy goes in with the way to dragon. It's going to be cancelled out by
Good
Flames
guy.
and a flicker out, but a blazing duet from
How?
Cobra. Isn't enough to take him down.
broadcast with oh my god oh my god bro stream in हान्ने चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ होला यार केटा सम्झे होला यार मलाई चाहिँ यत्रो भिडियो अड्किरहेछ यार oh my god man
Kelra gets the last hit.
stream in हान्ने
Go now with the rotation.